Chapter 931. The whole scene became restless. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Many of the experts from the 8 families retreated to a very far distance. Looking at the scattered corpses that were hit by the fireball, they felt their hearts pounding violently. They had underestimated the strength of the magma dragon. As a matter of fact, when someone said that the magma dragon was only a 3rd-grade great saint, many of them felt relieved. After all, there were too many experts in the 8 families of Pure Land. Putting aside the dozens of 4th-grade great saints, there were also 16 5th-grade great saints. What could a 3rd-grade great saint magma dragon do to such a powerful group? Everyone, let's work together to break the defense of the magma dragon first. Only by breaking the defense can we subdue the magma dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze. An expert of the Desolate family said, "That's right. This defense is too amazing. It's hard to break it alone. We have to work together. As long as the defense is broken, no matter how powerful the magma dragon is, it won't be a match for so many of us." The elder of the Hua family nodded. He knew very well how terrifying the magma dragon was when he took the initiative to attack. Cut the crap. Let's do it. The aura of the great sage of the demon race shook as his demonic chi soared into the sky, transforming into a heavenly leopard. This was a supreme expert of the heavenly leopard race, and his status in the demon race was extremely high. It could be said that he was second only to the great sage and above tens of thousands of people. The huge heavenly leopard let out a roar and attacked the lava. At the same time, the other experts didn't hesitate and launched their attacks. Some of them struck out a violent combat technique, some of them created a sky, some of them unleashed a fiery long sword, some struck out a dark wheel, and some took out a great saint weapon. 16 5th-grade great saints and dozens of 4th-grade great saints attacked at the same time. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was about to explode. The chi of destruction was everywhere. The aftermath of the energy was rustling. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the palpitation. The sky was filled with magnificent colors of energy. The 9-colored brilliance of energy filled everything. It looked extremely beautiful, but behind the beauty was real destruction. Countless people felt a sense of pressure. Outside such a battlefield, not to mention those minor saints, even half of the great saints had difficulty breathing. Terrifying. I'm afraid I can only see such a scene once in my life. Dozens of great sage experts have joined forces to attack. This scene can only be described as soul-stirring. The sky and the earth are about to change color. We'd better stay away from them, lest we get caught in the crossfire. This is not a joke. You're right. We simply cannot participate in such a battle. Even if we were to get close, we would still be in danger. Everyone felt a trace of horror. Such a battle scene was too horrifying. Many people had never seen such a thing in their lives. This was the first time that the 8 races of the Pure Land cooperated. Of course, this was related to their goals and benefits. Rumble. All the attacks hit the outside of the magma and almost scattered the magma. But what was shocking was that the layer of defense outside the magma was too terrifying. The joint attacks of so many experts only made the defensive shield shake violently and some cracks appeared on it, but it didn't break. What a powerful defense. Everyone, continue to attack. Cracks have already appeared on the defensive shield, which means that it's not indestructible yet. An expert shouted. At this time, many people were shocked. They knew very well how powerful the joint attack of so many experts was. But even under such a fierce attack, the defense outside the magma still couldn't be broken. This made those who thought that they could kill the magma dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze with their own strength felt how ridiculous their original idea was. Not to mention killing the magma dragon, just the defense outside the magma alone couldn't be broken even if they exhausted themselves to death. Rumble. Dozens of great sages once again joined forces and launched the same fierce attack. This time, the defense outside the magma shook more violently. Not only that, but more and more cracks appeared. Such a situation made the experts present couldn't help but feel happy. If this situation continued, the defense would be completely destroyed after 2 more attacks at most. However, at this moment, the magma dragon was also enraged. Its huge body once again pierced through the magma. As the magma dragon's body swayed, countless fireballs once again flew out in a frenzy. But this time, due to the experts' preparations, the fireballs did not hit the people in the distance. Otherwise, it would be another disaster for those cultivators. The magma dragon was incomparably furious. Its eyes looked even colder. It opened its huge mouth and brought along a sea of magma as it charged towards those experts. Everyone, be careful. Attack together. An expert of the desolate family shouted. All the experts didn't dare to be negligent. They knew that this dragon wasn't easy to deal with. Immediately, they launched another attack. However, the dragon was indeed ferocious. It used the defense outside the magma to block the attacks of the experts and swallowed a powerful 4th grade Great Saint with its huge mouth. Arg! The 4th grade Great Saint let out a blood-curdling cry before vanishing completely. He was devoured by the vicious dragon, leaving nothing behind. Hiss! Countless people couldn't help but gasp at the incomparably cruel scene. It was too horrifying. That was a mighty 4th grade Great Saint, but he was swallowed in a single bite. How cruel was the scene! If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to imagine such a scene. That's right. Damn it! This dragon is too scary. Fortunately, we didn't attack it. In the distance, Big Yellow couldn't help but shiver. The joint attack of so many experts was earth-shattering and destructive, but under such circumstances, not only did it not cause any damage to the evil dragon, but it had also cost them a 4th grade Great Saint. Big Yellow was shocked. The dragon is borrowing the power of the magma. If it loses the magma, it won't be able to exert such powerful combat strength even if it has the heart of Blaze. However, a creature of heaven and earth like this is very scary. We can't underestimate it. We are no match for it. That 4th grade Great Saint will end up like that. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Truly amazing. De Huang Dog couldn't help but praise. But this dragon is going to die today. Its defense can only withstand 1 or 2 more attacks at most. Once its defense is broken, the dragon will fall into a passive position. At that time, it will only be a matter of time before it is killed by so many experts. Jiang Chen said. On the blazing battlefield, the loss of a 4th grade Great Saint made the other 4th grade Great Saints tremble with fear, fearing that they would be the next one to be eaten by the dragon. Listen, all the 4th grade Great Saints stand at the back. The experts of the ancient people said loudly. This dragon was too scary. There was no need to cause more losses. Voila! All the 4th grade Great Saints quickly retreated to the back, ready to attack from the back. 16 5th grade Great Saints surrounded the magma firmly, not giving the dragon a chance to hurt anyone. Attack! The defense is going to collapse soon. An expert of the Hua family shouted. 16 5th grade Great Saints attacked together again. Powerful combat techniques and Great Saint weapons were unleashed, sending out countless energy waves, hitting the magma defense again. After 2 consecutive collisions, the defense finally let out a cracking sound and completely shattered. Roar! The instant its defenses were shattered, the evil dragon let out a world-shaking roar. Its massive body brought along a sea of lava as it wreaked havoc in the sky. Boundless energy and fireballs filled the air as the evil dragon went completely berserk. Fight! All the 5th grade Great Saints were excited. They didn't believe that the dragon could withstand all of their attacks now that the defense was broken. The sky trembled. Rolling energy was everywhere. 9-colored light engulfed everything and filled the entire spatial zone. The 16 5th grade Great Saints continued to attack. At this critical moment, they had seen the hope of victory. Roar! The evil dragon finally let out a blood-curdling screech. Even though it was supported by the magma, it couldn't withstand the attacks of so many experts. Everyone could see that the evil dragon's body doubled in size. It absorbed all the magma into its body. At this time, the sea of magma disappeared, and there was only a tyrannical evil dragon in the sky. The dragon screamed again and again as it dragged its huge body, trying to escape. The dragon is escaping. Seal this place. Someone shouted. How could they give the magma dragon a chance to escape at this moment? All the 5th grade Great Saints had gone crazy. Each of their eyes turned red as they used their unparalleled techniques to seal the void of the magma dragon. At this time, the dragon was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in a big cage. Although it roared furiously, it couldn't change the fact. Haha. The elder of the Hua family began to laugh wildly. The 16 5th grade Great Saints launched their attacks again. They had already seen that this magma dragon could recover itself by relying on the magma. So, they wanted to take advantage of its weakness and not give it a chance to recover. Howl! Finally, under the joint attack of these experts, half of the dragon's body was broken. The sea of magma appeared again. The dragon dived into the magma, but it was useless to dodge. Hung Long. The terrifying attack descended once again. The evil dragon was already beaten to the point where it couldn't fight back. It had suffered extremely serious injuries. It kept howling in pain. It could be felt that every time it howled, its body would shrink a little. The opportunity is coming. Chapter 932. At this time, Jiang Chen was like a ghost hiding in the dark, ready to strike at any time. The moment he had been waiting for was coming. He had reason to believe that the magma dragon wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 minutes under the joint attack of these experts. Haha! The malevolent dragon is dying. The great saint of the Hua family laughed. Seeing the magma dragon getting smaller and smaller, their faces were filled with excitement. There were too many experts on their side. The malevolent dragon wouldn't be able to withstand their frenzied attacks. Continue to attack. Don't give it a chance to breathe. The experts of the desolate family yelled. No one dared to be negligent. Once again, they attacked frantically, exerting all of their combat strength. This magma dragon could recover by relying on the magma. As long as the heart of blaze was present, the malevolent dragon wouldn't die. It wasn't easy for them to achieve this victory. They would never give the malevolent dragon a chance to recover. Hung Long. The violent attacks once again bombarded the body of the magma dragon. The dragon let out a tragic roar. It continued to roar and continued to respond to the attacks, shooting out fireballs and spitting out pillars of magma. However, at this moment, the magma dragon had already been seriously injured. The attacks that it displayed were only half as powerful as when it was at its peak. For the masters of the 8 major clans, it was no threat at all. Even though the magma dragon was very unwilling, it could do nothing. In such a situation, it did not even have the chance to escape, let alone resist. It could only rely on the magma as its last resistance, a last-ditch struggle. The attacks of the experts were continuous. Every time they bombarded the body of the evil dragon, the body of the evil dragon would shrink a bit. 2 minutes later, the evil dragon let out another blood-curdling screech. Its body was only left with the last 3 meters of its body. The current magma dragon was only left with the cultivation of a first-grade great saint. It was no longer able to resist these powerful 5th-grade great saints. Furthermore, a fist-sized scarlet crystal could be seen on the neck of the magma dragon. It was the heart of blaze. Look, the heart of blaze is in the body of the malevolent dragon. It's the heart of blaze. Let's attack again and destroy the body of the malevolent dragon. The heart of blaze will automatically fall into our hands. Haha! Awesome! Finally, I've seen the legendary heart of blaze. Even if we can only get 1/8 of it, it's still a rare treasure that can be used to create a supreme genius. The magma dragon was already at the end of its flight. Many people could see the heart of blaze. Even with the protection of the magma dragon could only withstand one more attack from these experts before it was completely destroyed. At that time, the heart of blaze would be obtained by the 8 great clans. Even the magma would be divided among the 8 great clans. However, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at the heart of blaze. My chance has come. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with a strange light. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Be careful. This isn't a joke. De Huang Dog reminded solemnly. The experts of the 8 major clans had spent a great deal of effort to defeat the evil dragon. Now that they had achieved something, it was snatched away by Jiang Chen. How could they accept this? They would definitely be enraged on the spot. Moreover, considering the relationship between Jiang Chen and the 5 major clans, it would be strange if those old fellows did not beat Jiang Chen to death. Humph! Fortune comes from danger. As long as the ancient people and the experts of the demon race can hold them off for a while, I will succeed. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. This was his only chance to break through to the great saint realm. He couldn't miss it. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's body flickered and vanished. He used the spatial shift to travel at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through those experts and entered the magma. Hung Long! A loud bang appeared out of nowhere in the void. Then those 5th-grade great saints who had just launched their last attack saw a blood-red dragon claw descending from the sky, enveloping the magma dragon in an instant. Plop! A half-human half-dragon fell into the magma with a plop, along with the magma dragon and the heart of blaze. What? Someone exclaimed. Who is it? Who dares to snatch our treasure? Courting death. Everyone was infuriated. It's Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. This bastard has been hiding in the dark and took away the heart of Blaze at the critical moment. Behind them, the fourth-grade great saint who was defeated by the Earth Devil beast roared. For a moment, the name Jiang Chen exploded in the crowd. The facial expression of those fifth-grade great saints changed dramatically. Each of them gritted their teeth. They hated Jiang Chen to the bone. One of the most important figures in this ancient battlefield was to kill Jiang Chen. Now they hadn't even made a move to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to appear. Not only did he take the initiative to appear, but he had also snatched the fruit of their labor at such a critical moment. This was simply intolerable. Kill! Skin this little bastard alive! How dare he scheme against us? The fifth-grade great saint of desolate family said with a face full of tyranny. Elders, please help me buy some time. I am breaking through to the great saint realm. Once I succeed, I will reward you handsomely. At this time, Jiang Chen's divine sense spread out from the magma, falling into the ears of every elder of the demon race and the ancient people. Without any delay, the experts of these two families stood in front of the magma, confronting the other 6 families. The relationship between the two families and Jiang Chen had long been fixed. Not to mention the demon race, Jiang Chen had once entered the suspended tower and De Huang was one of them. It was the same for the ancient people. Jiang Chen was the son-in-law of the ancient people, which meant that he was a member of the ancient people. Even the patriarch, Gu Shintian, had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen was one of them, they naturally had to help him. In their point of view, it would be better if the Heart of Blaze could be obtained by Jiang Chen. It was better than sharing it equally among the 8 families. Ancient people, demon race, what are you doing? The great saint of the Hua family shouted. So many of you are bullying a junior. Don't you think it's too much? The elder of the heavenly leopard family said loudly. Too much. Old leopard, it's easy for you to say that. This little bastard is clearly using us to deal with the true dragon. He has snatched our treasure at the critical moment. We must kill him. The Heart of Blaze belongs to all of us. That's right. This little bastard is simply insane. He actually set his sights on the Heart of Blaze. Moreover, this person has a deep grudge against us. It couldn't be better for him to come out and throw his life away. Cut the crap. You two families better move away now. Otherwise, we won't be polite anymore. The people of the 5 families were completely infuriated. They had tried their best to defeat the evil dragon. If the Heart of Blaze was obtained by Jiang Chen, they would definitely vomit blood. So what if we aren't polite? Jiang Chen is now the son-in-law of our ancient people. He is also one of our ancient people. Whoever wants to kill him, our ancient people will be the first to disagree. The elders of the ancient people were also extremely powerful. They did not make a move and just bought time for Jiang Chen. For Jiang Chen, the most important thing now was time. He did not delay at all in the magma. The evil dragon was crushed by Jiang Chen almost without any resistance. Then, he directly swallowed the Heart of Blaze. Under the crazy operation of the dragon transformation skill, the Heart of Blaze began to be refined quickly. At the same time, Jiang Chen took out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was like the big mouth of an ancient beast. It began to crazily absorb all the magma. The magma contained a huge amount of energy, which was of great use to the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks began to condense rapidly. 100, 200, and soon, 300 were condensed. There were only 200 left to the Great Saint realm. Rumble. The rumbling sound in the magma was endless. A large amount of magma disappeared quickly. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all experts. I don't know what that little bastard is doing inside. He has already obtained the Heart of Blaze and is absorbing the magma. We must stop him quickly. If the Heart of Blaze is refined by him, all our efforts will be in vain. We will fail at the last step and become a gift for others. The elders of Dan clan said loudly. Cut the crap. Fire clan, Stone clan, you two block the people of Demon clan and Ancient people. The rest of you capture Jiang Chen. The experts of Shao clan said sternly. They had already seen that the Ancient people and Demon clan were helping Jiang Chen to delay time. Once Jiang Chen refined the Heart of Blaze, all their previous efforts would be a gift for Jiang Chen. However, they did not believe that Jiang Chen could refine the Heart of Blaze in such a short time. It was not so easy to refine such a treasure of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, they did not know the horror of dragon transformation skill. Not to mention the Heart of Blaze, even if it was a powerful treasure, it would be a piece of cake under the operation of dragon transformation skill. Fight! The experts of Hua clan shouted and took the lead to attack the ancient people. On the other side, the experts of Xueqi clan were also fighting against the demon clan. The 8 major clans that were united before had clashed with each other. The faces of the ancient people and the demon clan were incomparably ugly. They wanted to help Jiang Chen delay time, but there were too many enemies. They were powerless. Now, they were being blocked by the Xueqi clan and Hua clan. There was no way they could help Jiang Chen to stop the other 4 clans. The Bin clan had always been neutral when it came to the issue of Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen did not attack the experts of the Bin clan in Void Triangular Domain. However, now that it was about the Heart of Blaze, the Bin clan couldn't ignore it. If they didn't cooperate with the other 4 clans to deal with Jiang Chen, they would not be able to divide the Heart of Blaze. Chapter 933. This bastard is too audacious. He still dares to attack in such a situation. He must be courting death. That's right. He thinks that no one will dare to attack him just because he has the support of the ancient people and the demon race. What a joke. The Heart of Blaze was won by the experts of the 8 major families. If it falls into the hands of this bastard, where will the 8 major families put their faces? Don't worry. He is going to die for sure. Now that the Xueqi family and Hua family are blocking the demon race and the ancient people, the experts of the other 4 families are going to deal with Jiang Chen. That brat is just a minor saint. Even if he has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for so many 5th-grade great saints. Many of them were ridiculing Jiang Chen, but at the same time, they couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen's audacity. His audacity was boundless and insane to such an extent. However, in the eyes of many people, such audacity was a display of stupidity because Jiang Chen was too ignorant of the current situation. A genius like him couldn't even see the current situation clearly. Attacking in such a situation was no different than courting death. It turns out that Brother Jiang has been hiding in the dark all this while, but his current situation is really dangerous. Kong Yang, who was standing at a very far distance, saw everything. His face was full of worry. Brother Jiang is really a peerless hero. This Heart of Blaze is also known as the ambition of Raging Flame. It's the perfect match for someone like Brother Jiang. If Brother Jiang can refine it, you will get unimaginable benefits and you will be able to exert the power of the Heart of Blaze to the extreme. Unfortunately, the situation is too dangerous. We are too weak to provide any help and can only watch helplessly. Gu Lufeng shook his head and sighed. As a genius, he had been completely subdued by Jiang Chen, but even he knew how dangerous the situation was for Jiang Chen. All the experts of the Desolate family, Dan family, Narang family and Bin family, including 8 5th-grade great saints and nearly 24th-grade great saints. Not even the evil dragon could resist such a force, so how could Jiang Chen resist it? The battlefield was filled with flames. Destructive energy was raging everywhere. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. The geniuses of the ancient people and the demon race were completely pinned down. It was impossible for them to help Jiang Chen. On the other side, the experts of the 4 families were ready to attack Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only rely on himself. Currently, Jiang Chen was circulating the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, another 100 dragon marks were formed. There were only 100 more dragon marks left before he could break through to the 1st-grade great saint. The only thing he needed to do now was to seize the time to do so. Hung Long. However, the people on the outside obviously didn't want to give him any time. An enormous wave of energy blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards the magma. If Jiang Chen was hit by this boundless energy head-on, he would be torn into pieces. Zulong Tower. I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. As long as I can withstand this wave of attack, I will be able to advance to the Great Saint realm. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and released the Zulong Tower completely. The huge blood-red ancient tower enveloped Jiang Chen completely. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil inside instilled all their energy into the Zulong Tower, hoping to increase the power of the Zulong Tower. Hung Long. The attacks of all the experts of the 4 families hit the Zulong Tower at the same time. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Kong Yang and a Huang dog felt that it was difficult to breathe. No one could estimate the power of the joint attack of so many experts, but they were sure of one thing. If they were hit by this energy, there would only be one ending for them. They would certainly be smashed into pieces. Jiang Chen was betting now. He had pinned all his hopes on the Zulong Tower. Although the first floor of the Zulong Tower hadn't been fully condensed, it wouldn't be too weak as a true dragon supreme treasure. Furthermore, the collision between De Huang Dog and the Zulong Tower proved that the Zulong Tower had an amazing defensive power. Ka. The boundless energy hit the Zulong Tower, causing the Zulong Tower to shake violently. Cracking sounds were heard and cracks were everywhere. It was on the verge of shattering. Wah! Jiang Chen, who was in the Zulong Tower, was greatly shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were the same. Their faces were extremely ugly. Master, the ancient tower is about to shatter. We won't be able to withstand another attack from those experts. We will all die. The Earth Devil Beast said. Shut up. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. This situation was within his expectation. The Zulong Tower had just condensed. It was already quite good that it could help him block one attack. It was already beyond his expectation that it didn't shatter directly. For Jiang Chen, this short period of time was enough. He believed that the emergence of the Zulong Tower would certainly shock the opponents for a short period of time. This time was enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the Great Sage Realm. In fact, as Jiang Chen expected, everyone's eyes fell on the blood-red ancient tower that was about to shatter. They were shocked. What's that thing? It can actually block our attack. This little bastard has a lot of treasures on him. But it's impossible for this treasure to stop us. It's about to shatter. Let's attack again and break this treasure. Then we'll find Jiang Chen. Humph. This little bastard thinks that he can stop us with a defensive treasure. It's ridiculous. The experts of the four clans were shocked by the appearance of the Zulong Tower. But after a short period of shock, they were ready to attack again. Ancient people and the people of the demon race were extremely nervous. They didn't know what other tricks Jiang Chen had up his sleeve. But now it was really a moment of life and death. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were brighter than the stars. His expression was incomparably dignified. He was racing against time. The number of dragon marks had been completely condensed. A large number of top-grade true meta stones were consumed freely. The Zulong Tower was also working hard to absorb the magma to restore itself. He broke through. The Great Sage Realm was finally broken through. Jiang Chen's aura surged out of his body like a storm. It was like a monstrous wave. At this time, the attacks of those experts also came again. Jiang Chen put away the Zulong Tower directly. He spent a lot of effort to condense this Zulong Tower. Once it was broken, it would need to be condensed again. Moreover, after he advanced to the Great Sage Realm, the Zulong Tower also shook violently. The original broken parts began to recover gradually. At the same time, it was rapidly condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a wild roar towards the sky. His body doubled in size, like a peerless dragon. He waved his hand and struck out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. 15 powerful azure dragons whizzed out and attacked the experts of the 4 major families. Rumble! The violent energy was like a stormy sea, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Everyone stared at everything in front of them with their eyes wide open. Whether it was Jiang Chen's enemies or friends, they were all in shock. My God! What did I just see? Jiang Chen has advanced to the Great Saint Realm. That's right. That's the chi of a great saint. He has refined the heart of Blaze in such a short period of time and advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Isn't he a little too powerful? Haha, Brother Jiang is really awesome. He actually advanced to the Great Saint Realm at this time. He was able to kill a 3rd-grade Great Saint when he was still a 9th-grade Great Saint. Now that he has advanced to the Great Saint Realm, I'm afraid that he can kill a 4th-grade Great Saint. He even has the strength to fight an ordinary 5th-grade Great Saint. However, there are 8 5th-grade Great Saints in front of us. No one wasn't shocked. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would advance to the Great Saint Realm at such a critical moment? In their opinion, Jiang Chen was going to die today. There was no possibility of him surviving the attacks of so many experts. However, nothing was impossible for a person who could always create miracles. Today, Jiang Chen had once again created a miracle at the last moment. Bastard! This little bastard has really refined the heart of Blaze. Damn it! He has advanced to the Great Saint Realm. I wonder if our attacks just now have killed him. Seal everything here. We must not let this little bastard run away. The experts of the 4 major families were infuriated. They had the urge to vomit blood. They had gone through untold hardships to eliminate the evil dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze, but all of their hard work had gone to someone else. In the end, it was Jiang Chen's doing. How could they bear this? At this time, the ancient people and the experts of the demon race stopped what they were doing. Each and every one of them looked at the center of the frenzy. Their eyes were filled with strange colors. The chaotic energy dissipated. Jiang Chen's figure once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The current Jiang Chen was still in his half-dragon form, but his body was much bigger than before. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries in the collision just now. The gap between great saints wasn't small. It was different from minor saints. So, even if Jiang Chen was in his half-dragon form, he could only barely fight a 5th-grade great saint. It was almost impossible for him to kill a 5th-grade great saint. Just now, he had to withstand the joint attack of 8 5th-grade great saints and 24th-grade great saints. All right. The experts of the ancient people were pleasantly surprised. They could already see that Jiang Chen had advanced to the 1st-grade great saint. Plus, he was still unscathed under the attacks of so many people. Such an abnormal ability was simply unprecedented. Bastard! Everyone, let's attack together. We must eliminate this brat today. If he continues to grow, he will become a big threat to us sooner or later. We must eliminate him. Chapter 934. The scene that had just been silent for a moment erupted again. Although the Stone family and the ancient people didn't attack, it was impossible for them to help Jiang Chen as long as the Stone family and Hua family stood in front of the demon race and the ancient people. The destructive qi pervaded the air once more. The means of a great saint could destroy the heavens and earth with just a casual move. Even destroying a part of the sky was a very simple matter. At this moment, the experts of the 4 major families had sealed the entire spatial zone, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to escape. Even the Bin family did the same. They were now involved in the battle and had witnessed the terrifying potential of Jiang Chen. A brat who had just advanced to the Great Saint realm was able to withstand the joint attack of so many experts without dying. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such an abnormal existence in the heavens and earth. It was imaginable that if Jiang Chen was allowed to continue to grow, he would become a great threat to them sooner or later. The Bin family remained neutral in the beginning, but since they had taken action today, there was no way for them to withdraw themselves from this battle. They had also heard about Jiang Chen's means. Today they had taken action. If Jiang Chen grew stronger in the future, he would definitely go against them. Instead of that, it would be better for them to unite with the other 3 families to eliminate him. The current Jiang Chen didn't put these experts in his eyes. Although his current combat strength wasn't enough to defeat these 5th-grade great saints, he wasn't afraid of them. All his attention was now on the Heart of Blaze. This Heart of Blaze was really powerful. In a very short period of time, it had helped him condense another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 81,000. With another 1,000 more dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the 2nd-grade great saint. Not only that, the Heart of Blaze had other magical uses. Jiang Chen was still exploring them. Furthermore, after he advanced to the 1st-grade great saint, the first level of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed. The Zulong Tower had absorbed all the magma and the stimulation from his advancement had also completely condensed the 2nd level. In other words, the current Zulong Tower had already condensed 2 levels. It looked even more solid and majestic. A casual move of it would release boundless desolate force. Rumble. The attacks of the experts from the 4 major clans once again arrived before Jiang Chen. The void was shattered inch by inch, and the entire space was in a frenzy. Jiang Chen felt like he was in the middle of a storm. He suddenly raised his head, and 2 beams of ferocious light flashed in his eyes. The 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was once again unleashed by Jiang Chen in a frenzy, colliding with the spreading energy. An energy storm was formed and Jiang Chen was completely engulfed in it. He was caught in the eye of the storm. Such an attack was too strong. To put it bluntly, if a 4th-grade great saint was caught in it, he would be killed instantly. Even an ordinary 5th-grade great saint would be seriously injured if caught in it. After all, such an attack had combined the energy of 8 5th-grade great saints and 24th-grade great saints. It was imaginable how powerful it was. Thud thud thud. Jiang Chen was sent flying away by the frenzied energy. The green dragon that he unleashed was completely destroyed. Jiang Chen was severely injured once again, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen, you are indeed a miracle. A brat who has just advanced to the first grade Great Saint is able to withstand 2 of our attacks without dying, but compared to us, you are still too weak. Today you will die for sure if we attack together. The Great Saint of Desolate family said loudly. Kill him and take out the Heart of Blaze. The elder of Dan family said sternly. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. A bunch of old bastards. You have forced me to do this. Jiang Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand. His eyes were filled with ferocious light. He was concentrating on condensing the Zulong Tower and exploring the Heart of Blaze. But these old bastards kept attacking him. This had undoubtedly infuriated Jiang Chen. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Little beast, you have just advanced to the Great Saint realm. Don't tell me you still have any means to fight us? A Great Saint of Narang family sneered. Jie, these old bastards are going to suffer in a while. De Huang Dog smiled evilly from afar. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's means, but he knew it very well. As long as Jiang Chen advanced to the Great Saint realm, everything would be fine and no one would be able to do anything to him. De Huang, could it be that Brother Jiang still has some powerful means? Kong Yu asked doubtfully. That's right. Although Brother Jiang has advanced to the Great Saint realm, he is just a first-grade Great Saint. It is already very heaven-defying to be able to survive the joint attack of so many experts. It's almost impossible for Brother Jiang to turn defeat into victory when there's a huge gap in their cultivation. Leopard Wei also looked at De Huang Dog in surprise, because he couldn't think of any means that Jiang Chen had to deal with so many 5th-grade Great Saint experts. You all have overlooked one thing. Why didn't the heavenly tribulation befall Jiang Chen when he advanced to the Great Saint realm? De Huang Dog smiled mischievously. That's right. I have been wondering about it. One should know that the heavenly tribulation would befall immediately after an ordinary expert advanced to the Great Saint realm. But Brother Jiang has already advanced to the first-grade Great Saint, but the heavenly tribulation hasn't befallen him yet. What's going on? Kong Yang also looked at De Huang Dog. As someone who had experienced it before, he had more right to speak than Kong Yu and Leopard Wei. He knew more about the situation of advancing to the Great Saint realm. When he advanced to the Great Saint realm, the heavenly tribulation befell him immediately. Undoubtedly, the current situation of Jiang Chen was very strange. Because Jiang Chen can control the time of the heavenly tribulation by himself. You all will see. De Huang Dog's face was full of confidence. Not only did he know that Jiang Chen could control the time of the heavenly tribulation, but he also knew that once the heavenly tribulation was over, Jiang Chen's cultivation would probably advance to the 2nd-grade Great Saint. At that time, any 5th-grade Great Saint and 6th-grade Great Saint would be killed instantly. At that time, no one in the entire Pure Land would be able to kill him. What? I have never heard of someone who can control the heavenly tribulation by himself. Kong Yang exclaimed. He couldn't believe his ears. His knowledge wasn't shallow, but he had never heard of anyone who could control the time of the heavenly tribulation. The experts of the 4 major families were ready to attack again. They had completely regarded Jiang Chen as their prey. Today, they were determined to destroy Jiang Chen here. However, they were still angry because of the Heart of Blaze incident. They wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but they had neglected one thing. Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation. Although this was the internal space of the ancient battlefield, it was impossible to stop the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was everywhere. No matter where you were or what spatial zone you were in, it would cause the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. It was the same in countless planes. Even if you were in the high and mighty immortal world, you still wouldn't be able to get rid of the deterrence of the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with cruel light. He could already see that these old guys wouldn't let him go. They wouldn't allow him to explore the Heart of Blaze. In that case, there was no need for him to be polite. He would trigger the heavenly tribulation and consign these people to eternal damnation. Rumble. The experts of the 4 major families were just ready to attack again. Suddenly, the sky and earth roared. The color of the sky changed completely. There was the sound of thunder everywhere. Dark clouds covered the sky. In just a blink of an eye, endless thunder and lightning flashed and swept across the entire sky. A huge thunder and lightning vortex appeared above Jiang Chen's head. It's the heavenly tribulation. Everyone, retreat! The great sage of Shao clan exclaimed quickly. The heavenly tribulation was not a joke. Once you were involved, you would trigger your own tribulation and die tragically under the heavenly tribulation. The other experts of the 4 major families retreated in a hurry when they saw the situation. How could they still care about killing Jiang Chen? If they were involved in the thunderclouds, it would be embarrassing. Why is this kid's heavenly tribulation so strange? Why didn't it appear when he was advancing to the great sage just now? It only appeared now. I can't care so much. Everyone retreat. Otherwise, if you are involved in the thunderclouds, the consequences will be unimaginable. Humph. Jiang Chen will definitely die. After he passes the heavenly tribulation, he will be in a serious period of weakness. At that time it will be easy to kill him. The entire space shook violently. Everyone began to retreat and did not dare to have the slightest neglect. In the face of the terrifying heavenly tribulation, no one dared to take their own lives as a joke. Ancient people and the experts of the demon clan all showed a strong worry on their faces. They did not know that the arrival of the heavenly tribulation was deliberately controlled by Jiang Chen. They did not know how brilliant Jiang Chen's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation was. They were worried about Jiang Chen's situation after crossing the heavenly tribulation. It was conceivable that after Jiang Chen crossed the heavenly tribulation, he would fall into a period of weakness. Who could save him at that time? The other 6 major families were different. Each of them showed a sneer on their faces. They were very clear that no matter how powerful a practitioner was, he must be single-minded when crossing the heavenly tribulation. He dared not relax even a little. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Chen was bound to be the same. When he fell into a period of weakness, it would be easy for them to kill him. Roar! Howl! The thunderclouds in the sky shook violently. Everyone looked at it and saw a golden dragon with a length of 100 feet in the depths of the thunderclouds. It was circling and dancing, letting out bursts of dragon roars. Next to the dragon, there was a big bird emitting a 9-colored light. The big bird was incomparably mystical. It exuded arrogance from head to toe. Although it was not a real existence, its posture alone made people unable to help but have the thought of worshipping it. Divine Bird Phoenix. Yes, that was the legendary Divine Bird Phoenix. Oh my god, the dragon and phoenix roar together. It turns out to be the legendary Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. How is this possible? This is really the legendary Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. The dragon and phoenix roar together. This is the symbol of the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. There has never been a tribulation in history. Generally, when people advance to the Great Sage, it is already very terrifying to attract the 9 Revolutions Major Tribulation. This Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation has never appeared. This is the first time. Chapter 935. The Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation was a legendary tribulation. The legendary tribulation of the immortals had never appeared in the Saint Origin world. The most powerful tribulation here was only the 9 Revolutions Major Tribulation. Now that Jiang Chen had advanced to the Great Sage realm, the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation had appeared. The appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation shocked countless people. No matter what happened to Jiang Chen today, Jiang Chen's name would be recorded in the history of the Saint Origin world. The appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation was a historical moment. Heaven-defying. Jiang Chen is really heaven-defying. You should know that the strength of heaven's tribulation depends entirely on the heaven-defying degree of the person who transcends the tribulation. Only a very heaven-defying person can trigger the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. The elder of the Heavenly Leopard clan stared at the scene of the Dragon Phoenix in the sky and sighed again and again. Yes, De Huang has the bloodline of the Divine Beast, and he has obtained the existence of the Totem Divine Seal. What he triggered was only the 9 Revolutions Major Tribulation. Jiang Chen is really heaven-defying, but this Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation is too terrifying. It's not easy to pass through it safely. Yeah, such a terrifying major tribulation is a great test for the person who transcends the tribulation. The destructive power of such a tribulation is too great. It is very likely that the person will die during the tribulation. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned and fall into a very serious state of weakness. This is very disadvantageous for Jiang Chen's current situation. It's a pity that we can't help with this Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. We can only rely on Jiang Chen himself. He has been creating miracles all along. Now that he has obtained the Heart of Blaze, the benefits are great. I hope he can create another miracle again. Ancient people and the great sages of the Beastkin clan sighed endlessly. While they were shocked by the dragon and phoenix tribulation, they were also worried about Jiang Chen. They really couldn't help but worry. Jiang Chen's dragon and phoenix tribulation was indeed shocking, but the power of this tribulation was also unimaginable. After Jiang Chen experienced the dragon and phoenix tribulation, even if he didn't die, his condition would be very bad. How could he resist the attack of the 6 clans? However, even though they were worried, they couldn't do anything to help. Even a 9th grade great saint couldn't do anything about the tribulation. One had to rely on himself to overcome the tribulation. If anyone else were to enter the tribulation, they would trigger their own tribulation. At that time, they would be burned by the lightning fire and die without a burial place. Under the thunderstorm, Jiang Chen raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared at the dragon and phoenix in the sky, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Dragon and Phoenix Major Tribulation. The dragon transformation skill is truly abnormal. It has actually attracted the Dragon and Phoenix Major Tribulation, but this is nothing. I can use this tribulation to break through to the 2nd grade Great Saint. At that time, I will kill everyone. Jiang Chen thought to himself. As a matter of fact, he didn't expect to attract the Dragon and Phoenix Major Tribulation. The last time he advanced to the Minor Saint was the Devil Dragon Tribulation. He thought that this tribulation would be more terrifying than the last, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Come on. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, and he roared at the thunderclouds in the sky. Roar! Hell! The dragon and phoenix roared again. Both of them were staring at Jiang Chen with merciless eyes. They were furious at this person who dared to challenge the heaven's might. The heaven's might was inviolable. Anyone who violated the heaven's might must die under the lightning tribulation. The Dragon and Phoenix Major Tribulation was used to destroy everything. Hung long. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Countless lightning began to condense. The body of the dragon and the phoenix grew a lot stronger. Then, the dragon and the phoenix opened their mouths and spat out a ball of raging fire. It was the thunder fire, a flame that was condensed by lightning. It was the true thunder fire that Jiang Chen had obtained in his body. However, these 2 bolts of true thunder fire were cast by the dragon and phoenix. They contained boundless heavenly might and unimaginable destructive force. The 2 bolts of true thunder fire crashed towards Jiang Chen. However, at this moment, the ancestral dragon pagoda that had already condensed 2 floors suddenly shook violently, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment before he saw the ancestral dragon pagoda automatically unleashing its power from his body and colliding with the 2 lightning lights. Hung long. The 2 thunder fire struck the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower shook violently, but to everyone's surprise, the 2 thunder fire were devoured by the Zulong Tower. Crackle. Lightning flickered outside the Zulong Tower. There were dense electric nets everywhere, making the Zulong Tower even more magical. Moreover, after absorbing the 2 thunder fire, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower began to condense. This scene made Jiang Chen almost shout in excitement. Haha, awesome. Jiang Chen laughed. The Zulong Tower was said to be able to refine and absorb any energy between heaven and earth. However, he never thought that the Zulong Tower could even absorb the power of thunder and lightning. This was the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation. Jiang Chen's own tribulation was forcibly taken away by the Zulong Tower. However, Jiang Chen was now connected with the Zulong Tower by blood. Therefore, the forced appearance of the Zulong Tower did not cause the heavenly tribulation to go berserk. Under the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Chen's tribulation and the Zulong Tower's tribulation were the same. They were one. Rumble. The dragon and phoenix roared together. 2 thicker thunderbolts fell again. Each thunderbolt was like a giant python. No one knew how much destructive power it carried. Jiang Chen was originally worried that the Zulong Tower could not withstand it. However, after the Zulong Tower absorbed the 2 thunderbolts again, he was completely relieved. It seemed that after the Zulong Tower condensed 2 floors, its defensive power was even more tyrannical. Now that the Zulong Tower was condensing a 3rd floor under the Thunder Tribulation, Jiang Chen was naturally very happy. More importantly, Jiang Chen did not have much confidence in crossing the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation. In addition, there were so many strong enemies outside. Now it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. The existence of the Zulong Tower could not only help him resist the heavenly tribulation, but it could also absorb all the energy of the heavenly tribulation, maximizing his benefits. No matter how he thought about it, it was a very awesome thing. Jiang Chen could not help but be excited. The Zulong Tower absorbed a large amount of the power of thunder and lightning. He was connected to the origin of the Zulong Tower, so he could also benefit. Although the benefits were limited, it was better than nothing. However, the absorption of the power of thunder and lightning by the Zulong Tower made the Earth Devil Beast and the devil inside the Zulong Tower suffer. Both of them were creatures with strong demonic nature. These fierce and pure Yang Thunderbolts were their nemesis and natural enemies. Earth Devil Beast, Devil, quickly hide in the interspatial ring. Jiang Chen opened an interspatial ring and let the Earth Devil Beast and the devil go in. Now that I have the protection of the Zulong Tower, I can go through the heavenly tribulation without worry. I will also enter the Zulong Tower and accept the baptism of thunder and lightning while exploring the Heart of Blaze. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen entered the ancestral dragon pagoda. At this time, Jiang Chen simply reverted to his true form. He sat cross-legged in the lightning and began to explore the Heart of Blaze wholeheartedly. He had already refined the Heart of Blaze completely, but it hadn't reached a perfect fusion with his heart. He believed that he would certainly get some benefits after the Heart of Blaze had completely fused with his heart. Roar! The dragon and phoenix in the sky became even more furious when they saw that they could not hurt Jiang Chen. They began to bombard him with even more powerful attacks. However, the Zulong Tower was not afraid at all. No matter how many attacks came, they were still absorbed. This scene stunned everyone. Everyone's mouths were wide open. They could not believe what they were seeing. What kind of treasure is that blood-red ancient tower? It can actually help Jiang Chen to resist the heavenly tribulation. This is too shocking. Yeah, it's too scary. The ancient tower didn't seem to be so powerful just now. It was almost shattered by the attacks of the experts. I didn't expect it to recover so quickly. Where did Jiang Chen get this treasure? It's too abnormal. It can actually resist the heavenly tribulation. Damn it! How can this little bastard be so lucky to get such a treasure? I thought he would die in the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. Now, it seems that he will probably pass through it. Humph! It's not a big deal if he passes through it. He will more or less enter a period of weakness. Even if he doesn't enter a period of weakness, with his first-grade Great Saint cultivation, it will be as easy as playing a game for us to kill him. The people of the 6 major families were gnashing their teeth. When they saw the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation, they were sure that Jiang Chen was going to die. But they didn't expect that Jiang Chen would have such a powerful trump card that could help him resist the heavenly tribulation. What the fuck? This tower is too awesome. De Huang Dog was shocked. He already knew about the appearance of the Zulong Tower. As a matter of fact, when the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation appeared, De Huang Dog's heart was filled with worry. But he was still very confident about Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to worry at all. The Zulong Tower had directly helped Jiang Chen resist everything. This guy is truly a monstrous genius. Sure enough, he has created another miracle. I just don't know what kind of treasure is in that ancient tower. Jiang Chen is a person with great luck. Such a person's future will be limitless. It's the right choice for us to befriend him. In the near future, Saint Origin World will fall into chaos and Jiang Chen will certainly play the most important role. That's right. Now it seems that we don't need to worry about the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation anymore. Let's see if he can create another miracle after the heavenly tribulation. Ancient people and the great saint experts of the demon race heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen had this kind of heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. His whole body was bathed in the sea of lightning as if he was taking a bath. Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to pay attention to the shock outside. All his attention was on the Heart of Blaze. While absorbing the power of lightning, he was making the Heart of Blaze fuse perfectly with his heart, waiting for the appearance of a miracle. Chapter 936. Hong Long Long. The rumbling sound lingered in the sky above the entire spatial zone. The dragon and phoenix kept launching lightning and fire attacks, but they couldn't cause any damage to the Zulong Tower. All the lightning were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. It was obvious that the third floor of the Zulong Tower was condensing at the fastest speed. Half of the third floor had already been condensed. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen was in a perfect state of cultivation. Apart from the fact that the number of dragon marks in his body was condensing slowly due to the absorption of the heavenly lightning, the most important thing was the fusion of the Heart of Blaze. Currently, the Heart of Blaze had completely fused with Jiang Chen's heart. At the moment when the two hearts were completely fused together, a tremendous aura was suddenly released from Jiang Chen's body. That aura was that of a peerless hero, a supreme hero. The Heart of Blaze was also known as the Heart of Raging Flames. After fusing together, Jiang Chen's already domineering aura was added with a hidden heroic spirit, making people admire him. However, what Jiang Chen obtained was not only his heroic spirit, but also his own benefits. Behind his back, an illusory pair of fire wings gradually appeared. The wings gradually solidified, and in the end, it turned into a solid form. These fire wings were different from his dragon wings. They were evolved from the Heart of Blaze. In other words, the Heart of Blaze had turned into a pair of dazzling and bizarre fire wings. Wings of Blaze. 4 words emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. His eyes turned fiery red, and the fiery wings on his back fluttered, unleashing endless waves of fire. Especially after the Heart of Blaze merged with the true Thunderfire and true Dragonfire, its power was unimaginable. The wings of Blaze could travel thousands of miles in a flash. The world was so vast that any place could be within a single thought. Although the wings of Blaze didn't have much offensive power, the increase in speed was unimaginable, especially to Jiang Chen. With the help of the wings of Blaze and the spatial shift, he could travel to the interior of the void. Even a mighty 7th grade great saint wouldn't be able to kill him. Haha, this feels great. Jiang Chen laughed. This was indeed a very delightful thing. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient battlefield. Putting aside the Zulong Tower, the Heart of Blaze alone had brought great benefits to Jiang Chen. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen kept the flaming wings. His eyes were fixed on the experts of the 6 major families through the ancestral dragon pagoda. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. It wasn't the first time that he was implicated. If he were to face the heavenly tribulation and chase after the experts of the 6 major families, he didn't know how many of them would die under the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation. There were a lot of 5th grade great saints on the other side. If it was before, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could kill all of them. After all, most of them would choose to flee due to the fear of the lightning tribulation, but now that he had the flaming wings, he could kill anyone he wanted. Catching up to the 5th grade great saints was just too easy. I'll let you live a little longer. You can't miss such a great opportunity like the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen looked at the lightning surrounding him and began preparing to concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. He had no more 9 solar less rond pill. He had left some in the Martial Saint dynasty, and he had given the rest to the ancient people as a betrothal gift to Wu Ningzhu. For a medicine like the 9 solar lightning dragon pill, it would be best if he could concoct more of it. Today, the ancient race and demon race had helped him a lot. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have been able to successfully refine the Heart of Blaze, and the ancestral dragon pagoda would have been destroyed by now. Now that the Heart of Blaze had been refined by him and the magma had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower, he didn't have anything precious to repay the ancient people and the demon race. So, he decided to use the opportunity of the lightning tribulation to concoct some 9 solar less rond pill. He believed that the 2 major families would be very interested in the 9 solar less rond pill. The true Thunderfire and true Dragonfire fused together, and with Jiang Chen as the center, a sea of flames was formed. At the same time, Jiang Chen's soul energy was gushing out from his body like a tidal wave, fusing with the flames. After that, as if he was performing a magic trick, Jiang Chen took out some herbs and 9 solar holy water and threw them into the flame. With the help of the lightning, he started concocting pills as if there was no one around him. What's Jiang Chen doing? He's concocting a pill. Concocting the 9 solar lightning dragon pill. That's right. It's the 9 solar lightning dragon pill. Under the heavens, only Jiang Chen can concoct this pill. Ancient people cried out in shock. What? The legendary 9 solar less rond pill? An elder of the heavenly leopard race exclaimed. Although they had never seen the 9 solar less rond pill before, they had heard of its fame. Among all the pills, the 9 solar less rond pill was undoubtedly the best. That's right. When Jiang Chen went to the ancient people to propose marriage, he brought 3 9 solar less rond pill as a betrothal gift. He personally concocted them. We didn't believe it at first, But who would have thought that he would be concocting the pill now? It must be the 9 solar less rond pill. Ancient people said. Many people were shocked. They stared at Jiang Chen's movements without blinking. Especially the experts of the Dan clan. For the Dan clan, concocting pills was the easiest thing to do. It was their greatest pride. But in the entire Dan clan, there was no one who could concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. Damn it! I don't believe that he can concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. Our Dan clan's concoction technique is the #1 under the heavens. How can Jiang Chen concoct a pill that even our Dan clan can't? The elders of Dan family's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Alchemy was the greatest pride of their family. But now, Jiang Chen was going to suppress them in their most prideful field. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. You're right. But at the same time, the people of the Dan clan were also staring at Jiang Chen without blinking. They wanted to see how Jiang Chen would concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen was their enemy, if they could see the process of an alchemist concocting the 9 solar less rond pill with their own eyes, it would be a once-in-100 years opportunity. Haha, your Dan clan is known as the #1 under the heavens in alchemy. I wonder how your Dan clan is compared to Jiang Chen. The elders of the ancient people laughed and started to mock them. Humph. It's still uncertain whether he can succeed or not. The expert of the Dan clan harumphed coldly. The most important thing in alchemy was the state of mind. It was the combination of the state of mind and soul power. The higher the grade of the pill, the harsher the conditions needed to concoct it. He firmly believed that no one could concoct a pill while transcending tribulation, not even Jiang Chen with the help of the Zulong Tower. Of course, if they knew that Jiang Chen had concocted the 9 solar less rond pill more than once without the help of the Zulong Tower, they would surely feel uncomfortable. I really admire Jiang Chen from the bottom of my heart. He is truly a peerless genius. Not only does he have heaven-defying combat strength and tyrannical means, he is also a formidable alchemist. Such a genius rarely appears in 10,000 years. There has never been such a genius in the history of Saint Origin world. Kong Yang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with Jiang Chen's footsteps in this lifetime. He could only look up to Jiang Chen in the future. Gu Lu Feng had the same expression. Both he and Kong Yang were famous figures on the sky ranking, but when compared to Jiang Chen, they felt that the gap between them and Jiang Chen wasn't small. Not only them, but some geniuses from Saint Origin Palace also had an incomparably ugly expression. All along, they were the elites among the geniuses, the pinnacle existence of this era. They were proud of themselves. The fact that they could cultivate in Saint Origin Palace was a symbol of their identity. However, after seeing the strength of Jiang Chen, they all lowered their heads. In front of Jiang Chen, their so-called halo was overshadowed. Lightning rippled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, hoping to see the birth of the 9 sun less rond pill. Jiang Chen's hands kept moving, striking out seals at an extremely fast speed. Many of them didn't know how to concoct pills, so they couldn't see what was going on. However, those from Dan family had an ugly expression on their faces. They even found it difficult to breathe. Jiang Chen's concoction technique was too amazing. They had to admit that watching Jiang Chen concoct pills was a kind of enjoyment. It was a kind of improvement to their attainments in alchemy. Very quickly, the first 9 sun less rond pill was completely concocted. The pill was golden in color and was wrapped in lightning. One could see the shadow of a dragon rippling inside the pill. It looked very mystical. Look, he has concocted the 9 sun less rond pill so easily. There's almost no chance of failure. Someone from Dan family exclaimed. At this moment, they had already forgotten that Jiang Chen was their enemy. They couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. That's the 9 sun less rond pill? It really is miraculous. It looks exactly the same as the legendary 9 sun less rond pill. There's no difference at all. That's a peerless holy medicine. If I can get a 9 sun less rond pill, my constitution will undergo a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. At that time, my talent will be reborn, and I'll be able to break through to a higher realm. Look, another one is concocting. 3, 4, 6. Too fast. There's no chance of failure at all. Heavens! Is he even human? How can there be such a monster in the world? A high-grade alchemist has to spend his entire life concocting pills. As a result, his combat strength won't be too strong. But not only is his combat strength heaven-defying, His alchemy skills are also heaven-defying. Such a monster, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Kill. When the heavens' tribulation is over, we have to kill him no matter what. He's too terrifying and heaven-defying. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, there will be endless troubles in the future. The faces of the experts from the 6 clans changed. They were completely shocked by Jiang Chen's monstrousness. Chapter 937. Refining elixirs under the thunderbolts was a spectacle in itself. It was even more peculiar than the dragon and phoenix. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them. However, this was nothing to Jiang Chen. Since he had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, refining elixirs was a piece of cake for him. Even without the help of the Zulong Tower, he could still refine the 9 sun-less rond pill. However, it would be more difficult to refine. Rumble. Seeing that they couldn't kill Jiang Chen, the dragons and phoenixes were infuriated. They kept bombarding Jiang Chen crazily. The ancient battlefield was almost destroyed. Cracks began to appear on the spatial barrier, as if it was going to shatter at any time. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the dragon and phoenix in the sky and said faintly, "It's almost time. After refining a few more elixirs, it will be time to settle the score with them." Jiang Chen revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The dragon and phoenix calamity had been bombarding for a period of time. Seeing that it was coming to an end, Jiang Chen didn't want to give up this great opportunity. Moreover, the closer it was to the end, the more powerful the heavens' calamity would be. It couldn't be compared to before. Overall, this heavens' calamity had benefited Jiang Chen a lot. The main reason was the strength of the Zulong Tower. At this moment, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be completely condensed. It was certain that after the heavens' calamity was over, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. At that time, its power would be even more tyrannical. The defensive ability of the Zulong Tower was already beyond doubt. As for the offensive ability, Jiang Chen still didn't know. However, now wasn't the time to discuss it. The secrets of the Zulong Tower could be slowly explored in the future. Very soon, Jiang Chen's second wave of refining elixirs was over. In Jiang Chen's hands, he had refined a total of 29 sun-less rond pill. The 20 incomparably dazzling elixirs were constantly hovering around Jiang Chen's body. Heavens, he was able to refine 29 sun-less rond pill in such a short time, and there was no failure rate at all. Is he still human? The great saint of Dan family shivered. He was a powerful alchemist himself. Putting aside other aspects, he was one of the best in Saint Origin world in terms of alchemy. However, after witnessing Jiang Chen's concoction, he felt that he had lived his life in vain. He didn't know that there was such an exquisite and peerless concoction technique in this heavens and earth. Putting everything else aside, watching Jiang Chen concoct pills with his own eyes had brought him endless benefits. After returning to Dan family, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for his concoction technique to reach a higher level. Of course, it was hard to say whether he could return alive to Dabe. At this moment, many people of Dan family felt regretful. If they didn't make Jiang Chen their enemy in Void Triangular Domain, they might be able to befriend him like the ancient people and the demon race. In that case, it would be extremely beneficial to their Dan family. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were now mortal enemies with Jiang Chen. The hatred between them and Jiang Chen was irreconcilable. There was no way to resolve it now. 29 sun-less rond pill. What an eye-opener. Being able to witness such an amazing concoction with my own eyes, I have no regrets. I have seen some high-ranked alchemists concoct pills before, but compared to Jiang Chen, no matter if it's the technique or the success rate, they are on a completely different level. That's right. It's a miracle to concoct 29 sun-less rond pill in such a short period of time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Jiang Chen can do it. Dan family is known as the #1 family in alchemy, but compared to Jiang Chen, it's like a child playing house. Ancient people and the great saints of demon race were generous with their praises for Jiang Chen. The elder of heavenly leopard race even started to ridicule Dan family. In fact, Jiang Chen's existence was a slap to Dan family's face. Hell. The roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix. The two lightning gods were completely enraged. Their lightning attacks were at least twice as powerful as before. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly kept his flames and pills and stopped his pill concoction. With a sway of his body, he rushed towards the camp of the desolate family at top speed in the blink of an eye. Ancient people and demon race, retreat now, lest you get caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen's voice reached the ears of ancient people and demon race at the same time. The experts of the two races saw Jiang Chen's movement and their facial expression changed. They instantly understood what Jiang Chen was going to do. How would they dare to delay any further? Immediately, they flew away at full speed. Damn it! This is crazy! The elder of Heavenly Leopard race was full of excitement. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation had reached its final stage, its power was countless times stronger than before. It was imaginable how much damage and destructive power would be caused if Jiang Chen rushed into the crowd with lightning. Not good. Run. The 5th grade Great Saint of Desolate Family's facial expression changed drastically. Immediately, he stretched his neck and roared. Many of them had seen through Jiang Chen's intention. This was simply insane. Normally, when a cultivator was transcending the tribulation, he would only focus on his own tribulation. How would he dare to split his attention to deal with others? If other experts were involved in the tribulation, it would only increase the power of his own tribulation. This was a suicidal method, but Jiang Chen had done it. Swoosh! All the experts of Desolate Family were terrified. Immediately, they fled in all directions. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast. He caught up with them in an instant. Half of them were shrouded by the lightning, including the two powerful 5th grade Great Saints. Hung hung. Og. 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 Immediately after that, shrill screams were heard. Those Great Saints of Desolate Family who were shrouded by the lightning let out blood-curdling screams. They were blasted to pieces by the heavenly tribulation and died on the spot. Swoosh! It was too fast. Everything happened in an instant. The Desolate Family had encountered a catastrophe. The two 5th grade Great Saints had died tragically. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen to enter a weakened state after the tribulation, but no one had thought that Jiang Chen would use such a method to attack them. If he was allowed to continue his rampage, they were afraid that many of them would die before the end of the lightning tribulation. After killing nearly half of the experts of Desolate Family, Jiang Chen's cold eyes turned to the Hua family. Hiss! The people of the Hua family gasped and began to flee frantically. It was too terrifying. They had seen the tragic death of the experts of Desolate Family clearly. Now that Jiang Chen was going to attack them, they were scared out of their wits. They knew very well that their opponent wasn't Jiang Chen, but the heavenly tribulation. It was imaginable that if they were shrouded by the heavenly tribulation, their ending wouldn't be any better than the Desolate Family. Haha! Where do you think you're going? Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The flaming wings spread out with a swoosh. With a gentle flap, his speed reached the extreme. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with the camp of the Hua family. This time, another half of the experts of the Hua family were shrouded by the lightning. Miserable screams lingered in the air. All those who were shrouded by the lightning were instantly turned into powder by the lightning. Oh my God! Many of them exclaimed. Even the ancient people and the people of the demon race were dumbfounded by the scene. It was too fucking powerful. Such an attack was simply heaven-defying. They were glad that they had made a wise choice to befriend Jiang Chen. It wasn't a good thing to be enemies with such a heaven-defying figure. Run! Everyone, run! This little bastard has gone crazy. The great sage of Narang clan shouted loudly. He was really frightened. Once the heavenly tribulation came, it would be a disaster. They were all people who had passed the tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation of others was different from their own. Their own heavenly tribulation came according to their own strength and could be resisted. However, if they fell into the heavenly tribulation of others, not only would they have to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation of others, they would also trigger their own tribulation. That was a tribulation originating from the origin. The thunder and fire began to burn from the depths of the soul. It was impossible to resist it. As long as they fell into it, they would almost certainly die. However, all along, those who had passed the heavenly tribulation would go through it in a safe and steady manner. They wouldn't joke around with their lives. They had never seen someone as crazy as Jiang Chen before. Half of the experts of the Desolate Family and Hua family had died. This had completely frightened the other 4 families. They didn't dare to be careless anymore. They immediately scattered and hid in the inner part of the spatial zone. However, It was useless to travel through the spatial zone at this moment unless they could get out of the ruins and return to their original world. Otherwise, even if they were in the inner part of the spatial zone, they would still be within the range of the heavenly tribulation. They wouldn't be able to avoid it even if they wanted to. 5 Elemental Sphere. Their speed was fast, but Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. He immediately casted out the 5 Elemental Sphere. Almost half of the experts from the 4 major families were covered by the 5 Elemental Sphere. Because these experts were running in different directions, it was basically impossible to kill all of them. Jiang Chen's 5 Elemental Sphere was extremely powerful. However, Jiang Chen also had a specific target. This time, all the 5th grade minor saints were enveloped by the sphere. At most, only 2 of them managed to escape. The 5 Elemental Sphere was Jiang Chen's personal sphere. So, he would be completely involved in the heavenly tribulation. In other words, once these experts entered the 5 Elemental Sphere, they would be punished by the heavenly tribulation. Arg! In the entire 5 Elemental Sphere, lightning flashed and flames soared to the sky. Miserable shrieks were heard everywhere. Some of them were covered in lightning fire and were burned to ashes in an instant. In less than a minute, all the experts who were enveloped by Jiang Chen's sphere had died tragically. None of them survived. Chapter 938. Under the lightning, a blood-red ancient pagoda was hovering above Jiang Chen's head. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were cold and merciless. He was simply a peerless devil. He didn't even bat an eyelid when killing people. The entire spatial zone was in complete chaos. Spatial turbulence was shooting everywhere. Countless places were flickering with lightning. Everyone who was standing here felt an inexplicable sense of insecurity. They were all mighty great saints, high and mighty. It wasn't easy to kill a great saint, but at this moment, all of them felt that they might die at any time. Everyone, get close to the ancient people and the demon race. Someone shouted. The people of the 6 major families reacted. They didn't care whether the demon race and the ancient people were against them or not. One by one, they approached the 2 major families crazily. Even if they couldn't integrate into the 2 families, they couldn't stay too far away from them. Only now did they realize that Jiang Chen was on the same side as the ancient people and the demon race. He couldn't bear the heavenly tribulation to attack the ancient people and the demon race. Get lost! The elder of heavenly leopards shouted at the people who were approaching them. It seemed that he was ready to attack at any time. The demon race was a bloodthirsty race. They wouldn't care who their opponent was. Plus, they were now on the same side as Jiang Chen. Get lost! They wouldn't scram even if they were beaten to death. How could they possibly scram? As long as they scram, they would definitely die. They would rather be beaten to death by the demon race and ancient race. In fact, they might even start a huge war with these 2 races than to die under the heavens tribulation. Hell! Above the sky, at the peak of the lightning, the dragon and phoenix were finally infuriated. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw that the body of the dragon and phoenix had doubled in size. The spatial barrier here had begun to crumble. This was the collapse of the ancient battlefield. It seems like this place is going to collapse soon. The Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation is about to reach its final stage. I will return to the Eastern Continent. The Zulong Tower will absorb the last lightning tribulation, and the 3rd level will be fully condensed. Unfortunately, I won't be able to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint after the Zulong Tower absorbs all the lightning tribulation. But it's not a big deal. Even if I can't advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint, I will still be at the peak of the 1st grade Great Saint. Plus, my foundation is strong and stable. It will be easy for me to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint in the future. Jiang Chen looked at the dragon and phoenix tribulation that was about to come down from the sky and pondered. He looked at the remaining people of the 6 major clans and saw that they were too close to the ancient people and the demon clan, so he put away the idea of killing everyone. This was a divine tribulation. He could control the time of the divine tribulation, but he could not accurately control the location of the divine tribulation. If he was careless and engulfed the ancient people and the demon clan, it would be terrible. Hung Long. The dragons and phoenixes roared at the same time. This time, they dragged their true bodies and charged towards the ancestral dragon pagoda. When they collided with the ancestral dragon pagoda, they exploded. The destructive energy went completely berserk. Not even the ancestral dragon pagoda could absorb all the energy. Jiang Chen saw that the Zulong Tower was shaking violently. The 3rd level had been fully condensed. Hung Long. The divine tribulation vanished, but the rumbling sound became more intense. It was the sound of the spatial shattering. Under the raging dragon and phoenix major tribulation, the spatial zone finally couldn't withstand it anymore and shattered completely. Jiang Chen kept the Zulong Tower. The current him had 81,500 dragon marks in his body. He was only 500 dragon marks away from the second-grade Great Saint. With his current combat strength, killing a fourth-grade Great Saint would be a piece of cake. He could even fight against an ordinary fifth-grade Great Saint. The defensive power of the Zulong Tower was amazing. The 3 levels of the Zulong Tower could almost withstand the attack of a sixth-grade Great Saint. In other words, from now on, no one in the entire Pure Land could kill Jiang Chen. Everyone, leave this place quickly. The spatial zone is about to shatter. Someone shouted. If the spatial zone shattered, everything here would cease to exist. They had to leave this place before the spatial zone shattered. However, this was a very simple thing for great saints and minor saints who had complete control over the spatial force. They just needed to grab a crack in the spatial zone and rush out of it. No one dared to be negligent. Everyone began to frantically fly out of the spatial zone. Jiang Chen flew to De Huang Dog and Kong Yang's side and said, "Let's leave as well." "What about Ai Yan? He is still refining Gu Tianma and Xiao Yu. She hasn't appeared yet." De Huang Dog sounded worried. When the 4 of them came here together, there was no news of Yan Chenyu. Han Yan was still refining Gu Tianma. "Don't worry. I have already sensed it. Only half of the spatial zone in the ancient battlefield has collapsed. The spatial zone where Ai Yan is in is still intact after being reinforced by Gu Tianma. As for Xiao Yu, even if the spatial zone is shattered, she can still rush out of it given her ability." Jiang Chen said. Han Yan was the safest. That small spatial zone was once refined by the 9th-grade Great Saint Gu Tianma. It was very strong. Refining a 9th-grade Great Saint Gu Tianma was a great fortune to Han Yan. Before the refinement was completed, they should try not to disturb him. As for Yan Chenyu, she hadn't appeared yet. Jiang Chen guessed that she might have encountered some kind of great fortune. One should know that Yan Chenyu was born with the 9 Yin meridians, a powerful 9 Yin body. She had also obtained the inheritance of the ice god. Such a figure was born with great luck. She would certainly obtain great benefits in this ancient battlefield. This was for sure. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about their safety. The spatial zone shattered and the thunder disappeared. Everyone rushed out from the broken spatial zone. Thick smoke billowed under their feet. All of the experts were floating in the sky. Below them was a boundless desolate mountain range. This was the most remote place in the eastern continent. At this moment, everyone was automatically divided into 2 camps. The people of the 6 major families gathered together. Although almost half of their experts had been killed by Jiang Chen, there were still a lot of them. At least, their numbers were more than the combined forces of the ancient people and the demon race. However, the faces of the people of the 6 major families darkened. They had suffered a great loss in this trip to the ancient battlefield. Their hatred for Jiang Chen had reached a level higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. It was the ultimate hatred that couldn't be resolved. Jiang Chen stood in front of the camp of the ancient people and the demon race. It was as if he had become the backbone of the 2 families. He completely ignored the hateful gazes of the 6 major families and turned to the ancient people and the demon race. He turned his palms and 8-9 sun-less rond pill appeared on each of his palms. "Elder Gu, Elder Heavenly Leopard, you have helped me, Jiang Chen, a lot today. The heart of blaze has been completely refined by me and the magma has been absorbed. Jiang Chen has nothing to repay you with. These 8-9 sun-less rond pill will be your reward." Jiang Chen stretched his arms and handed the 8-9 sun-less rond pill to the 5th-grade great saints of the ancient people and the demon race. Hiss! Many of them gasped. The eyes of the ancient people and the demon race fell upon Jiang Chen's hands. 8-9 sun-less rond pill. Wasn't this reward a little too precious? It was too generous. At this moment, everyone felt that it was worthwhile for them to help Jiang Chen. Although he was a devil god of slaughter, he was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He was cruel and overbearing to his enemies, but true to his friends. They all knew that Jiang Chen had refined a total of 29 sun-less rond pill. Now, he had taken out 16 of them. His heroic spirit was truly admirable. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen's heroic spirit had become stronger after refining the heart of blaze. This, Jiang Chen, isn't this a little too precious? Elder Heavenly Leopard didn't dare to accept it. As a matter of fact, they only stopped the Shi family and Hua family. They didn't help Jiang Chen much. In the end, all the difficulties were solved by Jiang Chen himself. It was really embarrassing for them to take out such a precious reward. Haha! When did the demon race become so bashful? You demon race and the ancient people are my people. I have always been a straightforward person. If you don't want it, I will be eaten by De Huang like beans. Jiang Chen said and was about to throw the 9 sunless rond pill to De Huang dog. Yes, yes. Upon seeing this, the Elder of Heavenly Leopard and the Elder of Ancient People didn't dare hesitate. They quickly snatched the pill from Jiang Chen's hand while glaring at De Huang dog who was wagging his tail. What kind of joke was this? This was the 9 sunless rond pill. Letting this dog eat it like beans was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Watching the ancient people and demon race receive so many 9 sunless rond pill, the eyes of the other 6 families were filled with envy and jealousy. They wondered how many geniuses could be nurtured by these pills. Jiang Chen, you are insane. You have killed so many of our people. Don't even think about leaving alive today. A 5th grade great saint of the Shi family said to Jiang Chen fiercely. His words made the atmosphere tense again. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and stared at the elder of the Shi family coldly. He said in a flat tone, "Just with the likes of you? If I were you, I would run as far as I can." Humph. Jiang Chen, don't be arrogant. The experts of the 6 families are coming soon. You will die today. Someone harumphed coldly. As soon as his voice faded, a group of incomparably powerful experts appeared in the distance. There were at least a dozen of them. Each of them had an incomparably powerful chi. An ordinary 5th grade great saint couldn't compare to them. Not good. The patriarchs of the 8 major families are here. There are also other 6th grade great saints. They are here for you. The news has already reached the Pure Land. Chapter 939. Haha. Jiang Chen, you are dead meat. Without the heavenly tribulation, you have lost your protective talisman. How can a puny 1st grade great saint fight a 6th grade great saint? That's right. You are a mad devil. Everyone has the right to punish you. Seeing the emergence of the experts of the 6 major families, the people of the 6 major families were excited. Thinking of their people who died tragically under the lightning tribulation, their hatred for Jiang Chen was indescribable. All of them gritted their teeth and their eyes turned red. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Jiang Chen, run away quickly. The elder of the Heavenly Leopard family said. That's right, Jiang Chen. You might have a chance if you run away now. The elder of the ancient people also reminded him that if he didn't run away now, there would be no chance for him to escape. It's too late. Jiang Chen smiled, but there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. He didn't plan to run away at all. If he wanted to, he could leave safely even if all the 6th grade great saints besieged him. However, after seeing the emergence of these 6th grade great saints, Jiang Chen suddenly came up with a new plan. Bo! More than a dozen 6th grade great saints appeared, hovering in the sky. After they appeared, their eyes fell upon their own camp. Their facial expression changed dramatically when they saw that almost half of their people had been killed. What's going on? The patriarch of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuntian, shouted. A 4th grade great saint elder of the Desolate family hastily flew to Desolate Yuntian's side and said bitterly, Patriarch, it's all because of that Jiang Chen. He snatched the heart of Blaze and advanced to the great saint realm. He used the heavenly tribulation to destroy half of the people of the 6 major families. What? Desolate Yuntian's anger burst out immediately. He had never been so furious before. The chi of a 6th grade great saint was fully unleashed. His cold eyes stared at the direction where Jiang Chen was. Patriarch, we've also lost half of our people, said the elder of the Hua clan. Hua Batian was even more furious. He wanted to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. At the same time, the patriarchs of the Bin clan, the Shi clan, the Narang clan, the Dan clan and the great elder who came with them were all furious. The number of their clansmen who came to the ancient battlefield was too great. To them, this was an unimaginable loss. Little bastard, I only regret not killing you in the spiritual space mountain back then. Xueqi's arms released caw-caw sounds. You've killed so many of my clansmen. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape today. You must leave your life behind. Narang Chongtian was also furious. It's a big mistake that we didn't kill him in the spiritual space mountain. The patriarch of the Dan clan, Dan Yongtian, was also grieved. Just like the other patriarchs, he felt that the biggest mistake they made was not killing Jiang Chen in the spiritual space mountain, which resulted in today's disaster. During this period of time, not only did they give Jiang Chen a chance to grow, but they also lost a lot of geniuses. Now, a large number of their clansmen were killed by the lightning tribulation. The culprit of all this was Jiang Chen. What reason did they have to let him go? Jiang Chen, our Bin clan has no grudge against you. Why did you do this? The patriarch of the Bin clan, Bing Longtian, shouted at Jiang Chen. I'm afraid you have to ask your clansmen. They attacked me first. Could it be that only the Bin clan can kill me, but I can't kill them? Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had a lot of enemies anyway, so he didn't care about one more member of the Bin clan. Back then, these people in the spiritual space mountain didn't kill him. Now that he had fully grown, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Jiang Chen was now full of confidence. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear when facing these people. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian didn't speak. They just stood on the left and right of Jiang Chen. Ancient people and the great sage of the demon clan had already told them everything that had happened before using divine thoughts. Even Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian were shocked by such earth-shattering events. It was a pity that they couldn't witness the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation and the refinement of 29 Suns Less Rond Pill with their own eyes. Moreover, Jiang Chen had given them 8-9 Suns Less Rond Pill. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian also knew about it. They really felt that Jiang Chen was a good friend. More importantly, the reason why they decided to befriend Jiang Chen was because of Jiang Chen's potential and talent. However, they had never thought that Jiang Chen could grow to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already turned the entire Pure Land upside down. Jiang Chen, we will help you hold them off for a while. You need to buy some time to escape. Gu Xiantian secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. That's right. The trouble you have caused today is too big. I'm afraid that our two families won't be able to protect you, but we can buy some time for you to escape. You must do it. Lang Xingtian's voice also reached Jiang Chen's ears. There was also a great elder of the ancient people and heavenly leopard king beside him. There were a total of 4 6th-grade great saints, but there were 10 6th-grade great saints from the other 6 families. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to resist all of them. I'm afraid it's too late to escape now. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had no intention of escaping. Of course, he wasn't confident that he could kill a 6th-grade great saint, but he had a new plan, a plan that he had to execute. The arrival of these 6th-grade great saints gave him a good opportunity. Gu Xiantian, Lang Xingtian, are you two really going to protect Jiang Chen? We won't take a step back today. Desolate Yuntian said loudly to Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian. Of course. Gu Xiantian was incomparably domineering. If he retreated now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation? Besides, the ancient people didn't treat their friends like this. Cut the crap. In that case, let's fight. Anyway, we must kill this little bastard today. He must die. Huabatian was hot-tempered. He was ready for battle. All right. 4 of us will resist Gu Xiantian and the others. The rest of us will besiege Jiang Chen and kill this little bastard. Xueqi said and launched an attack at Jiang Chen. Everyone listen. Retreat immediately. Jiang Chen, find a chance to escape. Gu Xiantian shouted at the people of the Gu family and demon race. This was a battle between 6th-grade great saints. The aftermath of the battle was unbearable. If these people were caught in the shockwaves of the battle, no one knew how many of them would die. Voila! The ancient people and demon race had retreated completely from the battlefield. They couldn't get close to such a battlefield. There was a risk of losing their lives at any time. That was an unnecessary loss. Jiang Chen didn't retreat, because he knew very well that his opponent's target was him. If he and the ancient people and demon race retreated together, it would bring a disaster to them. The experts of the 6 major families had completely sealed this part of the void. It seemed like they wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't plan to escape. His plan was about to be implemented. Gu Xiantian blocked Shi. The two patriarchs were fighting. Hua Batian had also rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with Lang Xingtian. Heavenly Leopard King and the Great Elder of Ancient People were also fighting with the elders of the other two families. Desolate Yuntian and Narang Chongtian locked their eyes on Jiang Chen. Their bodies were emitting strong murderous intent. Bang! Jiang Chen's body swayed and turned into his dragon form. The dragon wings on his back flapped and he fled frantically. Although he didn't plan to escape, he still had to pretend to be one. Humph! Trying to escape? It's too late. If we let a little beast like you escape today, where will we put our faces? Dan Yongtian harumphed coldly. The six of them vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they had already surrounded Jiang Chen. Little beast, where do you think you can run to? Desolate Yuntian sneered. What should we do now? Jiang Chen is besieged by 6 6th-grade great saints. There's no way he can escape. Unfortunately, we can't help him. Damn it! How could this happen? Jiang Chen is in real danger now. The opponents are too strong. All we can do is to watch. Now, we can only pray that Jiang Chen can create another miracle. The people of the Gu family and the demon race were incomparably worried. The siege of 6 6th-grade great saints would surely kill anyone. Jiang Chen had already lost the advantage of the heavenly tribulation. How could he fight a 6th-grade great saint? He couldn't even handle one of them, let alone 6 of them at the same time. Kong Yang, Leopard Wei, Kong Yu and Gu Liufeng's faces were filled with worry. Facing such a scene, even De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel worried. Haha, this little beast is going to die soon. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. That's right. He has killed so many of our people. Even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough. We must destroy his body and soul. Kill him. Compared to the worries of the ancient people and demon race, the other 6 families were incomparably excited. To them, the death of Jiang Chen was a matter of universal celebration. Completely trapped in the encirclement of the 6 experts, Jiang Chen had become a turtle in a jar. It seemed that there was no chance for him to escape. The dignified patriarchs of the 6 major families, 6th-grade great saints, are actually besieging a puny 1st-grade great saint like me? Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Chen said in a stern voice, but in the eyes of the 6 experts, Jiang Chen was obviously afraid of them. Little beast, aren't you very bold? It seems like you also have moments of fear. You have killed so many people and now, it's your turn. Desolate Yuntian said Lung Lung. Why are you wasting so much time talking to this little beast? Just kill him now. Energy was rolling in Narang Chongtian's palm, ready to strike at any time. In my opinion, we can't let this little beast die too easily. We have to torture him to death bit by bit. Dan Yongtian said sinisterly. Haha, just use whatever means you have. I, Jiang Chen, am not afraid of you. Chapter 940. Alright, I will torture you first. I will extract your soul so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An elder of the Desolate clan released his chi and was about to attack Jiang Chen. Hold on. At this moment, Bing Long Tian stopped the elder of the Desolate clan. Bing Long Tian, what are you trying to do? Don't forget that half of the people of the Bin clan died in the hands of this little bastard. The elder of the Desolate clan looked at Bing Long Tian. This person must die. In my opinion, we should attack at the same time and directly destroy his body and soul. After all, we are all tycoons, and there are so many people watching. Killing a brat is, after all, beneath our dignity. If we torture him slowly to death, it will affect our reputation too much. Bing Long Tian said. Jiang Chen must be killed, but he did not agree with torturing him slowly. Alright, he's right. Let's attack together and destroy his soul. Let's just kill him. Dan Yongtian nodded, thinking that what Bing Long Tian said made sense. No matter how much Jiang Chen deserved to die, they were still big shots after all. They represented the pinnacle of the Pure Land and they cared about their reputation the most. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Jiang Chen off back in the spiritual space mountain. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Everything was within his expectations. He knew that these people cared about their reputation, but they couldn't let him off today. Therefore they would attack and kill him. This was exactly what Jiang Chen needed. Little bastard, you're lucky today, the elder of the Desolate clan said while gritting his teeth. Come on. You bunch of old guys ganging up on me, a junior. I will definitely leave you guys with a good reputation. Jiang Chen looked like he was not afraid of death. Cut the crap. Kill him. Desolate Yuntian bellowed and unleashed all of his qi. At the same time, the other 5 experts also unleashed their own powerful attacks. For a moment, the entire void was submerged by violent energy, turning into a chaotic battlefield. Jiang Chen was completely submerged in it. No one could see his figure from the outside, and no one could feel his qi. The 6 experts attacked with all their might. No matter how strong a monster was, he would die on the spot. Not even a piece of him would be left. Haha, come on. After 18 years, I, Jiang Chen, will be a hero again. Jiang Chen's voice came from the center of the energy, startling everyone. Jiang Chen. Gu Xiantian screamed and tried to get rid of Shi Haotian to help. However, he was trapped by Shi Haotian. Gu Xiantian, your opponent is me. Even if you go, don't even think about saving that kid's life today. Shi Haotian sneered. He and Gu Xiantian were equally famous figures, one of the 8 magnates. Shi Haotian had no confidence in defeating Gu Xiantian, but keeping Gu Xiantian occupied was not a problem. Lang Xingtian and the others were also entangled by their opponents. They had no time to save Jiang Chen. Haha, Jiang Chen is dead for sure. The people from the 6 major clans laughed. Damn it, Totem God Seal, give me strength. De Huang Dog went berserk. He could not watch Jiang Chen die just like that. At this moment, looking at the powerful energy released by the 6 experts, De Huang Dog did not know if Jiang Chen had the ability to escape. However, he would not bet on it. Even if he had to die a horrible death, he would save Jiang Chen from the center of the energy. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, De Huang Dog's body began to change. His body instantly doubled in size. The dragon horn on his head shone brightly, and the totem god seal floated above his head. At this moment, De Huang Dog went berserk. De Huang, don't! Kong Yang cried out in alarm. The people of the monster race were all alarmed. They could see what De Huang Dog was doing. He was going to burn his divine beast bloodline to stimulate the totem god seal and obtain a powerful force to save Jiang Chen. However, this method was too harmful to De Huang Dog. He might lose his divine beast bloodline and the totem god seal. De Huang, don't do it. Don't mess up my plan. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly reached De Huang Dog's ears. Hearing the word plan, De Huang Dog, who was about to burn his bloodline, hastily stopped. The aura on his body receded like the tide, and the totem god seal once again entered his body. His body, which had doubled in size, instantly returned to its original appearance. This scene stunned the people of the monster race. They had no idea what this damn dog was going to do. Just a moment ago, he looked like he was going to fight at all costs, but in the next moment, he completely stopped, causing the people of the monster race to worry for nothing. For God's sake, this master dog was almost consigned to eternal damnation. This bastard, I'll bite his ass when I get back. De Huang Dog said indignantly, but the worry on his face had vanished completely. It seemed like all of this was part of Jiang Chen's plan. He was still feeling gloomy at first. Since when did Jiang Chen become so easy to bully? It wasn't his style to stand there and let the 6 great experts attack him. Now, he completely understood what Jiang Chen was up to. But one thing was certain, Jiang Chen had a way to protect himself. Even if the 6 great experts attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen wasn't that easy to kill. Hung Long. Under the gaze of innumerable people, the spatial zone exploded completely. A huge hole was blasted in the sky. It was dark and scary. Countless of gloomy airflow drifted out from it. The combined attack of 6 6th-grade great saints was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Even the sky had been smashed. It was imaginable what would happen to Jiang Chen, who was at the center of the attack. He was afraid that not even his dregs would be left. Thick smoke billowed and raging fire rose. The entire area was covered by thick smoke. Everyone held their breath and stared at the area without blinking, waiting for the result. Desolate Yuntian waved his hand and struck out a stream of airflow, dispersing all the thick smoke. The place where Jiang Chen was just now was empty. Except for the broken void, nothing was left. Is he dead? He must be dead. The attack just now was so powerful that even the sky was smashed. It's impossible for Jiang Chen to still be alive. Haha. He's dead. Not even his dregs are left. This crazy bastard has finally gotten his retribution. Upon seeing the scene, the experts of the 6 major families were excited. It was a very delightful thing for them to witness the death of Jiang Chen. Damn it. Sigh. The heavens are jealous of the talented. It's such a pity for a genius like Brother Jiang. If he didn't die, his future would surely be limitless. The heavens are helpless. We, the ancient people and the beast race, can't save him in the end. The ancient people and the members of the beast race wore pained expressions. Jiang Chen's death was undoubtedly one less peerless genius. They were sad and angry, but it did not change the fact that they had tried their best. Desolate Yuntian and the other 5 sealed the void. Their divine sense swept through the spatial zone again and again, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. Finally, they came to a conclusion. Jiang Chen was dead. He died under the full force strike just now. Is he dead? Danyang Tian was still unconvinced. He's dead for sure. It's impossible for him to run away from us. We didn't find any trace of him. The attack was enough to kill him. Desolate Yuntian said confidently. It's too easy for him to die just like that. Lang Lang, the elder of the Desolate clan, said. All right, from today onward, Jiang Chen will no longer exist in this world. We've suffered a great loss this time. We'll need some time to recuperate after we return. Bing Long Tian let out a sigh. The Bin tribe should not have been involved in the conflict. Even though they had killed Jiang Chen in the end and gotten rid of their greatest threat, the Bin tribe had suffered a great loss. You bunch of old men teaming up to kill a junior. How shameless of you. Gu Xiantian gritted his teeth and said. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife at the thought of Jiang Chen's death. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen was Wu Ningzhu's husband, he didn't know how to explain it to Wu Ningzhu when he returned. Moreover, he and Jiang Chen had developed a mutual appreciation for each other. Now that Jiang Chen was dead, how could he not be heartbroken? Unfortunately, no matter how heartbroken he was, he couldn't change the fact that Jiang Chen had been killed. Lang Xingtian also looked sorrowful. He hadn't known Jiang Chen for a long time. Jiang Chen wasn't even a member of the demon tribe. However, after such a long time of contact, he had long treated Jiang Chen as a friend. However, the ancient people in the demon tribe had tried their best today. There was nothing they could do to change the situation. Humph. Gu Xiantian, Jiang Chen should have died long ago. It's impossible for your 2 tribes to protect him. From today onward, Jiang Chen will no longer exist. Desolate Yuntian snorted coldly and left with the people of the Desolate clan. Subsequently, the other 5 clans also left with their clansmen. They had suffered a great loss this time and had to go back to recuperate. Since Jiang Chen was dead, there was no need for them to continue fighting with the ancient people and the demon tribe. During this period of time, because of Jiang Chen, the 6 major clans had suffered a great loss. However, the ancient people and the demon tribe had become stronger and stronger. The people of the 6 major clans left, leaving behind the ancient people and the demon tribe who were sad. Whether it was their superiors or their subordinates, they had already regarded Jiang Chen as one of their own. Especially Gu Lufeng and Kong Yang, Jiang Chen had saved their lives. Now, they could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chen died tragically. That kind of sorrow was as if they had lost a family member. Chapter 941. Ancient people took one last look at the place where Jiang Chen was killed. They sighed and left with sad faces. They wanted to bury Jiang Chen, but unfortunately, Jiang Chen's body was nowhere to be found. Since everything was over, the demon race was going to return to the spiritual space mountain. Lang Xingtian looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, do you want to go back with us? No, I'm going to the Martial Saint Dynasty. De Huang Dog said, trying his best to look sad. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't dead, but he didn't know what Jiang Chen's plan was. Therefore, he didn't reveal this secret to the people of the demon race. If he ruined Jiang Chen's plan, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. All right, tell Jiang Chen's family not to be too sad. We've tried our best. Sigh. Lang Xingtian let out a heavy sigh and left with the people of the demon race. Kong Yang didn't leave. Why aren't you leaving? De Huang Dog asked. I'm going to visit Jiang Chen's family with you. Jiang Chen saved my life, so his family is my family. Now that brother Jiang is dead, I'll help take care of his family. Kong Yang said with a righteous expression. You're quite a good boy. Come with me. De Huang Dog looked around and flew in a certain direction. Kong Yang followed behind De Huang Dog. Both of them were extremely fast, and soon, they disappeared without a trace. De Huang, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the Martial Saint dynasty. After flying for a while, Kong Yang realized that De Huang Dog wasn't heading to the Martial Saint dynasty. He was confused. Don't worry about going to the Martial Saint dynasty. I'll bring you to meet someone. De Huang Dog grinned at Kong Yang. Meet who? Kong Yang asked. Looking at De Huang Dog's smiling face, he really wanted to go up and slap the dog's face. This heartless big fellow, how could he still smile when his best brother was dead? You'll know when we get there. De Huang Dog ignored Kong Yang's gaze and continued to fly forward. Kong Yang followed De Huang Dog. He didn't know who the dog wanted him to meet, but he was sure that De Huang Dog wouldn't harm him. Soon, under De Huang Dog's lead, they came to a barren land. The void in front of them was very calm, but with De Huang Dog's eyesight, he still saw a trace of ripples. He poked his head out and directly tore the ripples apart. It turned out to be an independent space. Kong Yang was puzzled, but he followed De Huang Dog inside. It was obvious that this space had just been built. It was only the size of a house. Compared to an independent space, this size was pitifully small. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting in this space. His face was a little pale. When Kong Yang saw this white-clothed young man, his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened as if he was looking at the most unbelievable existence in the world. Jiang Chen. Kong Yang stuttered. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken. If this white-clothed young man wasn't Jiang Chen, who else could it be? Brother Kong. Jiang Chen grinned at Kong Yu. This small spatial zone was created by him. Just now, he had used the spatial shift and flaming wings to escape the attacks of the 6 of them, but he had still suffered a certain degree of damage from the attacks. He needed a quiet environment to recover. As for this small space, he had secretly told the location to De Huang. Therefore, De Huang could find it accurately. As for the others, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. The experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had all left. In the eastern continent, who could find the small space created by Jiang Chen? Therefore, he was absolutely safe here. What's going on? Weren't your body and soul destroyed by the 6 experts? Kong Yang was so confused that he couldn't believe what he saw. However, there was one thing he could be sure of. Jiang Chen was not dead. He glanced at De Huang Dog. No wonder this dog was so heartless and not sad at all. It turned out that he knew that Jiang Chen was not dead. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly thought of De Huang Dog's action when the 6 experts attacked Jiang Chen. This dog was about to burn his bloodline to save Jiang Chen, but he suddenly retracted his aura. This behavior was extremely abnormal. It seemed that De Huang Dog knew that Jiang Chen could escape at that time. They want to kill me? They are too naive. Although I managed to escape, I've also suffered some injuries. I need time to recover. Jiang Chen smiled. You bastard. You made Master Dog worry for nothing. I almost burned my bloodline to save you. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Jiang Chen. Go to hell. You almost ruined my plan. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. However, he couldn't hide the gratitude in his eyes. De Huang Dog didn't hesitate to burn his bloodline to save him at the critical moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be touched by this kind of friendship. What's the situation outside? Asked Jiang Chen. Everyone thought that you were dead. It was the same for the Gu race and the Yao race. Now, all the members of the 8 great clans have returned. This time, you killed a lot of people from the Desolate clan and the Hua clan, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After returning, I'm afraid they will need a period of time to recuperate. However, your death has also caused a great impact on the emotions of the Gu race and the Yao race. Kong Yang explained the situation outside to Jiang Chen. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to think that he was dead so that he could carry out his plan. Tell me quickly. What's your plan? Asked De Huang Dog impatiently. My next target is Saint Origin Palace. I once promised someone to do something in Saint Origin Palace. This time, I've created an opportunity. Now, everyone thinks that I'm dead. Even if I enter Saint Origin Palace, no one will know that I'm dead. If I don't die, the 6 major families will endlessly deal with me. Now, I have nothing to worry about," said Jiang Chen. He had already advanced to the Great Saint realm. Pure Land was no longer a challenge to him. Saint Origin Palace was different. There were many experts and geniuses there. Plus, he had promised Great Master Ranfeng that he would go to Saint Origin Palace to inquire about Ancestor Green Lotus. But there are also some geniuses in Saint Origin Palace who know you. How are you going to get there? Asked Kong Yang. I have my own way. Jiang Chen smiled. His plan had just begun. This move of yours is really amazing. I really want to know what kind of expression the people of the 6 major families will have when they know that you are still alive. Kong Yang chuckled. He really couldn't imagine what kind of expression the 6 major families would have if they knew that Jiang Chen was still alive. One had to say that this move of Jiang Chen was really brilliant. He was now a first-grade great saint. If he really wanted to go against the 6 major families, he wouldn't be able to inflict heavy damage to them. The 6th-grade great saint experts of the 6 major families would search for Jiang Chen everywhere. From then on, there would be no place for Jiang Chen in Pure Land. He could only live a life of fleeing. If the 6 major families were infuriated, they might even implicate Jiang Chen's family. But now, everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dead. The 6 major families would treat Jiang Chen as a thing of the past and never mention Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen would have plenty of time to cultivate. That was why Kong Yang thought that Jiang Chen's move was brilliant. They will know sooner or later. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The enmity between him and the 6 major families was far from over. Whether it was the 6 major families of Pure Land or the 6 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace, the enmity had just begun. Not only would the Pure Land be in chaos, but Saint Origin Palace would also be in chaos because of his existence. The entire Saint Origin world would be in turmoil soon. Jie, I have already guessed your plan, kid. De Huang Dog smiled evilly. He knew Jiang Chen too well. He could roughly guess what Jiang Chen was going to do next and how he was going to do it. All right, the 2 of you guard me. I need to recover my injuries as soon as possible," said Jiang Chen. Then, he circulated the dragon transformation skill and wood element to heal his injuries rapidly. However, the injuries this time were more serious. It wouldn't be easy for him to recover. He was afraid that he would need at least 3 hours to fully recover. During this period of time, the news of Jiang Chen's death began to spread like wildfire. The first place the news reached was the Martial Saint dynasty. Since this had happened in the Eastern continent, as the ruler of the Eastern continent, the Martial Saint dynasty was naturally the first to receive the news. Jiang Chen's death had caused the entire Martial Saint dynasty to be grieved. The god in the hearts of countless people had fallen. That kind of blow was unimaginable. In the Martial Saint main hall, all the higher-ups of Martial Saint dynasty had gathered together. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Jiang Zhenhai was muddle-headed. He kept muttering Jiang Chen's name like a fool. All of his hopes and the most important part of his life had left him just like that. That kind of pain wasn't something that outsiders could understand. Peacock King and Lion Yen had also appeared in the main hall. These 2 great saints of the demon race had already advanced to the 5th-grade great saint. What they didn't expect was that the first thing they heard when they came out of seclusion was the news of Jiang Chen's death. The excitement that they felt after advancing to the next realm was swept away in an instant. Their hearts were shrouded by a layer of haze. Heavy emotions filled the entire main hall. There was anger, sadness, and despair, but no one said anything because they knew that it was useless to say anything. Jiang Chen's enemy was too powerful. They would never have the chance to avenge Jiang Chen in this lifetime. Martial Saint dynasty could rule the entire Eastern continent, but the gap between them and the 8 families of the Pure Land was unimaginable. Any random expert of the enemy could annihilate the entire Martial Saint dynasty 100 times. How could they fight against them? Chen Er actually, being a profligate disciple in Fragrant Sky City wasn't bad. Chapter 942. Bang! Suddenly, a hole exploded in the void and 3 silhouettes walked out of it. They were Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. The current Jiang Chen had fully recovered and returned to his peak state. Jiang Chen could be said to be the biggest winner and also the biggest winner in the opening of the ancient battlefield. The Heart of Blaze and the Zulong Tower had given him 2 more trump cards. The only regret was that he didn't discover any other functions of the Zulong Tower other than defense. Especially in terms of offensive power, it was estimated that the Zulong Tower had no other functions other than being used as a weapon to smash. Of course, how could a powerful true dragon treasure not have any offensive ability? Jiang Chen speculated that it was probably because he was still too weak to control the Zulong Tower to attack and unleash the full power of the Zulong Tower. Besides, the Zulong Tower had a total of 99 floors. He had only reached the 3rd floor, which meant that he hadn't reached the level where he could unleash the full power of the tower. Even so, the Zulong Tower was still a defensive divine weapon. At least, if Jiang Chen wanted to defend against it, the combined attack of the 6 6th grade Great Saints wouldn't be able to destroy the Zulong Tower. Where are we going now? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Let's go home first. The news of my death must have spread to Martial Saint Dynasty. I'm afraid that my father can't bear such a huge blow. I have to let him know that I'm still alive. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of Martial Saint Dynasty. The most important thing right now was to go home and tell Jiang Zhenhai that he was still alive. He knew Jiang Zhenhai too well. This father of his had placed all his thoughts and expectations on him. Jiang Chen was Jiang Zhenhai's entire world. If he died, he couldn't imagine how Jiang Zhenhai was going to survive. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen and the others flew towards the direction of the Martial Saint Dynasty. With their speed, it would only take them a few breaths to reach the Martial Saint Dynasty. He didn't want to disturb anyone and went straight to the Martial Saint main palace. He was going to carry out a big plan. Therefore, the news that he was still alive should only be known to the higher-ups of the Martial Saint Dynasty. In the Martial Saint Palace, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Needless to say, Jiang Zhenhai had a lonely expression on his face as he kept muttering Jiang Chen's name. Peacock King and Lion Yan were sitting there like 2 gods, not saying a word. Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Guoshan, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, and all the higher-ups of Martial Saint Dynasty had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. Jiang Chen's death was a huge blow to them. In their hearts, not only was Jiang Chen the god of Martial Saint Dynasty, he was also their family, friend, and brother. Right at this moment, the air in the palace suddenly trembled. Who is it? Peacock King and Lion Yan shouted out at the same time. Others might not be able to sense the slight tremble in the air, but they could. Since Jiang Chen had just died in battle, they would be the first to stop anyone who wanted to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen had given them the sacred heavenly demonic skill, which was a great favor to them. Now that Jiang Chen had died in battle, they had to ensure the safety of Martial Saint Dynasty and ensure that Jiang Chen's family would not be harmed. 3 figures appeared in the palace. The one in the lead was dressed in snow-white clothes, looking elegant and elegant. Every single move he made was filled with a domineering and heroic aura. Who else could it be if not Jiang Chen? Peacock King, Lion Clan Chief, don't worry. Jiang Chen chuckled. Jiang Chen. Both of them exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions were exactly the same as Kong Yang's, as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. That's right, it's me. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Being able to see Peacock King and Lion Yan here made Jiang Chen very happy. It meant that he had a good eye for people. As the saying goes, the tea cools when the person is gone. He was already dead, but the Peacock King and Lion Yan were still here to protect his family. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. Chen-er. Jiang Zhenhai, who was half dead, suddenly stood up from his seat when he saw Jiang Chen. With a single step, he arrived in front of Jiang Chen. His mood was indescribable. Not only Jiang Zhenhai, but everyone else was also shocked. Their eyes were wide open. Didn't Jiang Chen die in battle? How come he was still alive? What was going on? Dad, I've made you worry. It's all my fault. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of Jiang Zhenhai's eyes. He felt extremely guilty. Ever since he left Fragrant Sky City, he hadn't spent much time with his father. But he knew that no matter where he went, no matter how high he flew, he would always be the biggest concern of this middle-aged man. This was the love of a father, the irreplaceable love of a father. Brother, you are not dead. Wu Jiao ran over and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen, what's going on? Weren't you killed by the joint attack of the 6 great experts? Peacock King was still very puzzled, so was Lion Yan. When they heard that Jiang Chen was attacked by 6 6th grade great saints, They basically believed that Jiang Chen was dead for sure. Even if Jiang Chen had broken through to the Great Saint realm, he wouldn't be a match for the joint attack of 6 6th-grade Great Saints. Therefore, they didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. Do you think that I, Jiang Chen, can be killed so easily? Jiang Chen shrugged. Dad, this is all Brother Jiang's plan. He wasn't killed, but escaped using a powerful technique. The 6 great experts didn't notice it at all, so they thought that Brother Jiang has been killed. Kong Yang said with a smile. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Peacock King and Lion Yen sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. A first-grade Great Saint was able to escape from the joint attack of 6 6th-grade Great Saints without alerting any of them. They were afraid that Jiang Chen was the only one who could do such a heaven-defying technique. Perhaps, this wasn't enough to describe it as heaven-defying. Dad, father-in-law, Brother Jiu, I didn't die in the battle. I, Jiang Chen, am not that easy to kill. I didn't want you to worry about me, so I came back as soon as I recovered from my injuries. However, I will be leaving soon. The reason why I pretended to be dead is to carry out another plan. Don't tell anyone that I'm still alive, not even in Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Jiang Zhanhai laughed out loud. I knew it, my son wouldn't die so easily. Jiang Zhanhai regained his vigor and enthusiasm, completely different from his half-dead appearance just now. Jiang Chen, what is your plan? Peacock King asked curiously. I'm going to change my identity and go to Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen told him his purpose. Go to Saint Origin Palace? Lion Yen was stunned. That's right. I have already advanced to the Great Saint realm. Pure Land is no longer a challenge to me. Given my ability, it's not difficult to change my appearance. Plus, everyone thinks that I'm dead now, so I only need to change my appearance. No one will care about it. Jiang Chen said. One should know that it was easy to change one's appearance, but it was hard to change one's qi. However, the current situation of Jiang Chen was different. In many people's eyes, he had died in the battle. Both his body and soul were destroyed. That was why he didn't need to deliberately hide himself. No one would suspect him. Plus, none of the peerless experts in Saint Origin Palace had seen him before. It turns out that you are planning to go to Saint Origin Palace. But this is for the best. Given your ability, I believe that you will turn Saint Origin Palace upside down in the future. This is exactly what we want to see. Peacock King nodded. It would be great if Jiang Chen could go to Saint Origin Palace. A figure like Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stay calm no matter where he went. Saint Origin Palace was the real ruler of Saint Origin World. Saint Origin Palace would certainly dominate the chaos in the future. Desolate family was getting stronger and stronger, which wasn't a good thing for the demon race and the ancient people. If Jiang Chen could muddy the water, it would be extremely beneficial for both the ancient people and the demon race. Jiang Chen, do you have any specific plan? Lion Yen asked. The 8 major families should have the right to send people to Saint Origin Palace at any time. I will enter Saint Origin Palace with the identity of an ancient people. When you return to demon race, you can tell the patriarchs about my trip to Saint Origin Palace, but don't spread it too widely. Once the people of the 6 major families know that I'm still alive, all the plans will be in vain. Jiang Chen arranged them in a very serious manner. That's for sure. Peacock King and Lion Yen nodded at the same time. They understood that Jiang Chen deliberately pretended to be dead in order to deceive the people of the 6 major families. If the news that he wasn't dead was spread out, all their efforts would be in vain. They were very clear about the stakes involved. There's no time to lose. Let's return to Pure Land now. Jiang Chen said and immediately bid farewell to Jiang Zhanhai and the others. Chen Heir, be careful. Jiang Zhanhai reminded Jiang Chen. Although he didn't know what kind of place Saint Origin Palace was, he could guess that it was a major power that was above Pure Land. Even Jiang Chen couldn't afford to offend it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to be dead. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Don't you worry about your son's ability? Jiang Chen put his hand on Jiang Zhanhai's shoulder, looking like a playboy in Fragrant Sky City. Haha, of course, I'm not worried. Jiang Zhanhai burst into laughter. He was in a good mood and his spirit was boosted. After that, Jiang Chen, Peacock King and the others left the Martial Saint Dynasty. However, Jiang Chen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he summoned the Evil Devil and the Earth Devil Beast. Master, The two great devils saluted Jiang Chen. From now on, you two don't need to follow me. Stay here and protect Martial Saint Dynasty in secret. If anything happens here, you two will die. Chapter 943. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil didn't dare to be negligent. They wouldn't be stubborn no matter what Jiang Chen asked them to do. Subsequently, the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil disappeared. He asked them to hide in the dark so that they wouldn't put too much pressure on the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. After all, they weren't just great saint experts, they were also powerful devils. Once they appeared, the impact would be too great. The Martial Saint Dynasty was Jiang Chen's home, and it was the place that he cared about the most. He didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to become a powerful superpower, and he didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to be able to enter the Divine Continent or the Pure Land. He just wanted the Martial Saint Dynasty to be safe. Jiang Chen, now that the 6 major families think that you have died in battle, this chapter has been turned over. The Dark Shadow organization has also been wiped out. Even if there are some survivors, it's nothing to worry about. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil are enough to deal with them. At present, Martial Saint Dynasty is absolutely safe. You don't have to worry about it at all. Are you going to head straight to the ancient people? Asked Peacock King. That's right. I'm going to enter Saint Origin Palace through the ancient people. We'll part ways from here. If we go together, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of outsiders. Peacock King, after you return, you just need to tell the news to a few reliable higher-ups of Demon Race that I'm still alive. Remember to keep it a secret, said Jiang Chen solemnly. If the news of him faking his death was leaked, all his plans would be ruined. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Peacock King patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Demon Race and Jiang Chen were on the same boat. In other words, the future of Demon Race depended on Jiang Chen to change it. Kid, you want to go to Saint Origin Palace through the ancient people? Where will Master Dog go? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Naturally, you'll follow me to Saint Origin Palace. You will follow Peacock King back to Demon Race and let them send you and Kong Yang to Saint Origin Palace. At that time, we'll have some fun there. Of course, you have to pretend that you don't know me. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and said, Jiang Chen is right. As long as the geniuses of the 8 major families advance to the Great Saint Realm, they will immediately be sent to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Apart from that, Saint Origin Palace will also select some talented geniuses and accept them directly. Those who don't want to return to Saint Origin Palace will be part of Saint Origin Palace. Due to the influence of the cultivation environment in Saint Origin Palace, the geniuses born there are also peerless geniuses. You all have to be careful at that time. After all, Saint Origin Palace is incomparable to Pure Land. Now that De Huang and Yang Heir have advanced to the Great Saint Realm, they are also qualified to be sent to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Peacock King said, Kaka good. I really want to have a look at the legendary Saint Origin Palace. De Huang Dog was very excited. Kong Yang was the same. It was an incomparably glorious thing to be able to enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. It was an existence that countless geniuses yearned for the most. Everyone knew that Saint Origin Palace was jointly built by the supreme experts of the 8 major families. It was said that it could directly communicate with the immortal world and receive a trace of immortal chi from the immortal world. The entire spatial zone where Saint Origin Palace was located was filled with heaven and earth yuan chi that was many times denser than the outside world. It was absolutely a treasure land for cultivation. Of course, there were also countless geniuses and experts in such a place. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could do whatever they wanted in Pure Land, but they had to behave themselves in Saint Origin Palace. After that, Jiang Chen and Peacock King flew towards Pure Land from 2 different directions. In order not to attract attention, Jiang Chen separated from De Huang Dog. As a matter of fact, the one he should separate the most was De Huang Dog. From the beginning until now, De Huang Dog had become the symbol of Jiang Chen. Wherever De Huang Dog was, Jiang Chen would be there. Now, it was necessary for Jiang Chen to pretend to be dead in battle and separate from De Huang Dog. At this moment, the news had already spread across Pure Land. Almost everyone knew that Jiang Chen had died in battle. Every district, every street and every alley was talking about that battle and Jiang Chen's name. Even if a peerless figure had fallen, he was destined to leave behind an endless legend. He would be talked about and admired for a long time. The illustrious Jiang Chen has finally died in battle. What a pity. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he would certainly become a pinnacle figure in the future. Yeah, I heard that he triggered the Dragon Phoenix tribulation and was able to refine the legendary 9 Suns Lesron pill under the tribulation. It's simply heaven-defying. It's a pity that he offended the 6 major clans and ended up dying tragically. That's for sure. The 6 major clans have decided to kill him. I heard that all the patriarchs have personally taken action. Although it's a bit shameless, it also shows that Jiang Chen is too strong. He has already made the 6 major clans feel afraid. It's conceivable that if such an evildoer is allowed to continue to grow, he will definitely become a big problem for the 6 major clans in the future. He will bring unimaginable losses to the 6 major clans. It's a pity that such a figure died, but the existence of Jiang Chen is destined to leave a deep mark in the history of Pure Land. Shi Han, who ranked 2nd on the Heaven list, and Xiao Yuan, who ranked 1st on the Heaven list, both died in his hands. I heard that he also killed half of the great sage masters of the 6 major clans during the tribulation. This is an earth-shattering event. Even if he died, it's worth it. The 6 major clans have suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid they need some time to recuperate. Everyone was discussing. Although in many people's hearts, Jiang Chen's death was inevitable. After all, the people Jiang Chen offended were too terrifying. It was difficult for him not to die. However, this did not prevent countless people from worshipping and feeling sorry for him. No matter when, the fall of a peerless figure would become a glorious period of history. Ancient people. No, little Chenzi won't die. I don't believe it. In the condensing mist world, Wu Ningzhu was incomparably emotional when she heard the news of Jiang Chen's death. All along, Wu Ningzhu had a cold and tough character. Back in the southern continent, she was famous for being a cold and elegant saintess. She had never been so emotional for so many years. In Wu Ningzhu's heart, Jiang Chen had long become an inseparable part of her. All along, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. From the eastern continent to the southern continent, Jiang Chen had killed countless powerful enemies. All of them became the stepping stones on his path of growth. He had long become a creator of miracles and an immortal legend. But now, the news that Jiang Chen had died in a battle. He was killed by 6 6th-grade great saints at the same time. How could Wu Ningzhu bear such a heavy blow? Ning'er. Gulan felt incomparably distressed. When she thought of Jiang Chen, the handsome young man in snow-white robe, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She knew that it was all because of Jiang Chen that Wu Ningzhu could find her and reunite her family. It was all because of Jiang Chen that Wu Ningzhu could successfully find her and reunite her family. Now, her daughter had just gotten engaged to Jiang Chen and died in a battle. It was hard to imagine how Wu Ningzhu was feeling right now. AI. Back when young Master Jiang was in the Dancing Sun City, he had helped us defend against the foreign enemies and saved countless people in our city. Now, he has reunited our family. I, Wu Tianyang, will never be able to repay this kindness in my life. I didn't expect that I would die before I could even meet young Master Jiang. Wu Tianyang, a man of iron blood, couldn't help but feel sad at this moment. The kindness that Jiang Chen had done for their family was too heavy. There was a saying that kindness was as heavy as a mountain, but the kindness that Jiang Chen had done for them was countless times heavier than a mountain. Ning'er, I'm sorry for your loss. Uncle has tried his best. Gu Xiantian sighed. He had expected that Wu Ningzhu would be in extreme pain, but this news couldn't be kept a secret. He would have to tell Wu Ningzhu sooner or later. No, little Chunzi won't die. Wu Ningzhu kept shaking her head in agitation. She couldn't accept the news of Jiang Chen's death. Gulan hugged Wu Ningzhu's shoulder distressingly. Although she wasn't present at the scene, she could imagine how Jiang Chen, a junior who had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, could survive the joint attack of 6 6th-grade great saints. This was simply impossible. The 6 major families wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Even if Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian had great means, they wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Chen. After all, it was the joint attack of the 6 major families. Sister Ning, I feel relieved to see you crying so sadly. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the void. That familiar voice caused Wu Ningzhu to freeze. Everyone looked in the same direction and saw a ripple in the void. A white-robed young man walked out like a ghost with a radiant smile on his face. He looked at Wu Ningzhu with a calm and unruffled expression. Little Chunzi. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen again, Wu Ningzhu's face stiffened. Gu Xiantian exclaimed. He had seen Jiang Chen die tragically under the joint attack of the 6 great experts. He was sure that there was nothing left of him, but the person in front of him was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. Judging from his qi, there was no change at all. What was going on? Patriarch, father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm not used to your expressions. Congratulations on the reunion of father-in-law's family. Jiang Chen strode to the 4 of them and cupped his fists at Wu Tianyang. Wu Ningzhu threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms and smiled through her tears. I knew it. You bastard won't die so easily. Jiang Chen, what's going on? Chapter 944. I'm sorry to have worried the patriarch. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. After refining the heart of Blaze, I have obtained a pair of flaming wings. This pair of flaming wings combined with my body technique allows me to travel through the void silently. Let alone 6 6th grade great saints. Even if there are 66th grade great saints besieging me, I will still be able to leave quietly. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't have anything to hide from these people. Good boy. It seems like you are the biggest winner in this ancient battlefield. Not only did you make the 6 major families suffer a great loss, but you also obtained such a great treasure. Gu Xiantian was overjoyed. The death of Jiang Chen made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. It turned out that Jiang Chen wasn't dead, but had escaped safely. This made him very happy. He had no doubt about Jiang Chen's escape technique. One should know that he didn't notice Jiang Chen's appearance just now. This was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Chen was. It really made people speechless that a first-grade great saint had such a heaven-defying ability. However, Jiang Chen had created a lot of miracles. This time, it was an eye-opener for Gu Xiantian. If I didn't die, the 6 major families would never let me go. With my current strength, I won't be able to deal with the bombardment of the 6 major families. It will also involve the ancient people and the demon race, causing chaos in the Pure Land. Now that I'm dead, it will save them a lot of trouble. When I confront the 6 major families again, it will be their doomsday. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Gu Xiantian nodded secretly. His eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Jiang Chen. This young man was too scary. Not only did he have heaven-defying talent and potential, his wisdom was also amazing. Even he had to admit that Jiang Chen's fake death was a great idea. It could completely get rid of the pursuit of the 6 major families and buy him enough time to improve himself. What are you going to do next? Asked Gu Xiantian. He believed that Jiang Chen wasn't a person without a goal. I'm going to Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen told his thoughts to Gu Xiantian. Gu Xiantian also nodded. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Jiang Chen going to Saint Origin Palace. After all, a figure like Jiang Chen would come into contact with Saint Origin Palace sooner or later. The final chaos of Saint Origin World would also happen in Saint Origin Palace. If Jiang Chen went to Saint Origin Palace, he would certainly create chaos in Saint Origin Palace and destroy the plan of Desolate Family. This would be very beneficial to both the ancient people and the demon race. You should have a more complete plan, right? Gu Xiantian asked. A trace of a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. His countenance started to contort as cracking sounds rang out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had completely changed into a different person. The Jiang Chen in front of him looked much more ordinary, but the domineering aura between his brows was unconcealable. From now on, my name is Gu Chen. As for what identity Patriarch will give me to enter Saint Origin Palace, it's up to you. Jiang Chen said. Gu Xiantian wasn't a fool. Some things didn't need to be explained too clearly. He had changed his appearance in front of Gu Xiantian. As for what to do next, he believed that he didn't need to say it. Gu Xiantian would arrange everything. All right. You don't have to worry about going to Saint Origin Palace. You can rest in this mist-congealing world for a few days. Gu Lufeng is in seclusion. He has taken a 9-sun less rond pill. I believe it won't take him a few days to break through to the Great Saint Realm. At that time, I will send both of you to Saint Origin Palace. Gu Xiantian said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. His impression of Gu Lufeng was very good. Gu Liufeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of half-step Great Saint Realm, only a step away from the true Great Saint Realm. Now that he had taken a 9-sun less rond pill, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. For the next 3 days, Jiang Chen stayed in the mist-congealing world, accompanying Wu Ningzhu and her family, waiting for Gu Lufeng to break through to the Great Saint Realm. On the third day, lightning and thunder were hovering above the ancient people. Thunderclouds were densely covering the sky. Gu Lufeng had successfully broken through to the Great Saint Realm. A ray of light flew out from the seclusion place of the ancient people and flew towards the outside of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was the same as Big Yellow. For something like going through a tribulation, they had to find a remote place. They definitely couldn't do it in the skies of the ancient race. Otherwise, the entire ancient race would be implicated. Something like a heaven's tribulation was hard to defend against. The more one tried to defend against it, the stronger the heaven's tribulation would be. For the ancient people, it was a rare good thing for the young generation to have a great saint. Gu Liufeng's advancement had caused a great commotion. Almost all the experts in the Pure Land could sense the movement of the tribulation. Gu Liufeng's tribulation made the 6 major clans extremely uncomfortable, especially the Desolate clan and the Shi clan. Desolate Yuan and Shi Han were originally much more powerful than Gu Lufeng. Now that Gu Lufeng had been promoted to the Great Saint Realm, Desolate Yuan and Shi Han had died. Thinking that Kong Yang of the Demon Clan had also been promoted to the Great Saint Realm, they hated Jiang Chen even more. They deeply felt that it was too easy for Jiang Chen to die so easily. But in any case, Jiang Chen was finally dead. The 6 major clans could also be at ease. Even as an enemy, they had to admit that Jiang Chen was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. If such a person was given enough time and enough space to grow, his future achievements were destined to be limitless. In the main hall of the ancient people, more than a dozen high-level people gathered together. Gu Xiantian sat at the top, and next to him stood an ordinary-looking young man in white. This young man in white was none other than Jiang Chen. These people present were the most trustworthy people of the ancient people. So, Gu Xiantian did not conceal the identity of Jiang Chen. After learning that Jiang Chen wasn't dead, everyone present was shocked to the extreme. Their expression was exactly the same as when Gu Xiantian first saw Jiang Chen, but at the same time, they felt endless joy. At this moment, Jiang Chen's position in the hearts of the higher-ups of the ancient people had become even higher and more important. A person who could escape unscathed from the joint attack of 6 sixth-grade great saints. How amazing was that? Plus, Jiang Chen was merely a first-grade great saint. Up until now, almost no one doubted the future achievements of this monstrous genius. They didn't even dare to estimate it. They could even imagine that in the near future, even Saint Origin Palace would be turned upside down by Jiang Chen. They already knew everything that had happened to Jiang Chen along the way from Eastern continent. This monstrous genius had created countless miracles along the way. He was simply a heaven-defying existence. If one had to describe a person with luck, then Jiang Chen would be the one with the greatest luck. At this time, the elegant Gu Lufeng walked into the hall. His tribulation wasn't too terrifying, so he recovered very quickly. Basically, there wasn't any period of weakness. Gu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation that descended upon Jiang Chen when he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. After Gu Lufeng successfully advanced, he was summoned by Gu Xiantian. Without delay, he came to the main hall. Patriarch, elders. Gu Lufeng saluted everyone. He had just advanced to the Great Saint Realm. It could be said that he was in high spirits. However, his eyes immediately fell on the white-clothed youth beside Gu Xiantian. He was familiar with everyone present except for this youth. What made him puzzled was that this person was qualified to stand beside Gu Xiantian. One should know that even he, the #1 genius of the ancient people, wasn't qualified to stand beside Gu Xiantian. Lufeng, let me introduce you. This is Gu Chen, a little beggar that I picked up in the past. I adopted him as my son and he has been cultivating in secret. Now, he has already reached the Great Saint Realm. I'm going to send both of you to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Gu Xiantian said with a smile. This was the identity that he had arranged for Jiang Chen. This identity was undoubtedly excellent. A dignified patriarch accepting a son would never arouse any suspicion. What? Beggar? Adopted son? Gu Lufeng was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of joke was this? When did the patriarch pick up a beggar and adopt him as his son? Moreover, this person looked younger than him and had already reached the Great Saint Realm. How was it possible that there was such a peerless genius hidden among the ancient people? Haha, seeing the expression on Gu Liufeng's face, Gu Xiantian and the others burst into laughter. Brother Gu, congratulations on advancing to the Great Saint Realm. Take a look at who I am. Jiang Chen came to Gu Lufeng and reverted to his original appearance. Jiang Chen. Gu Lufeng immediately cried out in alarm, and he felt dizzy as if he had seen a ghost. This was too shocking. Immediately, Jiang Chen reverted to Gu Chen's appearance. Gu Xiantian told Gu Lufeng everything, including the plan to send Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng to Saint Origin Palace. Gu Lufeng sighed as if he was dreaming, but he knew that it was true. Jiang Chen was still alive. He and the others exchanged a glance with each other. How did Jiang Chen escape from the joint attack of the 6 experts? But in any case, he was extremely happy and excited that Jiang Chen was still alive. One should know that Jiang Chen had saved his life in the ancient battlefield. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have lost his life in the ruins. Gu Lufeng had been brooding over the fact that he couldn't do anything when he saw Jiang Chen being beaten to death by the 6 experts. It was a huge hurdle in his heart that he was destined to feel guilty for the rest of his life. Now that Jiang Chen was still alive, this hurdle was finally over. Jiang Chen, Lufeng, this is the token to enter Saint Origin Palace. Take it. I will help you open the spatial passageway to Saint Origin Palace. You can use this token to enter Gu Palace. But I have to remind you that Saint Origin Palace isn't like the Pure Land. You must be very careful in there. Gu Xiantian reminded them solemnly. Chapter 945. Although Saint Origin Palace was built by the ancestors of the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had developed into a system of its own after nearly 100 years of development. Saint Origin Palace was divided into 8 palaces. Ancient people occupied Gu Palace. The token in Jiang Chen and Gu Liufeng's hands was the symbol of Gu Palace. Jiang Chen, Lufeng, drip a drop of blood on the token. Gu Palace will sense it and send someone to pick you up. After that, you will be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Xiantian said. Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood on the token. Buzz suddenly, the token shook violently, emitting a buzzing sound. It was as if there was a strange connection between the token and the void. Both of them kept the token. Gu Liufeng's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of entering Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace was the ultimate dream of countless genius disciples. In other words, it was the highest institution in Saint Origin world. Those who could enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation could not only obtain top-grade resources, but more importantly, it was a symbol of identity and status. It represented a kind of nobility. I'll send both of you to Saint Origin Palace now. Gu Xiantian stood up from his seat with a solemn face. All along, only the patriarchs of the 8 major families had the qualification to open the door of Saint Origin Palace. A pale yellow talisman appeared in Gu Xiantian's hand. The talisman was covered with complex patterns, exuding a noble qi. Gu Xiantian struck out a divine light into the talisman. The talisman exploded with a bang, turning into an illusory portal. Everyone present was a great saint expert, so they could naturally feel the spatial fluctuation coming from the illusory portal. This was an incomparably solid spatial passage that was refined by a supreme expert. It connected to the spatial zone of Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen, Lufeng, are you two ready? Gu Xiantian looked at Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng. The two of them nodded and leaped into the illusory door at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Patriarch, do you think Gu Palace will accept Jiang Chen well? After hundreds of years of development, Saint Origin Palace has almost broken away from the 8 major families of Pure Land. Although the ancient people and Gu Palace still share the same root, Gu Palace doesn't care about the ancient people of Pure Land anymore. The great elder of ancient people said. It depends on Jiang Chen's ability. Regardless of whether Gu Palace values us or not, we are all aware of the situation in Saint Origin Palace or not. We of ancient people are very clear. Desolate Palace has great ambition. Once they rule Saint Origin Palace, I'm afraid that all of us will be faced with extinction. Desolate land. Palace will Jiang Origin Palace will. Palace will Palace. Palace. Ancient people of Palace of Sect of Palace. Saint Ancient People Palace is. Inside the spatial passageway, Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng were looking at the colorful spatial turbulence that kept retreating around them. They didn't need to use spatial force because this passageway was the safest and sturdiest. There wouldn't be any problem in it. This was probably the safest time that Jiang Chen had ever been in the spatial passageway. Brother Jiang, I really didn't expect that you could escape from the attack of the 6 great experts. It really surprised me. I, Gu Lufeng, have never admired anyone, but you are definitely one of them. Gu Lufeng said with a smile. Brother Gu, from now on, you have to change the way you address me. I am now called Gu Chen. You can call me Little Chenzi like De Huang and the others. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had to pay attention to the way he addressed Gu Chen. One should know that he was now Gu Chen, not Jiang Chen. It's my fault. The spatial zone of Saint Origin Palace is very far from the Pure Land. I estimate that it will take us an hour to reach there. I know many of my elder brothers in Gu Palace. I'm sure they will take good care of us when we arrive there. Gu Lufeng said. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He was afraid that Gu Palace wasn't as simple as what Gu Lufeng had imagined. After nearly 100 years of development, Saint Origin Palace had undergone too many changes. He was afraid that even the 8 major families had changed. If the 8 major families of Saint Origin Palace were regarded as their headquarters, the 8 major families of Pure Land were at most a branch of them. Of course, this was just Jiang Chen's guess. As for the specific situation in Saint Origin Palace, he would only know when he arrived there. An hour later, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of them. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Both Jiang Chen and Gu Liufeng's eyes lit up. We're reaching the end of the passageway, Jiang Chen said calmly. After all, as the greatest saint under the heavens, he had seen all kinds of situations. Gu Lufeng, on the other hand, was particularly excited. The excitement on his face couldn't be concealed. His voice was trembling. Saint Origin Palace. I'm finally here. To Gu Lufeng, entering Saint Origin Palace was his lifelong dream. Now that his dream had finally come true, there was no way he wouldn't be excited. Bang bang! At the end of the passageway, Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng were pushed by the spatial force and bounced out. Both of them staggered and barely stabilized themselves. When they raised their heads, they saw that they had entered another spatial zone. In other words, it was another world. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi was drifting everywhere. There were tall trees that reached the sky. The Qi here was like the legendary fairyland that fascinated people. What a strong heaven and earth Yuan Qi. This place is truly a paradise for cultivation. Gu Lufeng couldn't help but say. Tao seeking that has a trace of immortal Qi. Sure enough, it's a great place. Jiang Chen was astounded. The spatial zone here was almost a world of its own. That year when he split the sky with his sword and broke the gate of the immortal world, he sensed the immortal Qi in the immortal world. It was exactly this Qi. However, the immortal Qi here was only a very small part that had been integrated with the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Compared to the real immortal world, the difference was not small. Even so, the environment here was incomparable to the Pure Land. One should know that the heaven and earth Yuan Qi that had been integrated with the immortal Qi, even if it was just a trace, would bring boundless benefits to the cultivator. It could even change the physique of the cultivator. Just think about it. Those who were born in this spatial zone had been absorbing the heaven and earth Yuan Qi for cultivation since they were young. The benefits were simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, those who were born in this place were the geniuses among geniuses compared to those who were born in the outside world. Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng looked around and found that this spatial zone was simply boundless. Occasionally, a few red-crowned cranes would fly across the sky, adding to the feeling of a fairyland. Little Chenzi, this place is so big. It's much bigger than my imagination. Gu Lufeng was incomparably shocked. That's right. This spatial zone has a circumference of at least 100,000 miles. It's enough to be comparable to a small world. No wonder Saint Origin Palace has been completely separated from the Pure Land for the past 100 years. I'm afraid that the 8 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace no longer put the 8 families of the Pure Land in their eyes. For the past 100 years, I don't know how many geniuses were born in this place. I wonder if there are any immortals in Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen said. Before he came to Saint Origin Palace, he had never thought that there would be such a high and mighty existence in Saint Origin Palace. When he was still unparalleled in the world, the Pure Land was already the pinnacle of existence in Saint Origin World. 100,000 miles of territory is nothing to a great saint, but the spatial zone here is very solid. Not even a 9th grade great saint has the ability to create such a spatial zone. It seems like this spatial zone was really created by the immortals of the 8 major families. However, I heard that 9th grade great saints will ascend to the immortal realm after reaching the immortal realm. I wonder if there are any immortals in Saint Origin Palace? Gu Lufeng said. Immortal realm. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. In order to achieve this goal, he had put in so much effort in his past life. With his abilities back then, becoming an immortal was a simple task. But too bad, he had fallen on the Saint Cliff, and all his efforts had gone to someone else. Now that he was reborn, not only did he want to reach the peak of his previous life, but he also wanted to enter the legendary immortal world to make up for the regret of his previous life. Little Chenzi, have you noticed that there are no buildings in this area? It should be Saint Origin Palace. It's an open space and we don't seem to know the direction to Gu Palace. Gu Lufeng said. He looked around but didn't see any buildings. Plus, this was their first time coming to Saint Origin Palace, so they didn't know the direction to Gu Palace. Don't worry, someone will come to pick us up. Jiang Chen shrugged with a relaxed face. Since Gu Xiantian didn't say anything, it meant that someone would come to pick them up. Gu Xiantian had said that the moment they dripped their blood on the token, Gu Palace would have already sensed it. He believed that Gu Xiantian would send someone to pick them up. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, 3 silhouettes flew from a direction and arrived in front of them. They were 3 young men. Their faces were filled with arrogance. The one in the front looked like he was in his 20s, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He had reached the peak of 2nd grade great saint. Beside him were 2 other young men. One was a peak 1st grade great saint while the other was a 2nd grade great saint. They were all geniuses of the ancient people, but the chi of the 2 young men seemed to be a lot weaker than the one in front. It wasn't because of the gap in power, but a symbol of status. The young man was arrogant, looking down on others with his nose. The innate sense of superiority on his face was much stronger than the other 2. Lu Feng, congratulations on advancing to the great saint realm. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ha! A young man saw Gu Lufeng and immediately came forward to give him a bear hug. He was the weakest among the 3, a peak 1st grade great saint. Brother Lu Hui. Gu Lufeng recognized this man. His name was Gu Lu Hui. He came to Saint Origin Palace from the ancient people a year ago. Both of them had a good relationship when they were still ancient people. Chapter 946. Naturally, it was inevitable for the brothers to reunite with each other. Another 2nd grade great saint youth came forward and patted on Gu Liufeng's shoulder. Not bad, kid. Your talent is above me and Lu Hui, but we are a few years older than you. I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Brother Luing, you must be joking. Gu Lufeng couldn't hide his joy. These 2 were also the geniuses of the ancient people. They were sent to Gu Palace after advancing to the great saint realm. He didn't expect that they would personally welcome him this time. This touched his heart. Humph. The so-called talent is just so-so in my opinion. The ancient people of Pure Land have really declined. It seems that we need to set a strict standard to accept all of you in the future. We can't just let anyone in. At this time, the arrogant youth suddenly harumphed coldly and looked at Gu Lufeng with eyes full of disdain. Upon hearing this, Gu Luing and Gu Liuhui's facial expression turned incomparably ugly, but they didn't say anything. They just smiled awkwardly, but Gu Lufeng couldn't stand it. As the #1 genius of the ancient people, he was very proud. He didn't expect that he would be despised by someone the moment he arrived in Saint Origin Palace. How could he feel good about it? Who are you? Gu Lufeng asked with a frown. By the way, Lufeng, let me introduce you. This is young Master Ling. His name is Gu Ling, a rare genius of Gu Palace. Young Master Ling was born in Saint Origin Palace and has been receiving abundant cultivation resources since young. He has reached the peak of 2nd grade great saint at such a young age. That's pretty amazing. Gu Luhui hastily introduced Gu Ling to Gu Lufeng, but everyone could hear the insinuation in his tone. Although he said that Gu Ling was amazing, he was actually saying that Gu Ling wasn't that amazing. The reason why he could achieve what he had today was because of the cultivation environment and the cultivation resources of Gu Palace. If they were like Gu Ling and grew up in Saint Origin Palace, their achievements would certainly be greater than Gu Ling's. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen muttered inwardly. Sure enough, Saint Origin Palace had been separated from Pure Land for too long and had completely changed. Putting the other families aside, ancient people had been completely divided. Gu Ling was a very good proof. He was a genius born in Saint Origin Palace. He thought highly of himself and looked down on the people from Pure Land. In his eyes, Gu Lufeng and the others were outsiders. In his point of view, Gu Palace allowing them to cultivate in Saint Origin Palace was a kind of charity. No one knew how many geniuses had been born in this place in the past 100 years. The more geniuses there were, the more severe the polarization became. Now, Gu Palace had completely changed. Those who came from Pure Land and the higher-ups who created Gu Palace were now wholeheartedly pursuing a higher realm. They didn't have much time to care about the affairs of Gu Palace. It was conceivable that after another 100 years, Saint Origin Palace would abandon the 8 families of Pure Land completely. Gu Lufeng, it's your honor that I, young Master Ling, have come to welcome you. Of course, I'm not here to welcome you. I just want to see how the hidden #1 genius of ancient people looks like. You are Gu Chen, right? Gu Ling looked at Jiang Chen and said, "You look very ordinary." Gu Xiantian said that you are his biggest hidden weapon, a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. That's a big boast. Besides, you are just someone picked up by Gu Xiantian. No matter how much Gu Xiantian boasted, you are still an outsider. So, it's better for you to behave yourself in Gu Palace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this the legendary show of strength? It seemed like the status of the disciples from Pure Land wasn't that good in Gu Palace. This could be seen from the way Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of Gu Ling. However, when he thought of Gu Xuantian's boasting, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Gu Xiantian had secretly introduced him as his secret weapon, which was only revealed today. It was no wonder that Gu Ling gave him tit for tat. After all, this boast was a little too big. Now, it seemed like ancient people and Gu Palace were two completely different things. Let alone becoming enemies with the 6 major families in Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen was afraid that his days in Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful anymore. However, this wasn't a big deal. He, Jiang Chen, had seen all kinds of things. Since there was an internal conflict in Gu Palace, he would find a way to unite them. We are all from the ancient people. We are from the same sect and the same origin. We have come to Saint Origin Palace and you want to bully us? What's the meaning of this? Gu Lufeng was annoyed and said loudly, "Shut up! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so loudly in front of me? You asked for it even if I cripple you. But considering that you have just arrived at Gu Palace, I will forgive you for the time being. If there's a next time, I won't be polite anymore." Gu Ling reprimanded. Gu Lufeng was infuriated. Just as he was about to say something, he was pulled by Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng. "Why are you pulling me? We are all from the ancient people. What gives him the right to treat us like this?" Gu Lufeng absolutely couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. All along, it had been his biggest dream to enter Gu Palace. In his heart, Gu Palace and the ancient people had always been a family. He had never thought that Gu Palace wouldn't take him seriously, turning him into an outsider, a beggar. This kind of psychological blow was unbearable for Gu Lufeng. It was as if he had gone through hardships to achieve his dream, only to find out that it wasn't what he had expected. The gap in his heart was too big. "Lufeng, there's no need to talk too much when dealing with this kind of person." Jiang Chen walked towards Gu Lufeng and squinted his eyes at Gu Ling. Although his eyes were squinted, it still couldn't hide the sharp light that was overflowing from his eyes, bringing with it a hint of coldness. "Who do you think he is? But in my eyes, who do you think you are? Don't use your sense of superiority to show off your intelligence. What's so great about being born in Gu Palace? Your ancestors came from the Pure Land. What's there for you to be proud of?" Jiang Chen enunciated each and every word without the slightest bit of politeness. Jiang Chen's way of dealing with people like this had always been very simple. He would shatter their sense of superiority and make them fall down from their high and mighty position, letting them know that they weren't that great. Gu Chen. Gu Luiying and Gu Liufeng's facial expression changed dramatically. They already knew the information about Gu Chen. When Gu Xiantian sent them the message, he almost praised Gu Chen to the heavens, completely suppressing the #1 genius of the ancient people, Gu Lufeng. However, they didn't expect that Gu Chen would be so bold to confront Gu Ling. However, they knew that this was because Gu Chen and Gu Lufeng didn't know the specific situation of Gu Palace. They still brought the habits of those geniuses from the Pure Land here. But in Gu Palace, it wasn't the case at all. Those who came from the Pure Land didn't have any status. Offending Gu Ling wouldn't end well. As a matter of fact, Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng really wanted to beat this Gu Ling up. Everyone who came from the Pure Land was holding back their anger, but they had to stop Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was just a first-grade great saint. How could he be a match for Gu Ling? Bastard! What did you say? Gu Ling raged immediately. You can't even understand what I said? It seems that not only do you look down on your ancestors, you also have a problem with your IQ. A retard dares to look down on others? Jiang Chen wasn't going to be polite. Upon hearing this, Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng staggered and almost fainted on the ground. They didn't expect that Gu Chen would have such a fiery temper. Now, they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. They knew Gu Ling too well. This guy must be angry and he would never let Gu Chen go. Good, very good. You people from the Pure Land haven't met such an arrogant guy for a long time. You are courting death by disrespecting me. I will let you know the consequences of offending me now. Gu Ling's anger couldn't be quelled. Yuan Qi began to surge on his palm. That was a tyrannical energy wave. He was infuriated. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Today, he must teach this arrogant guy a lesson. He must let him know that he had to kneel down for everything in Gu Palace. With lightning speed, Gu Ling raised his arm and slapped Jiang Chen's face. Pa! A loud and clear sound of a slap rang out. However, Jiang Chen just stood there, not moving an inch. Instead, it was Gu Ling who staggered and nearly fell to the ground. He was stunned, and felt a burning pain on his face. Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng were also stunned. They stared at the clear palm print on Gu Ling's face without blinking. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. Even though they were so close to each other, they couldn't see how Jiang Chen did it. It was too fast, too fast. Immediately, their hearts were filled with earth-shattering shock. One should know that Gu Ling was a peak second-grade great saint, only one step away from advancing to the third-grade great saint. Gu Chen was only a first-grade great saint. Even if he was a peak first-grade great saint, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Gu Lufeng sneered. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's strength, but he knew it very well. He believed that if Gu Ling was his enemy, he would be a dead man by now. It wouldn't be as simple as a slap. You dare to slap me? Gu Ling recovered from the shock. He couldn't believe that he was slapped by a first-grade great saint. He couldn't believe that a newcomer from the Pure Land would dare to slap him. You should be glad that you were only slapped. You should be glad that you can still stand here after offending me. Chapter 947. Arrogant. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. There were plenty of geniuses from Pure Land in the past few years, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The first thing he did on his first day was to slap a genius of Main Palace. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui were truly shocked. Only now did they recall the information that Gu Xiantian had sent to them. The one and only peerless genius, the hidden trump card of the ancient people. Now it seemed like this Gu Chen in front of them, be it his courage or strength, was too shocking. Good Gu Chen. I never thought that you would be so audacious and insane. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. In this Saint Origin Palace, no one has ever dared to slap me, young Master Ling, in the face. I will let you know what terror is. Gu Ling was infuriated. His qi began to rise steadily. The qi of a second-grade great saint was completely unleashed. He was ready to teach this reckless newbie a lesson. One should know that in his point of view, it was an accident that he was slapped by Jiang Chen. It was caused by his carelessness. Given his peak second-grade great saint cultivation, how could he lose to a puny first-grade great saint? It was simply impossible. Lu Feng, advise Gu Chen not to make a big deal out of this. Gu Luiying whispered to Gu Lu Feng. In fact, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would suffer a loss. In Gu Palace, the geniuses who came from Pure Land were very united because of the oppression from the geniuses of Main Palace. Although this was their first time meeting Jiang Chen, they had already regarded him as one of their own. Don't worry, Brother Luiying. He isn't a match for little Chenzi. Although we came from Pure Land, we are also the real ancient people. We shouldn't be bullied. This situation should be changed. Little Chenzi can change that. Gu Lufeng smiled. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's strength. Not to mention Gu Ling, even if there were hundreds of Gu Lings attacking at the same time, they would still be no match for Jiang Chen. Besides, even though he hadn't arrived at Gu Palace yet, he wasn't an idiot. From Gu Ling's attitude towards them, he could more or less guess the situation of Gu Palace. They were all descendants of the ancient people, but now, they were living under someone else's roof. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui were heroes in the Pure Land, but now they had to lower their voice to a mere Gu Ling. This made Gu Lufeng even more furious. Furthermore, Gu Lufeng knew Jiang Chen too well. Even if he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Jiang Chen had brought this upon himself. Pah! Gu Ling had just unleashed his aura, but before he could even attack, Jiang Chen slapped him across the face again, causing Gu Ling to fall into a daze. Pah! 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 Then, Jiang Chen kept slapping Gu Ling's face like a storm. Gu Ling didn't even have the strength to fight back. There were many times when he wanted to fight back, but he found that he had lost the ability to resist in front of Jiang Chen. He could only allow himself to be manipulated by Jiang Chen. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui, who were at the back, were completely dumbfounded. They finally knew the strength of Jiang Chen. If the first time was an accident, this time was definitely not an accident. The current situation was enough to prove that Jiang Chen's strength was far stronger than Gu Ling's. Gu Ling, who was a second-grade great saint, didn't even have the chance to resist in front of Jiang Chen. This was truly a shocking scene. Bang! Gu Ling was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. A few of his teeth had been knocked out. His face looked ferocious. Pah! Jiang Chen raised his big foot and stepped on Gu Ling's face. Gu Ling struggled violently and roared, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's foot. However, he found that it was useless. In front of him, Jiang Chen was like a mountain, suppressing him firmly. Gu Chen, you are so audacious. Gu Ling was extremely angry. This was a great humiliation, a humiliation that went deep into his bones. He, Gu Ling, had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been stepped on by someone like this? The psychological blow he suffered was unimaginable to ordinary people. You are now under my foot. What else do you have to be proud of? Don't always think that you are very noble. Your so-called nobility is nothing but a joke in front of me. Get lost. Jiang Chen's foot trembled, sending Gu Ling flying 100 meters away. Gu Ling stood up from the ground, trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Jiang Chen like a wild beast. The word "get lost" was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, but he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Gu Chen, just you wait. After saying that, Gu Ling turned into a ray of light and vanished. Good. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. Gu Liufeng's face was filled with excitement. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like a dog, Gu Lufeng felt very happy. Amazing. No wonder the patriarch has such a high evaluation of him. With just a first-grade great saint, he beat Gu Ling until he couldn't even fight back. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Gu Chen, you have really helped us vent our resentment. This is really great. That Gu Ling has always been yelling and shouting at us, the people of Pure Land. He has never put us in his eyes. We have never put him in our eyes, but he is a member of Pure Land, so we have no choice but to swallow our anger. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui said. While they were shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, they also felt that beating Gu Ling today was a very refreshing thing. Or it could be said that this was something that they had always wanted to do, but they didn't have the means to do so. Although this was the first time they met Jiang Chen, they were full of admiration for this godson that the patriarch had picked up. It seemed like Gu Xiantian wasn't bragging at all. Gu Chen was indeed a great killer weapon that he had been keeping hidden. Once he was revealed, Gu Chen's ability would be revealed. There is no need to reason with this kind of people, Jiang Chen said. But Gu Chen, you have beaten Gu Ling on your first day here. This is something that has never happened in the history of Saint Origin Palace. Gu Ling will certainly not let this matter go. I'm afraid that those geniuses of Pure Land will be furious. This matter is going to be very troublesome, Gu Luiying said with a frown. Beating Gu Ling was undoubtedly a very refreshing thing, but the consequences would be very serious. After all, such a thing had never happened before. Brother Luiying, what is going on in Gu Palace? Asked Gu Lufeng. Plus, Saint Origin Palace has existed for nearly 100 years. After so many years of development, the number of people in Saint Origin Palace is much more than the number of outsiders like us. Now, the two poles are divided and there are a lot of internal conflicts. Not only Gu Palace, but also the other races. Only Demon Palace is slightly better. The demon race has always been a united race. Plus, they respect their bloodline and innate talent, so there is no division between Saint Origin Palace and Demon Palace, said Saint Origin Palace with a smile. Although Saint Origin Palace is still a Gu family in name, it is divided into Inner Palace and Outer Palace. The people of Inner Palace don't put us in their eyes at all. They don't even treat us as their own people. Gu Luiying said, explaining the situation of Gu Palace once more. AI. Upon hearing this, Gu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh. The difference between Gu Palace and the Gu Palace of his dreams was just too huge. All along, we, the people of Outer Palace, have been swallowing our anger and humiliation. The higher-ups of Gu Palace don't care about the internal conflicts between us. As a matter of fact, there are already differences among the higher-ups. If this continues, I'm afraid that it won't take long before the ancient people of Pure Land are separated from Gu Palace. Gu Luhui said gloomily. This situation is within my expectation. Given the current development of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World, if we can't solve the internal conflicts of the ancient people as soon as possible, the ancient people will face a very painful end sooner or later. Jiang Chen said. He had already expected this situation from the very beginning, but he didn't think that it would be this serious. It seemed that in order to deal with the enemies of the other 6 major families, they must solve the internal conflicts of the ancient people as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. An ununited race would only have one ending even if they didn't have any powerful enemies, let alone the desolate family which was like a tiger eyeing its prey. As for the demon race, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. Unlike humans, the demon race was independent, so even if there were internal conflicts, it would be very easy to solve. If De Huang Dog and Kong Yang wanted to go to the demon race, he wouldn't be worried at all. Kong Yang had the peacock bloodline, so he would be valued. As for De Huang Dog, not only did he have the bloodline of a divine beast, he also had the totem divine seal. As long as he released the totem divine seal, even the master of Demon Palace would have to show some respect to De Huang Dog. Furthermore, although Saint Origin Palace had developed to such an extent, it still couldn't separate itself from the 8 major families of Pure Land. More or less, they still had some influence on each other. They must have known what happened in Pure Land previously. Ancient people of Pure Land had a close relationship with the demon race. Therefore, the relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace in Saint Origin Palace was very harmonious. It's easier said than done to solve this conflict. Gu Chen, although it's very satisfying for you to beat Gu Ling today, it's a little too reckless. After all, you have beaten one of our geniuses on your first day in Gu Palace. I'm sure that those geniuses of Gu Palace won't let you off easily. Gu Luiying's words were filled with worry. There's no need to be polite to such people. When someone looks down on you, you don't need to look up to them. You must remember that this is a world where only the strong are respected. No matter where you go, strength will always come first. They bully you not only because you are from Pure Land, but also because you are weaker than them. If you are stronger than them, would they still dare to bully you? If you are strong, there won't be any internal conflicts in Gu Palace. Only when you are strong will others respect you and fear you. Rules are meant to be obeyed, but they are also meant to be broken. Our people have been bullying you for too long, and both sides have become accustomed to it. That's why the current situation is like this. Given Gu Palace's current situation, it's not necessarily a bad thing for us to make a big fuss. Chapter 948. Jiang Chen's words ignited the blood of Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui. Although it was Jiang Chen's first time in Gu Palace, he seemed to know more about the situation in Gu Palace than them. Furthermore, in their eyes, not only was this white-clothed youth powerful, he also had a maturity that didn't match his age. The domineering and heroic spirit that was exuding from his body made them admire him even more. They were very clear that Jiang Chen's words were right. In this world where strength was revered, strength was the only thing that mattered. The reason why the geniuses of Outer Palace were often bullied by Inner Palace and didn't even have the courage to resist was because they were too weak. If they were stronger and had the courage to resist, would the geniuses of Inner Palace still dare to bully them? Let's go. Bring us to Gu Palace. Jiang Chen's face was calm, as if he wasn't worried about beating Gu Ling. Let's go. Gu Luiying took a deep breath and flew towards the direction of Gu Palace with Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng. He was sure that Gu Ling wouldn't let this matter go. He would find trouble with Gu Chen, but since Gu Chen didn't seem to care about it, there was nothing for them to worry about. In any case, Jiang Chen beating Gu Ling was a very satisfying thing. The geniuses of Outer Palace had been suppressed for too long in Gu Palace. Gu Chen, Lu Feng. This Saint Origin Palace has a circumference of hundreds of thousands of miles. It's a typical small world. The 8 major palaces occupy their own territories in different directions. Compared to the Pure Land, the number of people here isn't as much, but each and every one of them is an elite. The lowest cultivation base among them is at the Great Saint Realm. It can be said that this is the highest domain in Saint Origin world. Along the way, Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui told Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng about the general situation of Saint Origin Palace. Both of them were Great Saint Realm experts. Their speed was extremely fast and they arrived at Gu Palace in the time of Xin Yuan. In front of them was an endless mountain range that seemed to stretch on for thousands of miles. Above the mountain range, white smoke was rustling and the world's yuan qi was extremely dense. Looking at the sky above the mountain range, there were buildings everywhere. The buildings of ancient palaces were filled with noble and majestic qi. There were palaces, courtyards, ancient pagodas and many other buildings were floating in the air. Some mountain peaks were floating in the air, relying on the power of space to exist. Those courtyards and buildings were built on top of the mountain peaks. The whole scene looked like an immortal palace, giving people a very shocking feeling. Gu Chen, Lu Feng, now that you have the identity token, you are now the people of Gu Palace. From the moment you dripped your blood on it, Gu Palace will have your information. Do you see that mountain in front of you? Basically, the people of Outer Palace like us live on that mountain. Let me bring you there. Gu Luiying pointed at a relatively remote mountain peak and said, it was a mountain that was floating in the sky. There were many buildings and courtyards on the mountain peak. They were the places where the disciples of Gu Palace lived and cultivated. Under Gu Luiying's lead, the 4 of them flew to the top of the mountain. There were quite a number of empty courtyards here. Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng randomly picked one of them as their residence. It's noon now. Many people have gone to cultivate. There's a refining tower in Gu Palace. It's the main place for cultivation. This is the residential area. There's basically no one here at this time. Besides, those who live here are below 3rd grade Great Saint. Gu Luhui introduced. N. Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the courtyard. This would be his and Gu Liufeng's residence in the future. However, before Jiang Chen and the others had the time to rest, they saw a dozen silhouettes flying towards them from afar and landing on the huge martial arena. This was the only martial arena in the residential area. It was used to settle the grudges between the disciples, but in this area, the disciples of Outer Palace were very united. So, this martial arena was basically not needed. It's Gu Liang and the others. Didn't they go to the refining tower to cultivate? Why did they come back at this time? Let's go and have a look. Gu Luiying was puzzled. Usually, the training in the training tower would end in the evening. Noon was the time when the heaven and earth essence was the densest and most suitable for training. However, Gu Liang and the others had returned at this time. It was indeed puzzling. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, he had already guessed what was going on. On the huge martial arena, Jiang Chen and the other 3 were walking towards them. Gu Luiying came close to them and said, Gu Liang, why did you all come back at this time? And you look so flustered. This youth called Gu Liang wasn't weak. He had already reached the 2nd grade Great Saint Realm. Brother Luiying, I heard that the newcomer from Pure Land, Gu Chen, has beaten Gu Ling. Is that true? Gu Liang asked hastily. That's right. How did you know? Gu Luiying knitted his brows. Something bad has happened. That Gu Ling has gone straight to the refining tower. Many people know about this matter now. He is bringing a lot of geniuses of Inner Palace and is coming here soon. He said that he is going to teach Gu Chen a lesson. We came back as soon as we heard the news. Many disciples of Outer Palace are also coming back. Gu Liang said. The other disciples looked worried, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Such a thing had never happened in Saint Origin Palace. There was already a conflict between Outer Palace and Inner Palace. Now that the newcomer from Outer Palace had beaten Gu Ling, this matter wouldn't be left unsettled. Similarly, they were also excited to see Gu Ling being beaten like a dog. Their hearts were filled with joy, feeling that they had finally vented their resentment. Gu Chen, it seems the matter is more serious than we thought. Gu Luiying looked over at Jiang Chen. You are the newcomer, Gu Chen? Everyone's eyes shifted to Jiang Chen. Apart from shock, there was also admiration in their eyes. They were shocked that Jiang Chen was able to beat Gu Ling to such a state with just a first-grade Great Saint cultivation base. They were also impressed by Jiang Chen's courage. Brother Gu Chen, it's really satisfying for you to beat that bastard Gu Ling, but I'm afraid that today's matter will be very difficult to deal with. Gu Liang said. It doesn't matter. I will deal with everything. Our outer palace has been bullied by them for too long. It's time for us to regain our dignity and confidence. If they dare to come, I will break one of their legs. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. His tone was extremely calm. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his tone. No one could see the slightest nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. What a strong temperament. What a domineering figure. Gu Liang and the others immediately had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. Putting aside other things, Jiang Chen's temperament alone was incomparable to any ordinary person. Furthermore, the domineering qi that was casually exuded from Jiang Chen's body was really convincing. Break one of their legs. What kind of arrogant words were these? It was simply heaven-defying. They had never thought that the ancient people of Pure Land would have such a figure. It seemed that Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful today. They had to admit that Jiang Chen's words made their blood boil unconsciously, but at the same time, they were extremely worried. After all, they didn't know much about Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen could defeat Gu Ling and was a rare genius, he was only a first-grade Great Saint after all. Soon, more and more people came back. Most of them were from the Outer Palace, coming back from the direction of the refining tower. Behind them was a large number of disciples. Judging from the number of these disciples, they were almost the same as the disciples of the Outer Palace. There were more than 100 of them, but their qi seemed to be stronger. They were the geniuses of the Inner Palace. Each of their faces was filled with anger and unconcealable arrogance. There were also a lot of disciples from the Outer Palace. In the past, the ancient people would send some genius disciples to the Inner Palace every year. Most of them were 9th-grade minor saints. They would be given a year's time to cultivate. If they could advance to the Great Saint realm within a year, they would be allowed to stay. If not, they would be sent back. But since a year ago, Gu Palace had stopped accepting the people of Pure Land. Only the geniuses who had advanced to the Great Saint realm in Pure Land could enter. From this, one could see the internal conflict in Gu Palace. Soon, everyone landed on the martial arena. Both sides stood facing each other. There were nearly 300 of them. Most of them were first-grade Great Saint or third-grade Great Saint. Of course, these weren't all the geniuses of the Outer Palace and the Inner Palace. There were still a lot of disciples who hadn't appeared yet. Which one of you is Gu Chen? Come out now. On the side of the main palace, the leader was a burly young man in a pale yellow robe. His face was full of arrogance. His qi was strong and his cultivation base had reached the peak of third-grade Great Saint. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. Beside him was Gu Ling, who had a swollen face and a badly battered nose. His name is Gu Lang, the elder brother of Gu Ling. He is a very ferocious man. He usually acts high and mighty and doesn't put us, the people of the Outer Palace, in his eyes. Gu Luhui said in a low voice. Gu Lang, aren't you being a little too arrogant by bringing so many people to our place to cause trouble? A youth from the Outer Palace shouted. His cultivation was also at the peak of third-grade Great Saint, but his qi was obviously weaker than Gu Lang's. Gu Luyang, cut the crap and hand over that new bastard. Otherwise, I won't let this matter end here. You guys from the Outer Palace are getting bolder and bolder. A new piece of trash actually dared to hit the people of the Inner Palace. Why don't you take a look at your own status first? Remember, every single one of you here can cultivate in Gu Palace because of Gu Palace's charity. Gu Lang was too arrogant. He didn't put the people of the Outer Palace in his eyes at all. Motherfucker. He's too arrogant. We, the Outer Palace, have been enduring and swallowing our anger. Now, they are going to shit on our necks. This Gu Lang's words are clearly humiliating us. This is really infuriating. I've had enough of this. I really want to have a good fight with these bastards. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like this really makes me happy. I wonder who is Gu Chen. I must thank him properly. Chapter 949. The people in the outer palace began to whisper and their voices were getting louder and louder. All of them came from Pure Land. When they were in Pure Land, all of them were famous figures. Now that they had arrived here, they had to endure such humiliation. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger. The newcomer named Gu Chen had beaten Gu Ling on the first day of his arrival. This behavior didn't make the people in the outer palace resent Gu Chen. Instead, they admired and admired Gu Chen. The thing that many of them wanted to do but didn't dare to was done by Gu Chen. Looking at Gu Ling's arrogant appearance gave them an indescribable pleasure. That's him. He is Gu Chen. Gu Ling saw Jiang Chen from the crowd, and immediately shouted out. For a moment, all eyes were on Jiang Chen. Whether it was the people in the inner palace or the outer palace, their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen's appearance clearly, they were all surprised. Is this the audacious Gu Chen? I didn't expect him to be so young. This Gu Chen is only a first-grade great saint. So, Gu Ling was beaten up by a first-grade great saint? This is too shameful. How can this guy be so strong? Is there a mistake? A new first-grade great saint actually beat Gu Ling to the point that he couldn't even fight back. At this moment, not only the people in the outer palace, but also many people in the inner palace were frowning. They thought that the person who beat Gu Ling would be a very powerful person, but they didn't expect that it was just a first-grade great saint. It was really shameful for Gu Ling to be beaten up by a first-grade great saint. As if feeling the sarcastic gazes, Gu Ling's face turned red. He quickly said to Gu Lang, "Big brother, don't look down on this kid. He is very powerful." Haha. Gu Ling can't even defeat a first-grade great saint. How dare you all come here to cause trouble? That's really funny. Gu Luiying laughed heartily. If this Gu Chen was a third-grade great saint, it would be considered as bullying Gu Ling, but Gu Chen was just a first-grade great saint. Gu Ling couldn't even defeat a first-grade great saint. This could only mean that his strength was too weak. Humph. You people from the outer palaces are of the first rank to begin with. You've beaten up people from the inner palaces, and that's a huge provocation to us. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll be doomed to die in the future. Gu Lang coldly snorted as he turned to look at Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, I have to say that you're too courageous. You actually dared to beat up my people. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and apologize to my brother, break your own legs, and take out 100,000 Saint Elixir as compensation. Then, I'll let this matter rest. Jiang Chen calmly walked to the front of the camp. His gaze swept across everyone in the main hall like a knife. Then he said in a loud voice, Gu Lang, your words are simply ridiculous. I can just treat them as fart. Jiang Chen could see that the internal conflicts of the ancient palace were far more serious than he had imagined. If they were not dealt with as soon as possible, it would have a great impact on the future of the ancient people. Bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Gu Lang was immediately enraged. It seemed that Gu Chen was indeed as arrogant as Gu Ling had said. I said that your words are fart. Look at the faces of all of you. Each and every one of you is high and mighty. Could it be that your sense of superiority is based on your own clansmen? The distinction between the outer palaces and the inner palaces is simply ridiculous. Don't forget that your ancestors came from the Pure Land. Ancient people's bloodline flows in your bodies. They also have the bloodline of the ancient people. Why do you think you're superior to them? Jiang Chen said in a righteous manner. These words were exactly what the people of the outer palaces were thinking. That's right, everyone had the bloodline of the ancient people flowing in their bodies. Why did the people of the inner palaces have to be superior to others? I hit Gu Ling because he deserved to be hit. You arrogant people just can't find your place. In my eyes, you are nothing because I am stronger than you. You look down on us from the outer palace. I will use my strength to show you that you are the weak ones. What right does a weak person have to look down on the strong? Gu Ling snorted coldly. What right do you have to look down on the strong? Jiang Chen's voice was very loud. It was the first time for the people of the outer palaces to see Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's words made them feel very satisfied. It was truly a pity that they couldn't see Jiang Chen beating up Gu Ling with their own eyes. There's no point in arguing. You said that the people of the outer palaces are stronger than us? That's just a joke. Gu Lang said. Brother Gu Lang, why are you wasting so much time talking to this kind of person? It seems like he's not going to apologize. Let me see how strong he is. I don't believe that a puny first-grade great saint like him can be that powerful. At this time, a young man walked out. His cultivation grade was similar to Gu Ling. He was only a peak second-grade great saint. He felt deeply ashamed that Gu Ling was beaten to such a state. He absolutely didn't believe that a first-grade great saint brat from Pure Land could be so powerful. So, he wanted to test it himself. Gu Chen, kneel down. The young man arrived in front of Jiang Chen and shouted, "Ai!" Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that it was impossible to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace with words. In that case, he could only use iron and blood means. Since you all want to break my legs, then everyone who came here today will have a leg broken, starting from you. Jiang Chen said plainly. What did you say? The youth was stunned, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. Pa! The response to the young man was a loud slap on his face. The sound of the slap resounded across the entire training field. It was a very loud and clear slap. Jiang Chen's slap was very fierce. It slammed the young man onto the ground. After that, Jiang Chen raised his leg and forcefully stomped on the young man's face, causing half of his head to sink into the ground. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene. It was one thing to hear about it, but another to see it with their own eyes. Many of them didn't see how Jiang Chen did it. It was too fast. The scene was simply horrifying. This was Saint Origin Palace. There were countless experts here. Which one of them wasn't an expert? Which one of them didn't have some means? They had never seen a first-grade great saint that could be so tyrannical. That slap was absolutely not an accident. So strong. The people of the outer palace widened their eyes. Jiang Chen's slap was really satisfying. Arg, the youth struggled violently under Jiang Chen's foot, but it was to no avail. It was a great irony to think that he was arrogant enough to make Jiang Chen kneel down, but the next moment, he was trampled under someone else's foot. You are now under my foot. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? I, a new disciple of the outer palace, can trample you at will. What qualifications do you have to look down on the people of the outer palace? This is a world where only the strong are respected. Everything depends on your strength, not your mouth. Your mouth should be used to chew mud. Every word and sentence of Jiang Chen had shattered the sense of superiority of the geniuses of the outer palace. Looking at the scene and listening to the arrogant words of Jiang Chen, all the experts of the outer palace didn't roar. This scene was too satisfying and satisfying. It was something that they had been dreaming of. Gu Chen, stop. Gu Lang bellowed. What qualifications do you have to order me? I have already said that today, everyone will have a leg broken. He is just the beginning. None of you will be an exception. Jiang Chen said and stepped on the thigh of the youth. With a cracking sound, the thigh of the youth was twisted on the spot. His face, which was already buried in the ground, let out a shrill scream. Bastard! Damn it! This is a great provocation to our inner palace. Presumptuous, too presumptuous. Since the establishment of Gu Palace, there has never been such an arrogant person. We must not let him go. The people from the main hall became restless. They simply couldn't believe this scene. This newcomer could simply be described as deranged. Regarding the anger of the inner palace, Jiang Chen didn't put it in his eyes at all. He walked past the body of the youth, took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Who else?" Disdainfully looking down on all the heroes, arrogant in the world. His words showed the true nature of a man. At this moment, all the disciples of the outer palace were infected by Jiang Chen's qi. Everyone's eyes turned fiery. Many years of suffocation were about to be released. They had never felt so refreshed after being suppressed for so long. Even though this was the first time they saw him, Jiang Chen's position in their hearts had already risen. To Jiang Chen, today was the day that he would restore the dignity and confidence of the people of the outer palace. Only by letting them know that the outer palace wasn't to be trifled with would they be afraid of them. Only by letting the people of the inner palace lose their sense of superiority and become equal could the internal conflicts of the ancient people be resolved. As for the injury of the broken leg, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. To a great saint, This kind of injury was nothing. Gu Chen, you are too arrogant. You will pay a heavy price for what you have done. I will personally deal with you and let you know what regret is. Gu Lang's qi fluctuated, completely unleashing the qi of a peak third-grade great saint. He was ready to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Brother Gu Lang, let me do it. You don't have to deal with him personally. At this time, another youth walked out. This person's cultivation was relatively strong. He had already reached the third-grade great saint, but he had just reached the third-grade great saint. There was still a huge gap between him and a peak third-grade great saint like Gu Lang. Chapter 950. The third-grade great saint was incomparably arrogant. He walked towards Jiang Chen and said in a cold tone, Jiang Chen, the fact that you could defeat a second-grade great saint while only being a first-grade great saint really surprised us. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in the Pure Land, but since you dared to beat a genius of our palace and spoke rudely to us, you must be punished and taught a lesson. The youth was incomparably surprised by Jiang Chen's strength. One should know that all the geniuses present on the scene weren't comparable to ordinary great saints. The fact that Jiang Chen could defeat a second-grade great saint under such circumstances was enough to show the strength of Jiang Chen. Even though they were his opponents, they had to admit it. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He stretched out his finger and waved it at the youth. You are no match for me. Gu Chen, you are too arrogant, but sometimes you have to pay the price for being arrogant. The youth was infuriated. As a mighty third-grade great saint, which was 2 grades higher than Jiang Chen, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. But now, he was being despised by Jiang Chen. How could he bear it? Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. Today, he came to Gu Palace to establish his prestige and seek justice for the geniuses of the Outer Palace. He wanted to completely solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. So he had to be tough. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen appeared in front of the youth like a ghost. So fast. The youth's facial expression changed. He didn't expect that Gu Chen's speed would be so fast that he, a third-grade great saint genius, couldn't even react in time. He could feel a strong force rushing towards him. Without any delay, he quickly conjured his Yuan force to defend himself. That's right. Pah! However, even though he was a third-grade great saint, his ending wasn't much different from Gu Ling's. Jiang Chen's slap landed on his face. He didn't even have the chance to dodge, let alone block it. He was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen. Before he could struggle, Jiang Chen's foot landed on his face like before. What? My God! How can this Gu Chen be so strong? That's a third-grade great saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Is he still human? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can a first-grade great saint be so powerful? This scene made everyone exclaim. Whether it was the genius disciples of Inner Palace or Outer Palace, all of them widened their eyes, looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. It was too unbelievable. Even in Saint Origin Palace, there had never been such a terrifying genius. Ancient people of Pure Land actually had such a peerless figure. I also grew up among the ancient people, but I have never heard of Gu Chen among the ancient people. I have never seen him either. How could he be so nature-defying? You still don't know that Gu Chen was a beggar when he was young. He was adopted by the patriarch. The patriarch saw his extraordinary talent, so he hid him and cultivated in secret. Now he has just come out. It is said that the patriarch values this person very much, calling him the hidden great killing weapon of the ancient people. Now it seems that it is true. Compared to him, the gap between us is too huge. I see. The patriarch has really hidden his strength well. This Gu Chen is really valiant. I thought that it was already very scary that he could defeat a second-grade great saint, but I didn't expect that even a third-grade great saint couldn't withstand a single strike from him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. The arrival of this Gu Chen has simply vented out all the depression that we've been feeling for so many years. This is too satisfying. We're all from the Gu clan. Why should the people of the Gu clan act all high and mighty, bullying and looking down on us? It's time for us to retaliate. That's right. The people of Outer Palace were whispering to each other. On the first day that Jiang Chen arrived in Gu Palace, He had completely conquered all the geniuses of Outer Palace without even speaking a word to them. Now, there were so many people present on the scene. All of them admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Every word and action of Jiang Chen made their blood boil. The youth kept roaring under Jiang Chen's feet, but he couldn't break free. Jiang Chen looked down and said disdainfully, "I just want to ask you, what qualifications do you have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Even 100 of you won't be enough to defeat me." Jiang Chen's words were very impolite, but what he said was a fact. To deal with a third-grade great saint like this, he could kill him instantly even without using his dragon form. If he really wanted to kill him, the youth under his feet would already be a dead man. Kacha! Jiang Chen's attack was merciless. He broke one of the youth's legs. Then, his chi fluctuated wildly. His eyes stared at Gu Lang and the others like a knife. Suddenly he shouted, "All of you, come at me together. Come at me together." His voice was rolling and domineering. He wanted to challenge more than 100 geniuses of Inner Palace alone. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen would have such a heroic spirit. Fight! Brothers, it's time for us to avenge the humiliation of Outer Palace. From now on, we won't be bullied by the people of Inner Palace anymore. Gu Lufeng shouted. At this time, the emotions of all the geniuses of Outer Palace had reached the tipping point. All they needed was a fuse. Gu Liufeng's words had undoubtedly become the fuse. That's right. Fight with them and let them know that we, the geniuses of Outer Palace, aren't so easily bullied. We will speak with our strength. That's right. Fight and defend our dignity. We are all the people of ancient people. Why should our status be lower than theirs? We can't let Gu Chen fight alone. We, the Outer Palace, have always been the most united. Motherfucker, I have long disliked these bastards of Inner Palace. The geniuses of Outer Palace roared. The repressed feelings of the past few years suddenly burst out. It was like a bottomless river that couldn't be controlled. They had been bullied for too long. Every one of them had been bullied by the geniuses of Inner Palace. The resentment in their hearts had been accumulated for a long time. Every one of them was once a famous figure. They were all rare geniuses. Who didn't have a little bit of arrogance? Who didn't have a little bit of anger? Boom, 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 waves of tyrannical chi were released from the bodies of the geniuses of Outer Palace. The entire martial arts field was shaking. All the geniuses of Outer Palace had red eyes. Their faces were filled with excitement. They looked at the white-robed youth who had his back facing them. Without a doubt, they had regarded him as their leader. It was time to have a good fight. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, this was a world where only the strong were respected. Only when you were strong enough would others respect you and not dare to bully you. The dignity and confidence of the Outer Palace needed to be proven with strength. Seeing this situation, Jiang Chen smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only when the people of Outer Palace showed their strength and courage and treated themselves as the people of Inner Palace could the internal conflict of Gu Palace be resolved. That's right. Only when the people of Outer Palace show their strength and courage and put themselves on the same level as the people of Inner Palace could the internal conflict of Gu Palace be resolved. This was the first step and also a very important step. If Jiang Chen was the only one standing here and clamoring against so many geniuses of Inner Palace, it wouldn't have the slightest effect. It would only make the geniuses of Inner Palace hate him more and deal with him. But now it was different. All the geniuses of Outer Palace were going to take action. Then, it would be a problem of internal conflict. Only when it got bigger would someone come to solve it. They must let the higher-ups of Gu Palace see the seriousness of the situation. Bastard! Are you rebelling? Damn it! The geniuses of Outer Palace are really tired of living. How dare they shout at us like this? Do they really think that Gu Chen can deal with everything? If they want to fight against us, they are not qualified enough. The geniuses of Inner Palace were also angry. They had always been the ones bullying the geniuses of Outer Palace. But now, the geniuses of Outer Palace dared to rebel. This made them extremely angry. They felt that their dignity and high position had been seriously challenged. Cut the crap. Do you dare to fight? Let's see who is stronger between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. Jiang Chen released his chi completely and shouted at the crowd of Inner Palace in front of him. His words were earth-shattering and lofty. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you are weak and don't want to fight, then get out of here as soon as possible. You are a coward and a group of cowards. Brothers, for the dignity and status of Inner Palace, fight with them. Let these reckless geniuses of Outer Palace know how powerful we are and let them see clearly. Gu Lang was furious and shouted at the geniuses of Inner Palace. They had to fight even if they didn't want to. Jiang Chen's words had pushed them to the teeth of the storm. It could be said that they were riding a tiger and it was hard to get off. If they didn't fight, it meant that they were afraid. How could the strong be afraid of the strong? If they didn't dare to fight today, it would not be them bullying the geniuses of Outer Palace in the future, but it would be the other way around. Fight! Jiang Chen bellowed and took the lead to rush towards the camp of the main palace. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out among the camp of 300 great saints. The battle between 300 great saints was terrifying and majestic. It could be described as the heavens and earth annihilation. The martial arts practice field was smashed in an instant. All the residences of the entire Outer Palace and all the courtyards were turned into nothingness in an instant. This mountain peak that was suspended in the air would be smashed in an instant if it wasn't for the restrictions set up by the experts. The people of Outer Palace were in high spirits and shouting. At this time, how could they still care about whether the residences were intact or not? 4 great sages. A courtyard was not even worth a fart. Now it was a battle of wills. All the geniuses of the Outer Palace were fighting for their pride. In this battle, they had to defend their position and change the situation. This was their only chance. All of them had followed Gu Chen's lead. If they were defeated, they would never be able to raise their heads again. They've had enough of the days of being bullied. They had to turn the situation around. Chapter 951. Every single Outer Hall disciple was suppressing a gloomy feeling in their hearts. Given the situation today, they had to vent their anger properly. There were more or less some conflicts between the people present here. Hence, when they fought, the Outer Hall disciples specially picked the people they disliked the most and wanted to beat up the most. Regardless of whether they could win the fight or not, they would fight first. It should be known that in the past, they did not even have the courage to fight. Rumble. The aftermath of the powerful battle had just begun, but it had already swept everything here into slag. All the buildings were destroyed. 200 to 300 great sages were fighting fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, although it was a fierce battle, they still had some sense of propriety. Everyone used combat skills to attack and didn't use combat weapons. After all, this was an internal conflict of Gu Palace. Compared to other families, no matter how much conflict there was, they were all on the same side. They were fighting to vent their anger. If someone really died, then the nature of the fight would be completely different. You bastard, aren't you very arrogant on normal days? Come on, fight with me. A genius of the Outer Palace shouted and rushed towards a genius of the Inner Palace who usually showed off his strength. He launched a powerful attack and began to bombard the genius. The people of the Inner Palace were also furious. They had never put the people of the Outer Palace in their eyes. In their hearts, their status was above the geniuses of the Outer Palace. But now that they were fighting with the disciples of the Outer Palace, they realized that the geniuses of the Outer Palace were actually so powerful. They were not inferior to them in a battle of the same level. Kacha! Ah! In the vast battlefield, a white silhouette flickered constantly. Every place he went would be accompanied by blood-curdling screams and the sound of bones breaking. That white silhouette was Jiang Chen. His attacks were ruthless and his movements were strange. Every time he appeared, he would cause a certain amount of damage to his opponents. None of the people from the main palace could withstand a single strike from him. One of their legs was broken as soon as he appeared. In just the blink of an eye, 20 geniuses of the Inner Palace had been killed by Jiang Chen. He had greatly consumed the opponent's fighting strength. Moreover, his strength had boosted the morale of the geniuses of the Outer Palace. This made the Outer Palace gradually gain the upper hand in this big battle. Damn! How can this bastard be so strong? Gu Lang shouted loudly. He jumped and his majestic body blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, let's fight! Gu Lang shouted. He could already see that among all the geniuses who came here today, he was afraid that he was the only one who could fight Jiang Chen. Besides, he had no confidence in fighting Jiang Chen. Although he was a peak third-grade great saint, he couldn't slap a third-grade great saint to the ground, but Jiang Chen did it so easily. A peak third-grade great saint. Gu Lang, you are no match for me. Jiang Chen said. Given his current cultivation grade, It would be hard for him to find a third-grade great saint who could match him. If he used his dragon transformation, even a fourth-grade great saint would die. However, he needed to hide his identity now, so he couldn't use his dragon transformation. Even if he didn't use his dragon transformation, it was enough to deal with these people. Arrogant black whirlwind. Gu Lang bellowed. The black whirlwind turned into a black storm. This storm was somewhat similar to Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind. Each wind blade was like a sharp blade. Once it was used, the void would be cut into pieces. However, the difference between this black whirlwind and Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind wasn't just a little bit. The two of them weren't on the same level. The eternal immortal wind came from Nan Bei Chao's powerful technique. It was the technique of an immortal. Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to deal with Gu Lang. Otherwise, he was afraid that Gu Lang would die. Roar! In the face of Gu Lang's powerful black whirlwind, Jiang Chen's response was very simple. He punched out. The golden fist wind turned into a golden dragon, roaring and colliding with the black whirlwind. Hung Long. When the two collided, one side of the battlefield was destroyed. A big hole was created in the spatial zone. The destructive energy rustled and made people shudder. Fortunately, there were great saint experts on this battlefield. If a minor saint fell into such a battlefield, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The aftermath of these terrifying attacks was enough to kill him in an instant. Ugh! Gu Lang let out a blood-curdling scream. He was sent flying away. Even though he was a peak third-grade great saint and had cast a powerful combat skill, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. The black whirlwind that he struck out was completely destroyed by the golden dragon that was punched out by Jiang Chen. Gu Lang was greatly shaken. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His combat strength had been seriously damaged. Impossible. Both of Gu Lang's eyes were red. Compared to his injuries, his heart was more shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying person. Not to mention the Pure Land, even in Saint Origin Palace, a place where geniuses were as numerous as the clouds, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Such combat strength was simply heaven-defying. He was a peak third-grade great saint. Any ordinary fourth-grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him. But now, he couldn't even defeat a puny first-grade great saint. Such an ending was beyond his wildest dreams. Not good. Brother Gu Lang has been defeated. Even he isn't a match for Gu Chen. Motherfucker! Is this guy still human? Since when did the Pure Land cultivate such a monstrous genius? There are also those people from the Outer Palace. Usually, they would hide from us when they see us. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Now that Gu Chen is here, it's impossible for us to win. We have already lost a lot of people. Our morale is low, but the other side is as if they have been injected with chicken blood. The defeat of Gu Lang by Jiang Chen had made the geniuses of Inner Palace lose their confidence. During the battle just now, they had seen the true strength of the Outer Palace. Although they didn't say it out loud, subconsciously, these geniuses of Inner Palace no longer looked down on the people of Outer Palace like before. And this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's body moved and appeared in front of Gu Lang in a flash like a flash of light. What are you doing? Gu Lang's face was filled with fear. I'm going to break your leg. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He struck out with the true dragon palm. Gu Lang couldn't resist the huge cage and was trapped by Jiang Chen on the spot. A force like a sharp sword hit one of Gu Lang's legs. Gu Lang let out a wail and followed the footsteps of the two youths. Gu Chen, you are insane. You are finished. Do you know what you are doing? Gu Ling, who was standing at the side, yelled, but he had the urge to cough up blood. Initially, he had called for reinforcements to avenge him, but he had never thought that Gu Chen would be so powerful. This made the hatred and disgust in Gu Ling's eyes turn into fear when he looked at Jiang Chen. Get lost. Jiang Chen slapped Gu Ling's face, which had already turned into a pig's head. The slap sent Gu Ling flying. Haha. The geniuses of Inner Palace are just brothers. Beat them up. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the ground. That's right. Today, we are going to release all our depressed feelings. Motherfucker, beat them up. That Gu Lang is just a peak third-grade great saint, can't even withstand a slap from Gu Chen. Shouting loudly, the people of the Outer Palace were completely excited. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The geniuses of the inner palace were utterly defeated. This area had already been completely destroyed, but the people of the outer palace didn't care about this. Compared to losing some buildings, venting their anger was more important. However, the commotion here was too big. It was impossible for them not to be alarmed. Stop! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a young man in blue appeared in the sky. This young man had a head full of red hair and was incomparably majestic. His aura was monstrous, and the airwaves that were casually emitted from him were extremely frightening. Gu Lien. It's Big Brother Gu Lien. Big Brother Gu Lien, you have to seek justice for us. Motherfucker. Big Brother Gu Lien, these guys from Outer Palace are rebelling. They must be punished. Seeing the newcomer, the geniuses of Inner Palace who were crying for their parents were cheered up, as if they had seen hope. Gu Lien, the genius of Inner Palace, 4th grade great saint. What's going on? Gu Lien Lang Lang's eyes swept across the battlefield. He saw that many of the geniuses of Inner Palace had a broken leg. The others were also covered in dust and dirt. As a genius of Inner Palace, Gu Lien was naturally infuriated. Big Brother Gu Lien. One of them used divine sense to tell Gu Lien everything that had happened. A bunch of trash. After listening to it, Gu Lien couldn't help but scold. Of course, he wasn't scolding the geniuses of Outer Palace, but the geniuses of Inner Palace. He didn't feel angry at the miserable state of the geniuses of Inner Palace. Instead, he felt ashamed because he could see that the geniuses of Inner Palace were superior to those of Outer Palace in terms of numbers and cultivation. Under such circumstances, the geniuses of Inner Palace were still defeated miserably. It was an incomparably shameful thing, but it also gave Gu Lien a new view of the geniuses of Outer Palace. Swoosh! Gu Lien's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. When he realized that Jiang Chen was only a 1st grade great saint, his eyes glinted with a strange light. Putting everything else aside, the fact that a 1st grade great saint like Jiang Chen could defeat Gu Lang was enough to earn his respect. You are the newcomer, Gu Chen? Gu Lien Longling asked. Yes, I am. Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest fear in Gu Lien's eyes. Gu Chen, it seems like we are going to be in trouble today. This Gu Lien is a 4th grade great saint. He won't be easy to deal with. You must be careful. Chapter 952. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't put Gu Liuyang's words in his heart. He looked straight at Gu Lien and said, You have seen it yourself. None of the geniuses of Inner Palace can defeat me. Although Jiang Chen didn't make it very clear, the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. He was saying that the geniuses of Inner Palace couldn't even defeat him, a 1st grade great saint. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant and bully the disciples of Outer Palace? You are indeed very good. You have really shocked me. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Pure Land. They can't defeat you because they are not strong enough. I have nothing to say. The performance of Outer Palace today has indeed made me, Gu Lien, look at all of you in a different light. Gu Lien nodded and said. He was indeed a straightforward person. However, you're a newcomer, yet you've beaten up so many of our people and broken so many of their legs. This means that you don't place us in your eyes at all. I'll take this as a provocation to us. So, even though I admire you, I must seek justice for us and regain the face we've lost. Gu Lien said. His words were understandable. Jiang Chen also expressed his understanding. If he was in Gu Lien's shoes, he would also make the same decision. After all, Gu Lien was on Inner Palace's side. If he remained indifferent in the face of such a situation, he would be considered as a coward. What do you want? Jiang Chen said plainly. The internal conflict between the ancient people had intensified. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to resolve it as soon as possible. If it couldn't be resolved in time, the conflict would escalate to an unmanageable stage. At that time, the entire Gu Palace would be finished. From the bottom to the top, everyone would be caught in the conflict. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no other way out now. He could only take one step at a time. However, there was one thing that he must do. He must be strong to the end. He must show the prestige of the geniuses of Outer Palace. I will fight with you. Gu Lien's eyes were blazing. A trace of combat intent burst out from his body. No way. Gu Lien, You are a 4th grade great saint. It's not fair to fight with Gu Chen. Gu Luyang was the first to object. That's right. It's a 4th grade great saint versus a 1st grade great saint. Even if he won, there's nothing to be proud of. Has your palace become so shameless? One should know that the gap between a 4th grade great saint and a 3rd grade great saint wasn't small. The advancement from 3rd grade to 4th grade was a hurdle in itself. Jiang Chen was able to defeat the 3rd grade great saint Gu Lang, but he was only a 1st grade great saint after all. How could he deal with the 4th grade great saint Gu Lian? Jiang Chen raised his hand and silenced the voices in the outer hall. He smiled at Gu Lian and said, "All right, I'll fight you." As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Gu Lian. If he transformed into his dragon form, he would certainly be able to defeat Gu Lian, but he couldn't use it now. His current strength was more than enough to deal with an ordinary 4th grade great saint, but it was somewhat insufficient to deal with a genius like Gu Lian. However, he had no choice but to accept Gu Lian's challenge. If he didn't, the outer palace would still be looked down upon and bullied by the inner palace like before. Furthermore, it would only get worse. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of the battle, he had to fight. Gu Chen, Gu Lian, admire your guts. Come, let me see how powerful the peerless genius nurtured by the Pure Land is. Today, I will beat the crap out of you and defend the dignity and status of the Pure Land. Gu Lian's qi fluctuated wildly. His entire body soared high into the sky. His qi of a 4th grade great saint was completely unleashed. Jiang Chen also unleashed his qi and stood in front of Gu Lian. His clothes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. His black hair fluttered along with the wind. He was exuding a strong heroic aura that captivated and subdued people. Motherfucker! Isn't this bullying? I don't know if Gu Chen can defeat Gu Lian. I think it will be very difficult. That Gu Lian isn't an easy opponent. Gu Chen is only a 1st grade great saint. This battle is really worrying. What do you all know? Gu Chen is fighting for the dignity and glory of our outer palace. He has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, our outer palace won't be able to stand firm in the future. We will still be bullied by those bastards of the inner palace. Everyone in the outer palace shifted their eyes to the sky. Their eyes were filled with worry. Their opponent was the mighty Gu Lian. There was no way they wouldn't be worried. This guy actually dared to accept the challenge. I really don't know where he got his courage from. Although he is from the outer palace, I have to admit that this Gu Chen is really powerful. You and I are still far away from him. That's right. Yeah, I didn't expect the Pure Land to be able to cultivate such a genius. Even I admire him a little. However, this is a battle of dignity and status. Big brother Gu Lian will let him know how powerful he is and teach him a good lesson. A newbie is going to pay the price for being so arrogant. A lot of people in the inner palace were talking about it. Jiang Chen didn't even think about it before accepting Gu Lian's challenge. This was beyond their expectation. After all, the gap between their strength was just too big. It was a gap that was hard to make up for. Even though they were his opponents, even though they hated Jiang Chen to the bone, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen to show their admiration. Sometimes, admiring a person had nothing to do with whether the person was a comrade or an enemy. Gu Chen, come on. Give it your all. Gu Lian shouted. He was fully prepared for the battle. Stop. Just at this moment, another shout was heard. 4 extremely powerful silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were 4 elders. Each of them was brimming with qi and powerful cultivation base. All of them were 5th grade great saints. They had a panoramic view of everything that had happened here the moment they appeared. This was originally a beautiful place where the geniuses of the outer palace resided. There were martial arts arenas, flowers and trees, as well as courtyards and palaces. But now, there was nothing left. Everything had been completely destroyed. Although it was worthless, it was still the symbol of the ancient palace. This group of prodigal sons of Bi Cheese. It seemed like this floating mountain peak would have been completely destroyed if it wasn't for the restrictive spells set up by the masters. It's the elders. They were indeed the elders of Gu Palace. Usually, the elders wouldn't show up no matter how much trouble the disciples caused. It seemed like today's matter wasn't a small matter. Even the elders had come. What have you all done? Gu Lian, are you going to tear down the entire Gu Palace? One of the elders shouted at Gu Lian before looking at Gu Chen. Who are you? But very soon, the four elders knew what had happened here. Someone had already told them everything through divine sense, including the cause, the process and the result. As for the result, there was no need to talk about it because it was in front of them. Gu Chen, did you hurt all these people? An elder asked in disbelief. That's right. Jiang Chen said. I think the elders should know why I attacked them. Although this is my first day here, I absolutely can't stand the humiliation. Ancient people built Gu Palace. Why is there a difference between the inner palace and the outer palace? Do the geniuses of the outer palace have to be bullied? I just wanted to see what's so great about the geniuses of the inner palace. Now, it seems that they are just so. How dare you? You are just a newcomer. How dare you beat the geniuses of the inner palace and destroy the entire residence of the outer palace? That is a serious crime. Gu Chen, follow me to the punishment hall immediately. An elder shouted at Jiang Chen. Elder Gu Rong, this place wasn't destroyed by Gu Chen alone. All of us have attacked the geniuses of the inner palace. If you want to punish them, punish us too. Gu Luyang stood up. At this time, the outer palace must be united. What are you doing? Is your outer palace going to rebel? Gu Rong's eyes widened. Rebel? Elder Gu Rong's words are a little harsh. I think Gu Chen is right. We are all ancient people. There shouldn't be a difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Today, it seems that the geniuses of the inner palace are just so. Gu Chen is merely a first-grade great saint, but he has already beaten so many geniuses of the inner palace until they are crying for their parents. It's our fortune that the Pure Land sent such a genius to us. An elder next to Gu Rong suddenly spoke. His name was Gu Zheng. He was also from the outer palace. He had always been very unhappy about the difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Jiang Chen saw all of this with his own eyes. His heart was filled with worry. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had reached a level that couldn't be ignored. Not only the geniuses, but also the elders. Once this kind of conflict was triggered, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Gu Zheng, since the establishment of Gu Palace, there has never been such a disgraceful thing. Destroying public facilities and ignoring the rules of Gu Palace is a serious crime. He must be punished. Otherwise, how will Gu Palace manage the disciples in the future? Gu Rong said loudly with a very firm attitude. Bullshit. Gu Chen's crime is nothing more than beating up Gu Ling. This is a fight between disciples, which is very common. We have always ignored it. As for destroying public facilities, I would like to ask you something. This is the place of the outer palace. Why did more than 100 people from the inner palace come here? If you are talking about destroying public facilities, it is the disciples of the inner palace who came here to cause trouble. If you want to go to the punishment hall, you should take Gu Lang and the others away. Everything here has been destroyed. The disciples of the outer palace are the victims. It's not fair for you to punish the victims now. Gu Zheng spoke sternly. It seemed that he was going to stand firmly on the side of the outer palace. The confrontation between the two elders made Jiang Chen even more determined to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. Chapter 953. Fifth grade Great Saint was the most common cultivation grade in Gu Palace. The four elders in front of him were also at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, from the different standpoint of Gu Rong and Gu Zhang, one could imagine that even among the higher-ups of Gu Palace, such conflicts also existed. In the final analysis, this conflict wasn't between people, but between the outer palace and the inner palace. The people of the inner palace thought that they were superior and superior, so they looked down on the people of the outer palace. The people of the outer palace, on the other hand, were naturally dissatisfied because they were all from the ancient people. All right, stop quarreling, both of you. Another elder said with a frown. What's the difference between the two of you arguing here and them fighting here? I believe both of you are very clear that the conflict between the inner palace and the outer palace isn't new. Today, because of the arrival of Gu Chen, this conflict has erupted. But it's good that it has erupted because this kind of potential conflict isn't a good thing for Gu Palace. Since it has erupted in advance, we should solve it as soon as possible. Gu Lian, Gu Chen, how do you want to solve it? This person was called Gu Wang. His words were considered more dignified among the four elders. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire his words. It seemed like there weren't any lack of discerning people in Gu Palace. He believed that many of the higher-ups were also very worried about the conflict in Gu Palace, but they didn't have a good way to stop it. Elder Gu Wang, I will fight with Gu Chen. If Gu Chen loses, all the people of the outer palace, including Gu Chen, will have to apologize to Gu Lang and the others in public. From today onwards, they will have to avoid the people of the inner palace. Gu Lian said. Gu Lian, you are a 4th grade great saint, challenging a 1st grade great saint. Do you still have the nerve to say that? Gu Zheng harumphed coldly. Elder Gu Wang waved his hand, signaling Gu Zheng to keep quiet. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, Gu Chen, Gu Lian's challenge, are you willing to accept it? Of course I accept, but I also have a condition. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the 4 elders. Say it. Elder Gu Wang nodded approvingly. A 1st grade great saint didn't even think twice before accepting the challenge of a 4th grade great saint. This courage alone was worthy of admiration. Furthermore, he had heard about Gu Chen's means today. Even Gu Lang wasn't his match. Such a genius, even if he came from the Pure Land, Gu Palace would still treat him seriously. If I lose, I will do as Gu Lian said, and I will also compensate them with a huge amount of wealth. From now on, the disciples of the outer palace will hide wherever they are. However, if I win, I don't want anything. I just want to give the disciples of the outer palace a proper name. I will fight for the dignity and status of the outer palace. If I win, I hope that from now on, there will be no distinction between the outer palace and the inner palace. Jiang Chen said. What he said wasn't only for the 4 elders, but also for the geniuses of the main palace. One should know that this wasn't something that could be achieved with just a single word from an elder. If the words of an elder were effective, there wouldn't be any internal conflicts between the geniuses. Haha, what a joke. Gu Chen, it's impossible for you to win. If you win, I, Gu Lian, will be the first to submit to you. In the future, the people of Inner Palace will never look down on Outer Palace. Gu Lian laughed heartily and said in an extremely solemn tone. That's right. As long as he can defeat Big Brother Gu Lian, we will acknowledge you as the geniuses of Outer Palace. Someone in the main palace shouted. As a matter of fact, after today's battle, many of them had a new opinion about the disciples of Outer Palace, especially Gu Chen. Countless of them admired him. If Gu Chen could defeat Gu Lian, who was a 4th grade great saint, it would be enough for him to be called the #1 genius of Gu Palace. Such a genius would probably alarm the higher-ups of Gu Palace. Moreover, such a genius came from Pure Land and not from Inner Palace. So, what qualifications did the people of Inner Palace have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Good. Since you all are willing to use this method to solve the problem, then 3 days later, in the martial arena of Gu Palace, Gu Lian and Gu Chen will have a showdown. At that time, many people of Gu Palace will be watching, including the higher-ups. Now, you all have 3 days to prepare. After Elder Gu Wang finished speaking, he left with the other 3 elders. As for why Elder Gu Wang wanted to delay the battle to 3 days later instead of letting Jiang Chen and Gu Lian start the battle immediately, many of them knew the reason. After all, this battle was related to the conflict between the Inner Palace and the Outer Palace. These 3 days were undoubtedly used to create hype for Gu Chen and Gu Lian, allowing many people in Gu Palace to know about this battle. This news had even reached the ears of the higher-ups, causing them to pay close attention to this battle. After all, the significance of this battle was extraordinary. The more people paid attention to it, the better it would be for Gu Palace. It was time for the internal conflict of Gu Palace to be resolved. Therefore, no matter who won this battle, it would be beneficial to Gu Palace. If Gu Chen won, then the internal conflict of Gu Palace would be resolved. From then on, the people of Outer Palace would have a high status and dignity. Inner Palace would no longer bully the disciples of Outer Palace, which would unite everyone in Gu Palace. Moreover, Jiang Chen had defeated Gu Lian and became famous. Gu Palace would certainly nurture such a genius. On the contrary, if Gu Lian won, the conflict would escalate to the surface. The people of Outer Palace would lose more and more status. Perhaps, many of them would return to Pure Land. From then on, Gu Palace would no longer accept people from Pure Land. Ancient people of Gu Palace and Pure Land would be completely separated. In this way, although it was cruel, Gu Palace would soon be united and there would no longer be any hidden conflicts. Gu Wang was a smart man. Many people weren't stupid either. They could still see the situation clearly. Even Jiang Chen and Gu Lian were aware of it. Therefore, everyone expressed their understanding of the reason for postponing the battle for 3 days. Gu Chen, if I were you, I would immediately admit defeat to avoid losing face 3 days later. Gu Lian said. At that time, we will know who will lose face. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. These 3 days were a good thing for him. Under the situation where he couldn't transform into his dragon form, it was indeed not easy for Jiang Chen to defeat Gu Lian. Now that there were 3 more days, Jiang Chen had the hope of improving his strength to the next level. If he had the chance to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint, defeating Gu Lian would be as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade had reached the peak of 1st grade Great Saint. He was only 500 dragon marks away from the 2nd grade Great Saint. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. Gu Lian left with the geniuses of Inner Palace. Now that the battle had been decided, there was no point in staying here any longer. It seemed like they were not welcomed here. As for Gu Lang and those who had their legs broken by Jiang Chen, they flew away. To a great saint, a broken leg wasn't a serious injury. When Jiang Chen landed from the sky, a group of geniuses from Outer Palace immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. Satisfying, too satisfying. Gu Chen, you're really amazing. Even that Gu Lang fellow's leg was broken by you. This is really satisfying. I've taken a look just now, at least 30 people's legs were broken by Gu Chen. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant in the future. That's right. We have been sulking for a long time. Today, we can finally vent our frustrations. Those geniuses from Inner Palace are just I'm not afraid of them if we really fight. We will follow Gu Chen from now on. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to have today's pleasure. Everyone in the Outer Palace was in high spirits. Thinking of the refreshing battle just now, many people still felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As for the destroyed houses, it was nothing. They were all great sage experts. It was just a matter of minutes if they wanted to build some courtyard houses. Even if they wanted to build a small space, it was also a very simple and easy thing. It felt really good. At this time, everyone admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. They had already regarded Jiang Chen as their representative and leader. The world of the strong was originally like this. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would still live the same days as before, suffering from the supercilious and oppressed geniuses. But Gu Lian is not easy to deal with. Are you sure? Gu Luiying said with a frown. The others also looked at Jiang Chen with bright eyes. Although they had a good time today, the real highlight had yet to begin. The real highlight would only begin 3 days later. If Jiang Chen was defeated, their status wouldn't change either. Gu Luiying said with a frown. Brothers, rest assured. I will definitely defeat Gu Lian and clear the name of our Outer Palace. This is a battle of dignity. Our dignity will not be trampled on. Jiang Chen's expression changed. His eyes turned cold, and his body emitted an unstoppable confidence. It was a confidence that came from his bones, and it could infect many people. The people around him couldn't help but be influenced by it. Ha ha! Well, Gu Chen, we believe in you. Gu Luhui shouted. After all, they had all seen the strength of Jiang Chen with their own eyes. Even if the cultivation gap between Jiang Chen and Gu Lian was huge, it was not completely impossible. What's more, in the current situation, they could only believe in Jiang Chen. It seemed that there was no other way but to believe and pray. Everyone, clean up this place first. Restore the original buildings. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion to prepare for the battle 3 days later. Jiang Chen said. Okay, leave these to us. After Gu Luiying finished speaking, he waved out a wave of air. All the debris on the entire mountain peak was cleaned up. For more than 100 great sages, it was too easy to build some courtyard buildings. In almost a few minutes, all the buildings were built again. Chapter 954. After everything was restored, Jiang Chen found a random courtyard and went into seclusion. It wasn't an easy task to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint in just 3 days. Jiang Chen's seclusion lasted for a day. He shook his head helplessly. Although there are only 500 dragon marks left, it's too difficult to condense them all. Unless there's an opportunity or a powerful energy impact, I won't be able to advance to the second grade Great Saint even if I cultivate for another 2 days. Jiang Chen stood up from the futon. He decided not to go into seclusion anymore. This kind of meaningless seclusion was just a waste of time. There were only 2 days left before the battle with Gu Lian. He couldn't afford to delay it any further. Creak. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and saw Gu Lufeng and Gu Luiying standing in front of his door. It seemed like they were about to knock on his door. Lufeng, what's the matter? Jiang Chen asked. Gu Lufeng had been in contact with him for a long time and he had a certain understanding of him. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't disturb his seclusion. Little Chenzi, today is the opening day of the refining tower. Brother Luiying wants to ask if you want to go there for cultivation. Gu Lufeng said. Isn't the refining tower opened every day? Yesterday, they were still cultivating in the refining tower. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He still remembered what happened yesterday clearly. Gu Luyang and Gu Ling came from the refining tower and had a chaotic battle here. That was to say, the refining tower had opened yesterday, but today was the opening day of the refining tower. Wouldn't it be contradictory? Gu Chen, you don't know this. This refining tower is different from the previous one. There are a total of 9 refining towers in Saint Origin Palace. Each of the palaces has one that is used for cultivation. The purpose of the refining tower is to condense the heaven and earth yuan qi. If you cultivate in it, your cultivation speed will be faster. However, the refining tower that opens today is the most unique tower in Saint Origin Palace. It opens for 1 day every month and the geniuses of the 8 major palaces can enter it. If you can't enter it, all the good cultivation places will be taken away. Gu Luiying explained. I see. What's the difference between this refining tower and Gu Palace? Jiang Chen asked. The difference is huge. The refining towers of the various palaces can only gather the heaven and earth yuan qi in this space, making the heaven and earth yuan qi even denser. There are also some arrays that can help in cultivation. But today, the refining towers can absorb a small amount of immortal qi. This is the immortal qi from the immortal world. If you are lucky enough to absorb some, it will bring you endless benefits. Gu Luhui hurriedly said. Immortal energy. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled all of a sudden. He was worrying about how to advance his cultivation grade in 2 days. Now, it seemed like this refining tower was a good choice. If he could absorb the immortal qi, he might be able to stimulate his dragon transformation skill. At that time, he would be able to condense 500 dragon marks and advance to second grade Great Saint. As long as he advanced to the second grade Great Saint, he would have no problem dealing with Gu Lian 2 days later. That's right. This refining tower was set up by the old ancestors of the 8 major families when Saint Origin Palace was built. It can absorb a small amount of immortal qi from the immortal world. Although the amount is very little, it's very beneficial to us. However, it only opens once a month and many geniuses of the 8 major palaces will go there. The competition is very intense. Gu Luiying said. The refining tower should have been opened by now, right? Jiang Chen asked. It has been opened for a while. Gu Luhui said. All right, let's go there now. Jiang Chen said. He was very interested in this refining tower. He was eager to improve his strength. The immortal qi came from the immortal world. The quality of the heaven and earth yuan qi was many times higher than the heaven and earth yuan qi in Saint Origin world. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which was a supreme divine skill. Therefore, his ability to absorb the high-grade yuan qi in the immortal world was much stronger. Under the lead of Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui, the 4 of them flew rapidly towards the refining tower. It was the first time for Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng to go to the refining tower. Jiang Chen's reaction was better than Gu Liufeng's. The refining tower of Saint Origin Palace was located at the center of Saint Origin Palace. A gray ancient tower was suspended high in the sky. This ancient tower seemed to have 9 floors. There was a golden light at the top of the tower that went straight into the sky. No one could see where it extended to, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. Thousands of miles around the ancient tower was empty, which added a sense of loneliness to the ancient tower. This was the refining tower, which only opened once a month. At this moment, a lot of people were moving towards the refining tower. All of them were young geniuses. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. The geniuses of the 8 major palaces had arrived. For this day, Saint Origin Palace was a grand event. Gu Chen, This is the refining tower. It opens once a month. The tower is divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the higher the chance of absorbing immortal chi. The lower the level, the lower the chance. Basically, only 5th grade great saints and above can enter the 7th level and above. With our current strength, we won't be able to go there. Gu Chen. This is the refining tower that opens once a month. Gu Luiying introduced. I'm afraid that there will be constant friction and trouble when the geniuses of the 8 major palaces gather together, right? Jiang Chen smiled. That's for sure. The relationship between the 8 major palaces has always been very tense. This time of the month is also the most chaotic time. Many people will fight each other for territory. Sometimes, there will even be deaths, but these are the battles between the geniuses. The higher-ups of Saint Origin Palace won't care about it. Even if someone dies, as long as it isn't too excessive, no one will care. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Apart from allowing the geniuses to absorb immortal chi, the opening of the refining tower is also a form of training for the geniuses. Whether it is Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, the contradictions between the 8 major palaces have long been deep-rooted. It's not uncommon for people to die because of the battles. Gu Luiying said. He had been here for a long time, so he had a better understanding of the situation here. Although Saint Origin Palace was a powerful place, the competition here was also more intense. Compared to Pure Land, this place was much crueler. Under normal circumstances, which floor should we go to? Asked Jiang Chen. Given our cultivation grade, we can still go to the 4th and 5th floors, but I'm afraid that the 4th and 5th floors have already been occupied. Let's go to the 5th floor and try our luck first. Gu Luiying said. Alright, let's go to the 5th floor and have a look. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't care which floor he was going to because given his strength and means, he would still be able to absorb immortal chi even if he was cultivating in the lowest floor. Although he wanted to compete with the geniuses of the 6 major families, he didn't want to cause any trouble today. All he wanted now was to cultivate and absorb immortal chi to advance to 2nd grade Great Saint. Then, he would fight Gu Lian 2 days later and solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. When Jiang Chen and the others were about to enter the gate of the 5th floor, they saw 3 figures walking out from the inside. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they were the disciples of Gu Palace. At this moment, all 3 of them had bruised noses and swollen faces. Their chi was chaotic and they had suffered certain injuries. Each of them was covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely miserable. All 3 of them were 2nd grade Great Saints. The one standing in the middle had blood at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with you 3? Asked Jiang Chen with a frown. These 3 weren't unfamiliar to him. Although he didn't know their names, he knew that they were the geniuses of Main Palace. They were among those who went to the outer palace to cause trouble yesterday. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 of them raised their heads. When they saw that it was Jiang Chen, a complicated look was revealed in their eyes. Gu Chen. The one in the middle said in a low voice. Gu Yong, who did this to you? Asked Gu Luiying. Frankly speaking, they were delighted to see the 3 geniuses of Main Palace in such a miserable state. It's none of your business who did this to us. Another genius of Main Palace, Lang Lang, said. You're right. It naturally has nothing to do with us if you get beaten up. But if you get beaten up here, it's a disgrace to Gu Palace. Not daring to fight back after being beaten up, it's even more shameful. Your Gu Palace is truly disappointing. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. Gu Chen, that's enough. I don't need your sarcastic remarks. Gu Yong said loudly. I've said it before. In my eyes, there is no distinction between Main Palace and Outer Palace. This is the refining tower. You not only represent yourselves, but also the face of Gu Palace. Tell me, who did this to you? Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked word by word. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, like an emperor questioning his courtiers. They didn't dare to not answer. It's the people of Desolate Palace. The cultivation place that we found was taken away by them and they even beat us. Gu Yong said. Bring me there. Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Gu Yong and the other 2 glanced at each other before nodding their heads. Once again, they strode towards the 5th level. The chi of heaven and earth in the 5th level was much denser than the outside world. Just a casual breath was enough to make one feel refreshed. There were many small secret chambers here, and each of them had a stone door. If the stone door was not closed, It meant that there was no one inside and people could enter to cultivate. If the stone door was closed, it meant that the inside was occupied. At this moment, the secret chambers on the 5th floor were all closed, and there were many people outside looking for places to cultivate. "Where is it?" Jiang Chen asked. "It's here." Gu Yong came to the front of a secret chamber. The stone door of the secret chamber was closed. It had been occupied by someone. "We were the first to snatch this secret chamber, but it was occupied by Desolate Ichiro and the others. They even beat us up. That Desolate Ichiro is a 3rd grade great saint. We are no match for him," Gu Yong said while gritting his teeth. His heart was filled with depression when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered. "Kick the door," Jiang Chen said plainly. "I will kick it." Chapter 955. The youth of Gu Palace kicked the stone door ferociously, causing the entire stone door to tremble violently. The 5th level of the ancient pagoda buzzed. The kick of a 2nd grade great saint could crush a mountain, but it didn't even break a single stone door. However, this was normal. Jiang Chen could already see that the stone door had been set up with a seal by an expert. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to break it. The youth raised his leg and kicked again. "Desolate Ichiro, get out here right now." The youth was incomparably arrogant. Although Desolate Ichiro was a 3rd grade great saint, they didn't care about him at all. Gu Yong and the rest had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength with their own eyes. Even the peak 3rd grade great saint Gu Lang couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen, let alone Desolate Ichiro. To Gu Yong and the others, since they were dealing with the people of Desolate Palace, it was only right for the people of Gu Palace to unite. Thinking of how Gu Chen was willing to stand up for them when they attacked the outer palace yesterday, they felt incomparably touched. The domineering aura radiating from Jiang Chen had convinced them. The commotion immediately attracted a lot of people. Most of the geniuses in the 5th floor were 3rd grade great saints. Most of the 4th grade great saints had gone to the 6th floor. That was why Gu Yong and the rest were so arrogant. They could basically conclude that no one in the 5th floor was a match for Jiang Chen. Bang bang bang. Gu Yong stepped forward and kicked the stone door 3 times. The stone door made a cracking sound. No matter how good-tempered those who were cultivating inside were, they wouldn't be able to control themselves when they encountered such a situation. The stone door was slowly opened. 3 angry men walked out. The leader was a tall and burly man with a fierce face. He was a 3rd grade great saint. He was the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Ichiro. Standing beside him were 2 2nd grade great saint geniuses of Desolate Palace. Their faces were also filled with anger. Anyone would be infuriated when they were interrupted during their cultivation. Desolate Ichiro and the rest laughed when they saw that the ones who kicked the door were the geniuses of Gu Palace whom they had beaten up and thrown out of the tower. "Damn it! You 3 don't know what's good for you. How dare you kick my door and disturb my cultivation? Do you believe that I'll take your lives right now? In this refining tower, even if you die, it'll be in vain." Xueqi said fiercely to Gu Yong and the other 2. "It's Desolate Ichiro. This guy isn't someone to be trifled with. Why would the people of Gu Palace provoke him? You still don't know this. This secret chamber was snatched by Gu Yong and the others." Xueqi caught up to them, and not only did he throw them out, he also seized the secret chamber and gave them a good beating. However, are these 3 fellows sick in the head? They actually dared to come back and kick the door. Are they really not afraid of death? That's right. You should know that there have been deaths in this refining tower before. Desolate Ichiro is a 3rd grade great saint. They are no match for him. The surrounding people began to discuss. There were also a few people from Gu Palace who came over when they saw the conflict. Their initial thought was the same as the others, but when they saw Jiang Chen who was standing beside Gu Yong, they immediately felt relieved. Others might not know this man who had only been in Saint Origin Palace for a day, but they were all too familiar with him. Desolate Ichiro might be terrifying, but compared to this ruthless man, they were afraid that he was still far from being comparable to him. Desolate Ichiro, it's still uncertain who will die today. You all have seized our secret chamber. You better get out now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize and compensate us for our losses. Then, we'll forget about this matter. There were experts beside Gu Yong, so his words were filled with confidence. He knew the capability of Jiang Chen, so he no longer put Desolate Ichiro in his eyes. Desolate Ichiro and the other two were stunned, suspecting that their ears were playing tricks on them. What kind of joke was this? These three idiots who were crying for their parents after being beaten by them were now clamoring in front of them. Gu Yong, have you become stupid after being beaten by me? It seems like you don't know how to write the word death. Desolate Ichiro's face was ferocious. You are right. He really doesn't know how to write the word death, because he won't die. A voice sounded beside Gu Yong. The one who spoke was none other than Jiang Chen. Desolate Ichiro and the other two turned their eyes to Jiang Chen. When they saw that Jiang Chen was only a first-grade great saint, they laughed again. Where did you come from? You are just a puny little first-grade great saint. You don't have the right to speak here. You better do as he said. Kowtow and apologize, then compensate us. Jiang Chen said with a smile. No one could tell whether he was angry or not. Fuck! How dare a first-grade great saint talk to Brother Ichiro like this? You are courting death. Kneel down before me first. A second-grade great saint beside Desolate Ichiro took a step forward and raised his hand, preparing to give Jiang Chen a slap. Pah! It was a loud slap, but the one who was slapped wasn't Jiang Chen, but the genius of Desolate family. The youth was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen and then stepped on his face. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Yong and the other two couldn't help but shiver. This method was too similar to yesterday. Being so close to Jiang Chen, they could feel the scariness of Jiang Chen. Even though they were so close to each other, they couldn't see how Jiang Chen did it. A second-grade great saint was slapped to the ground. This scene stunned a lot of people, including Desolate Ichiro. Who is this man? I have never seen him before. He is only a first-grade great saint. How can he be so powerful? It must be an accident. He should be a newcomer from Gu Palace. I didn't expect a newcomer to be so arrogant. I guess Desolate Ichiro is going to be furious. Anyway, the secret chamber is gone. It's not bad to watch the show. When the show is over, we will go to the 4th level to find a place to stay. The surrounding people were shocked. It was indeed surprising that a person they had never seen before could be so powerful. Bastard! The youth bellowed under Jiang Chen's foot, but he couldn't get rid of it. Move your stinky foot away. Desolate Ichiro was infuriated. I want to remind you that if you die here, you will die in vain. Even if someone dies here, no one will care about it. Is that so? If you say so, I am relieved. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He exerted force on his foot. A blood-curdling scream was heard along with the sound of broken bones. The head of the youth was twisted and deformed. Blood gushed out crazily. He was stomped to death by Jiang Chen on the spot. After a few moments of struggling, he completely stopped moving. What? The scene made countless people exclaim. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed. None of them had thought that this newcomer of Gu Palace would kill someone without any warning. Jiang Chen didn't even have the slightest sign of killing someone. One should know that it was one thing to have a conflict and another to kill someone. Indeed, everyone would have a fight here. It was a very normal thing, but it was rare to see someone kill someone like this. Gu Yong and the others were also looking at Jiang Chen in shock. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen would have such a fiery temper and such a ruthless method. Even if they were from Gu Palace, they were still shuddering. Recalling the scene yesterday, they felt that they were lucky. If they weren't from Gu Palace, they would have been trampled to death on the spot after offending Jiang Chen. You really killed him? Desolate Ichiro widened his eyes, staring at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Not only was he shocked by Jiang Chen's courage, he was also shocked by Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Whether he dared to kill someone was one thing. Whether he had the ability to do so was another. A first-grade great saint had killed a second-grade great saint in just one move. This didn't mean that a second-grade great saint was too weak, but this youth was too strong. If you kowtow and apologize now, you won't have to die. Jiang Chen looked at Desolate Ichiro and said plainly, Bastard! This bastard is too arrogant. The other second-grade great saint beside Desolate Ichiro was so angry that he almost coughed out blood. One of their companions was killed in front of everyone. Not only did this disgrace them, it also disgraced Desolate Palace. Good. I didn't expect that there would be such an arrogant person in Gu Palace. You have the guts to kill a disciple of Desolate Palace. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Tell me, what is your name? Desolate Ichiro, don't kill nameless ghosts. Desolate Ichiro's chest heaved up and down. It seemed like his anger was about to burst out at any time, burning everything in this place. Gu Chen. Jiang Chen revealed his name. Gu Lufeng shook his head and looked at Desolate Ichiro with a pitiful look. This Desolate Ichiro was destined to have a tragic ending. He knew Jiang Chen too well. This was a lawless man who wasn't afraid of anything. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. Since he had already started to kill, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind killing one more. Desolate Ichiro fully unleashed his chi of a third-grade great saint. He locked all the chi of Jiang Chen and decided to torture this arrogant guy. He didn't want him to die too easily. He wanted him to know the cruel consequences of offending Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He didn't want to waste any more time with Desolate Ichiro. Immediately, he struck out the true dragon palm, grabbed Desolate Ichiro and threw him away. Bang! Xiao Ichiro didn't even have the chance to resist as he was thrown away by Jiang Chen like a sandbag. He was thrown far away and landed heavily on the ground far away. His whole body was in a daze from the fall and he was vomiting blood. Then, Jiang Chen once again grabbed Desolate Ichiro and pulled him closer to him. Currently, Desolate Ichiro's eyes were filled with fear. The confrontation with Jiang Chen just now had made him understand that one shouldn't judge a person's strength just by looking at his cultivation grade. Some people in this world couldn't be judged by common sense. What are you doing? Chapter 956. Whatever you wanted to do just now, I will do it now. Anyway, if you die here, your death will be in vain. Jiang Chen's face was cold. A powerful force was released from his body, pressing towards Desolate Ichiro from all directions. No! Desolate Ichiro let out a roar. He could feel the chi of death. He didn't expect that his opponent would really dare to kill him. This was simply unbelievable. He regretted it very much. There were still some secret cultivation rooms here when he came here, but he chose to rob Gu Palace. Now, it seemed like he had to pay a price for acting tough, but the price was too miserable. Bang! Desolate Ichiro's body fell to the ground. After moving a few times, there was no more breath. He was dead. The scene was silent. Many of them felt their breath quicken. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen's indifferent face, as if killing a genius of Desolate Palace was just like killing an ordinary person. It wasn't a big deal. My God! Where did this Gu Chen come from? Isn't he a little too audacious? How could he kill someone just like that? I'm afraid Desolate Palace won't let this matter go. This Gu Chen should be a newcomer of Gu Palace. I'm not surprised by his courage, but his strength. Desolate Ichiro is a mighty third-grade great saint. He killed him just like that. It's absolutely a fortune for Gu Palace to have such a genius. This is too powerful. A first-grade great saint killing a third-grade great saint. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A genius had appeared in Gu Palace, and a ferocious one at that. It seemed that Saint Origin Palace was going to be lively in the future. Gu Yong and the others were also dumbfounded. Only Gu Liufeng's reaction was better. After all, this wasn't the first day that he met Jiang Chen. The people of Gu Palace looked at Jiang Chen with fear in their eyes, especially the geniuses of the main palace. When they recalled the scene yesterday and looked at the scene in front of them, they suddenly felt lucky. Lucky that they were from the same force as Jiang Chen. Otherwise, the situation yesterday wouldn't be as simple as a broken leg. But at this moment, the people of Gu Palace felt incomparably relieved, especially Gu Yong and the other two. Previously, they had been beaten up by Desolate Palace, but now, Jiang Chen stood up for them and killed them. Instantly, all the depression in their hearts was released. At this time, a lot of people who were cultivating in the secret chamber were alarmed. Many of them walked out of their secret chambers. Among them were the geniuses of Desolate Palace. When they saw two of their comrades lying in a pool of blood, they were instantly enraged. Shua! Jiang Chen's eyes shifted to the last second-grade great saint of Desolate Palace. Out of the three of them, two were already dead. It's your turn. You can choose to kneel down and apologize, or die like them. Jiang Chen's words were still cold and emotionless. In many people's point of view, what Jiang Chen did was a bit too much. Two of the geniuses of Desolate Palace had been killed. No matter how deep the hatred was, it should have been settled by now, but Jiang Chen still wouldn't let it go. Naturally, they didn't know about the grudge between Jiang Chen and Desolate Palace. He would never be polite to the people of Desolate Palace, but to his enemies, Jiang Chen never knew what mercy was. Gu Chen, don't go too far. A loud shout was heard from not far away. More than 20 people of Desolate Palace gathered together. Among them, there were a few third-grade great saints like Desolate Ichiro. A group of people walked towards them in an imposing manner. The one who spoke was a young man with a cultivation of third-grade great saint. He seemed to be at the same level as Gu Lang and slightly stronger than Desolate Ichiro. Go too far? I don't think that it was your Desolate Palace who started this first. They refused to apologize, so they can only repay with their lives. Jiang Chen shrugged and said casually. Then, a sharp light appeared in his hand. Before the second-grade great saint could react, half of his head was severed. The second-grade great saint died on the spot without even having the chance to scream. At this point, the 3 people who robbed Gu Yong's secret chamber and beat up Gu Yong and the other 2 were all dead. Jiang Chen's attack was ruthless and merciless. Bastard! The people of Desolate Palace cursed. Each of them was furious, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's ability, no one dared to rush forward. Gu Chen, we, Desolate Palace, will remember what happened today. The leading young man said ferociously. If you don't want to die, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately. I don't want to see anyone from Desolate Palace in the 5th level of the refining tower today. All of you get lost. You are not allowed to cultivate here. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the people of Desolate Palace and said in an indisputable tone, hiss. Upon hearing this, many of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was what it meant to be domineering. He was too arrogant. The refining tower was a public place for cultivation. Although there were constant battles, no one wanted to occupy it. Today, Gu Chen was going to deprive the disciples of the right to cultivate here. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. The disciples of Gu Palace had been completely subdued by Jiang Chen's dominance. Although the strength of Gu Palace wasn't considered weak among the 8 major palaces, they had never felt so proud in the refining tower before. Jiang Chen's domineering aura made them feel that it was an incomparable honor to be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Palace had always been this powerful. Whoever was allowed to cultivate here would be allowed to do so. If they didn't allow anyone to cultivate, they would have to fucking get the hell out of here. That was how arrogant they were. What did you say? The leader of Desolate Palace glared at Gu Chen. His name was Desolate Yiming. He couldn't believe his ears. This arrogant bastard actually wanted to drive all of them out of the refining tower and deprive them of the right to cultivate here. How could the people of Desolate Palace accept this? Is there something wrong with your brain or your ears? He said that all of you should get lost. Haha. Just get lost. At this time, a loud voice was heard from behind. Everyone followed the direction of the voice and saw a big yellow dog swaggering towards them. Beside him was a handsome young man. The 2 of them were emitting a strong demonic qi. Obviously, they were from the Demon Palace. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Chen smiled in his heart when he saw De Huang Dog. The current De Huang Dog was already a 2nd-grade great saint. It seemed like he was doing very well in Demon Palace. De Huang Dog had come to Saint Origin Palace 3 days earlier than him. Given his bloodline and totem divine seal, he had already gained a certain status in Demon Palace. This could be seen from the way the geniuses of Demon Palace looked at him. A guy who possessed the bloodline and totem divine seal of a divine beast would surely attract attention, unless the brains of the higher-ups of Demon Palace were damaged. Whether De Huang Dog was doing well or not could be seen from the fact that he had advanced to the 2nd-grade great saint in just 3 days. Hee, little Chenzi. Master Dog has come to stir things up. De Huang Dog chuckled and his voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears. Well done, De Huang. Jiang Chen praised De Huang Dog. It was the best time for De Huang Dog to appear. Today, De Huang Dog represented Demon Palace and Jiang Chen represented Gu Palace. Both of them had joined forces to deal with Desolate Palace, implicating Demon Palace and Gu Palace together. This first step could be said to be perfect. Where did this dog come from? How dare you mock our Desolate Palace? Don't you want to live anymore? Desolate Yiming was infuriated. Today was too depressing. 3 of Desolate Palace's geniuses were killed and they were about to be expelled from the refining tower. Then, A motherfucking dog came out and ridiculed them for no reason. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at Master Dog? I think you are courting death. Master Dog is just here to watch the show. Am I not allowed to speak? Since when did your desolate palace become so arrogant? De Huang Dog wasn't a kind person. He was afraid that Desolate Yiming wouldn't answer him. As long as Desolate Yiming answered him, things would be much easier. It seems like you are really tired of living. Xiao Yiming had a belly full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. Since he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, he decided to vent it on this dog. Who asked this dog to appear at such a bad time? And it was asking for a beating. Desolate Yiming struck a palm at De Huang Dog. The swift and fierce palm wind was like a spiraling weapon, rushing at De Huang Dog. Courting death. De Huang Dog's eyes glinted with ferocity. His head glowed with golden light as he collided with Desolate Yiming's palm wind. Hung Long. When the two attacks collided, the fifth level of the refining tower shook. The attack of a dignified third-grade great saint was supposed to be able to destroy a mountain, but now, all the attacks were shattered by Big Yellow's head attack. Big Yellow's attack was shattered into pieces. Great Saint! Swoosh! Before Desolate Yiming had the time to be shocked, he felt a ray of light rushing towards him. In a blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. Desolate Yiming knew that this wasn't good. He hastily used his Yuan force to defend himself, but it was too late. Bang! De Huang Dog's head collided with Desolate Yiming's chest like a diamond drill. Desolate Yiming let out a miserable cry and was sent flying away. A large part of his chest was dented and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. Damn it! Where did this dog come from? Why is he so strong? Motherfucker! Don't tell me he's a newcomer in Demon Palace? Why are there so many abnormal beings? That dog's head is too hard. Desolate Yiming, a third-grade great saint, didn't even have the strength to fight back. Desolate Palace is really unlucky today. First, they encountered Gu Chen. Then a dog came out from Demon Palace. I thought I could vent my anger by bullying them, but I didn't expect to be seriously injured by the dog's head. The people of Desolate Palace were indeed depressed and aggrieved. They had never suffered such vexation in the refining tower. They were supposed to be fighting with Gu Palace, but now, a dog came out of nowhere. What was more intolerable was that they couldn't even defeat a dog. Now that they were seriously injured, they were afraid that they would die if they went forward again. Judging from the dog's attitude, it wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Chapter 957. However, while the people of Desolate Family felt aggrieved, they were also deeply shocked, especially Desolate Yiming. He couldn't help but re-evaluate De Huang Dog. Although he was very powerful, he was still injured by De Huang Dog's attack. This indicated that there was a certain gap between their combat strength. Moreover, De Huang Dog was only a second-grade great saint. It seemed that not only Gu Palace but also Demon Palace had a true genius. It wouldn't take long for such an existence to become a dazzling existence in Saint Origin Palace. I will count to 3. If you all don't leave, I will start a massacre. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the people of Desolate Palace Lung Lang. His ruthless eyes made them shiver involuntarily. No one doubted the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. The 3 corpses on the ground were the best proof. For a ferocious figure like Jiang Chen, one should never judge him by whether he dared or not. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Brother Yiming, what should we do now? Someone of Desolate Palace asked unwillingly. Let's go. Today's matter isn't over yet. Desolate Yiming raised his hand to wipe off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. After that, he kept the corpses of Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 into his spatial ring and left with all the people of Desolate Palace. Ever since the refining tower was built, Desolate Palace had never suffered such humiliation. It was imaginable that Desolate Palace would never let this matter rest. Everything that happened today had spread the name of Gu Chen among the geniuses. This dear friend is so overbearing. Master Dog likes it very much. I wonder how do I address you? Are you willing to be friends with Master Dog? De Huang Dog said pretentiously. Kong Yang tried his best to hold back his laughter when he saw De Huang Dog's expression. Of course. I can see that Brother Dog is also a man of passion. Today, the secret chamber of Desolate Palace will be shared by Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Jiang Chen was also putting on an act. That's great. Everyone, listen up. The people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace will live in peace in these empty secret chambers. People of other palaces, go to the 4th floor and find a place. De Huang Dog's words directly tied Demon Palace and Gu Palace together. The secret chamber that was vacated by Desolate Palace was occupied by both Gu Palace and Demon Palace, excluding the other palaces. To them, except for the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace, everyone else was their enemy. Naturally, there was no need for them to be polite. The geniuses of the 5 major palaces were muttering to themselves. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the result. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's performance was too strong, so they didn't dare to say anything. The geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace, on the other hand, were very excited. Many of them didn't have a secret chamber to cultivate in when they came here. Now that they had been vacated, they were naturally happy. Especially the geniuses of Gu Palace. Their faces were filled with arrogance and pride. Today, Gu Palace could be said to be proud and elated. Jiang Chen had given them a lot of face. Gu Chen, thank you so much for today's matter. I didn't expect you to be so forgiving. Gu Yong came to the front of Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Gu Yong, you have to remember that what happened yesterday was between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. It's not a personal grudge between you and me. I don't want to see Gu Palace being divided into Outer Palace and Inner Palace. I want to see a united Gu Palace. That's why I took action. In my eyes, all of you are on the same side. How can I just stand by and watch when one of us is wronged? We are a family in the outside world. How can we let outsiders bully us? I won't allow the people of Desolate Palace to bully you, just like how I won't allow you to bully the people of Outer Palace. Jiang Chen patted Gu Yong's shoulder and said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yong and the other geniuses of Inner Palace lowered their heads, feeling somewhat ashamed. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui exchanged a glance and couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This man was courageous and astute. Jiang Chen's achievements would be limitless in the future. Even before the battle between him and Gu Lian had begun, the geniuses of Inner Palace had already completely changed their opinion of him and Outer Palace. That was a change in their hearts. They could feel that Gu Yong and the other geniuses of Inner Palace were no longer the same as before. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had begun to gradually improve. The effect of Jiang Chen standing up for Gu Yong and the other geniuses was much better than defeating Gu Lian 2 days later. Gu Yong, I have some pills here. Take them to the injured brothers yesterday. Their injuries will recover very quickly. Jiang Chen took out another spatial ring and handed it to Gu Yong. This was called the conciliatory policy. When there was no way to solve the conflict, beat the other party ruthlessly and then give him some benefits. It wasn't easy to change a person's mentality. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to do. It was imaginable that when today's matter was spread to Gu Palace, those geniuses of Inner Palace and even the higher-ups of Gu Palace would praise Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had brought honor to Gu Palace and suppressed the arrogance of Desolate Palace. With the addition of these pills, all the enmity would be resolved. 2 days later, he would defeat Gu Lian in the martial arts arena in front of all the geniuses of Gu Palace. By doing so, Jiang Chen's goal would be achieved. Even if he couldn't solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace immediately, Gu Palace would become stronger and stronger until it became a solid block. Thank you, Brother Chen. Gu Yong received the spatial ring and said gratefully. It's Gu Palace's honor to have a genius like Brother Chen in our ranks. That's right. Given Brother Chen's strength and talent, his name will shake Saint Origin Palace sooner or later. Brother Chen, we apologize for being disrespectful to you yesterday. Many disciples of Inner Palace said solemnly. Given their arrogance, they wouldn't apologize if they didn't sincerely admire someone. Gu Chen is amazing. He has defeated all the geniuses of Inner Palace in just 1 day. It seems like the internal conflict of Gu Palace will be solved soon. Our Outer Palace won't have to live with grievances anymore. Gu Luiying sighed. It was hard for them not to admire Jiang Chen's carrot and stick tactics. All right, everyone, go back to your cultivation. Also, friends of Demon Palace, don't waste any more time, Jiang Chen said to the crowd. Subsequently, under the envious eyes of the geniuses of the 5 major palaces, the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace entered the secret chambers to cultivate peacefully. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Kong Yang pretended to chat for a while before entering a secret chamber at the same time. Dong. When the stone door of the secret chamber was closed, De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Brother Jiang, De Huang. You two are really good at acting. Kong Yang couldn't help laughing. Brother Kong, don't call me by my real name in the future. My name is Gu Chen now. You can call me Little Chenzi like De Huang does. Jiang Chen reminded Kong Yang. I've been too careless. Kong Yang sighed. He was too excited just now and had forgotten about the most important point. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen had come in with a hidden identity. I heard that there's a lot of internal conflict in Gu Palace, but you've done a good job. De Huang Dog said. He and Kong Yang had been here for 3 days, so they had a good understanding of the situation here. That's right. What I need to do now is to eliminate the internal conflict in Gu Palace and make Gu Palace united. Today, the people of Desolate Palace have given me a good opportunity and I've already seen the results. De Huang's appearance just now was just right. The relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace has always been good. Now that the two major powers have joined forces, it's a very good situation. This will pave the way for the future cooperation between the two major powers. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. He didn't expect De Huang Dog's sudden appearance, but he and De Huang Dog's tacit understanding was almost flawless. A small matter between their disciples had played a big role, paving the way for the future cooperation between the two major powers. But since you've killed the people of Desolate Palace today, they won't let you go. Kong Yang said. It doesn't matter. Desolate Palace and I are mortal enemies. Plus, Gu Palace won't sit idly by if Desolate Palace wants to deal with me. The stronger I perform, the more Gu Palace will care about me. We aren't clear about the current situation in Saint Origin Palace, but the higher-ups of the major palaces surely know. Gu Palace should be able to see my importance. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Who cares? It's not a big deal to kill the people of Desolate Palace. Anyway, it's not the first time. This place is not bad for cultivation. I heard that the refining tower will only open for a day. Let's not waste any more time and cultivate. De Huang Dog said and walked towards a futon at the side. There were a total of 3 futons in this secret chamber. Just enough for 3 people to cultivate. Jiang Chen and Kong Yang went to the other 2 futons respectively and sat down cross-legged. This was their first time coming to Saint Origin Palace, and also their first time cultivating in the refining tower. Therefore, they were a little excited. If they could absorb some immortal qi, it would absolutely bring them endless benefits. Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found that there was a kind of indistinct connection between the refining tower and the passageway of the immortal world, like a formation. As for whether he could absorb the immortal qi of the immortal world through this connection, it would depend on his own ability. The refining tower had a total of 9 floors. The higher the floor, the closer the connection, the easier it was to sense it and the more immortal qi one could absorb. On the contrary, the lower the floor, the weaker the invisible connection and the harder it was to sense it. Even if one could sense it, the probability and amount of immortal qi that could be absorbed would be limited. The 5th floor that Jiang Chen and the others were in was neither up nor down. It would be difficult for them to sense the immortal qi. This mainly depended on their luck. Chapter 958. In Jiang Chen's senses, the top of the refining tower was connected to a miniature spatial zone. This miniature spatial zone should have been specially created by the experts of Saint Origin Palace. It wasn't very big, only 1,000 miles in circumference. It was this miniature spatial zone that could absorb a small amount of immortal qi from the immortal world and let it float in this miniature spatial zone. In other words, all the geniuses who cultivated in the refining tower were absorbing immortal qi from this miniature spatial zone. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which the geniuses could absorb immortal qi from the immortal world was relatively fast, but the speed at which the miniature spatial zone absorbed immortal qi from the immortal world was very slow. This was also the reason why the refining tower only opened once a month. On the day when the refining tower opened, the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone would be almost completely absorbed by the geniuses. In the following month, the miniature spatial zone would continue to absorb immortal qi from the immortal world. After a month, the refining tower and the miniature spatial zone would reach a balance. The miniature spatial zone only had a circumference of 1,000 miles. The amount of immortal qi in it was too little for so many geniuses. Even for those geniuses who were at the top of the 9th level of the refining tower, it was basically impossible for them to absorb a large amount of immortal chi. They might not even be able to absorb a little bit of immortal chi. Immortal energy was of high quality. The immortal plane was high up, and for people in the lower realms to want to absorb high-quality immortal energy was a manifestation of luck. The amount of immortal energy one could absorb was also related to the luck of a cultivator. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen's divine sense had penetrated into this miniature spatial zone. He could sense strands of divine sense drifting in the miniature spatial zone. The immortal chi seemed to have its own spirituality, wandering back and forth, its trace untraceable. Those vortexes were all immortal chi. They filled every corner of the miniature spatial zone. Jiang Chen could sense them clearly. He even had a feeling that he could directly capture those immortal chi for himself to absorb as long as he wanted. If other people knew about Jiang Chen's current situation, they would be shocked to the extreme. One should know that even those geniuses at the top of the 9th floor of the refining tower could only sense the existence of a microspace at most. They couldn't sense the existence of the immortal chi at all. They could only rely on their divine sense to scan and capture the immortal chi bit by bit, and rely on their luck to absorb a small amount of immortal chi. To be able to accurately see where the immortal chi was like what Jiang Chen did was simply shocking and unprecedented. However, to Jiang Chen, the most inconceivable thing in the eyes of others was so easy. The dragon transformation skill is truly a supreme divine art. It might even surpass the existence of the immortal world. Obtaining this art is equivalent to obtaining great luck. I can do what others can't. Now, I'm going to circulate the dragon transformation skill to form an absorption whirlpool to absorb a large amount of immortal chi here. Breaking through to the 2nd grade great saint will be very easy. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He had a unique advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Hoo-hoo. Inside the miniature space, a storm was suddenly set off. With an invisible divine sense as the center, a whirlpool with a radius of 1 meter formed. After the whirlpool appeared, it immediately stirred up the entire miniature space, causing it to be restless. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. As the whirlpool spun faster and faster, the immortal chi in the microspace was automatically drawn into the whirlpool as if it was being summoned. The immortal chi flowed down along the whirlpool and instilled into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body quivered. Suddenly, he felt extremely comfortable. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed. His bones were making cracking sounds. The immortal chi rushed into his limbs and bones, making him sublimate from the inside out. New dragon marks began to form in his chi si. What's going on? Why is the microspace agitated? I can feel that the immortal chi is draining rapidly. Who did this? What happened? There is a storm in the microspace. This microspace is the carrier of the immortal chi. It has always been peaceful. Why would such a situation happen all of a sudden? For a moment, all the geniuses in the refining tower were shocked. Especially those geniuses in the 7th, 8th and 9th floors. They were cultivating diligently. It was not the first time for many of them to cultivate in the tower. The microspace had never experienced any changes before. This was the first time. Many of them were agitated and felt a deep sense of uneasiness. De Huang, Kong Yang, Lu Feng, quickly send your divine sense into the whirlpool. Hurry up! Jiang Chen's divine sense was transmitted to the ears of De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lu Feng, who was cultivating in the secret chamber next door. The 2 men and the dog were stunned at first, but they immediately understood. They scanned the area with their divine sense and immediately found the whirlpool that was spinning at a high speed. Obviously, this whirlpool was created by Jiang Chen. They could feel countless immortal chi flowing into the whirlpool. De Huang Dog and the others were pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, they quickly sent their divine sense into the whirlpool. Immediately, they felt the immortal chi flowing into their bodies like flowing water. Wow! This is so cool! Little Chenzi, you can actually make all the immortal chi fly into the whirlpool automatically. This is too abnormal. How did you do it? De Huang Dog was so excited that he almost jumped up. Little Chenzi is really an extraordinary person. This is like seizing by force. The immortal chi here is very dense. I can advance to the 2nd grade great saint if I absorb all this immortal chi into my body. The immortal chi is too dense. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the 2nd grade great saint. Sure enough, following Little Chenzi will increase my luck and bring me endless benefits. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng couldn't hide their surprise. They admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. It was really shocking that he could do such a thing, but they didn't have the time to think about it. They didn't care how Jiang Chen did it. Given the current situation, the most important thing was to absorb the immortal qi. Only they knew how important the immortal qi was to them. In the miniature spatial zone, the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen was getting more and more powerful. The speed of absorbing the immortal qi was getting faster and faster. 3 men and a dog were seizing the immortal qi by force. The huge change in the miniature spatial zone had finally attracted the attention of other geniuses. Many geniuses in the 9th level of the refining tower had discovered the whirlpool that was crazily absorbing the immortal qi. So it's because of this whirlpool. Someone is trying to seize all the immortal qi. Damn it. We must not let anyone seize all the immortal qi. The refining tower only opens once a month, but the emergence of this whirlpool is also a good thing for us. We can use our divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi directly. It will save us a lot of trouble. Let's not think too much about it. There isn't much immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. At this rate, all the immortal qi will be absorbed in a few minutes. I can use my divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi, which will save me a lot of trouble. Many of them had discovered the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen. Now wasn't the time to investigate the origin of the whirlpool. The most important thing now was to absorb the immortal qi. In their opinion, the whirlpool could gather the immortal qi, which would save them a lot of trouble. They could just put their divine sense into the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi. Unfortunately, no matter how good their idea was, they couldn't even get close to the edge of the whirlpool. One after another, their divine sense rushed towards the whirlpool. However, when they touched the edge of the whirlpool, they were all bounced back. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't put their divine sense into the whirlpools. What's going on? Why can't I go in? It's intentional. Someone is doing this on purpose. Investigate. We must find out who is trying to monopolize all the immortal qi. Damn it. Damn it. This is too much. This is robbery. Don't put anyone in their eyes. Who is so audacious? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the law enforcement palace? There are a total of 4 divine senses in the whirlpool. In other words, there are 4 people trying to snatch the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. They want to take all the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. This is too abominable. We must find out who did this and drag out those 4 damned people. Many people were enraged. This situation was too shocking. The refining tower had existed for 100 years and such a daring thing had never happened before. The person who created the whirlpool to absorb the immortal qi didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Caca. Those bastards are probably going to die from anger. Even their divine senses can't enter. De Huang Dog laughed in a carefree manner. It's indeed delightful. But isn't it too much for us to do this? I'm afraid those geniuses won't let this go easily. Gu Lufeng said worriedly. Lufeng, don't be overcautious. Just focus on improving your cultivation. There will be people who will bear the consequences for us. Jiang Chen said. The path of cultivation had always been about taking things by force. There were only so many cultivation resources, and it all depended on who had the courage and luck. If one had to be cautious in everything he did, then there would be no point in cultivating. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. In the miniature spatial zone, those geniuses were still unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Some mighty 6th grade great saints were still attacking the whirlpool with their divine sense, trying to tear an opening and penetrate it, but to no avail. Jiang Chen's whirlpool was condensed by the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique. Even a mighty 6th grade great saint wouldn't be able to break it. After all, divine sense and soul power weren't proportional to one's cultivation. Hong. Chapter 959. Amazing! Little Chenzi has advanced to 2nd grade great saint, but his qi hasn't diminished at all. It seems like he has obtained great benefits from the immortal qi. His cultivation grade will continue to rise. Even if he can't reach the 3rd grade great saint, he can still reach the peak of 2nd grade great saint. But I'm not weak either. I'm going to advance to 2nd grade great saint very soon. Kong Yang looked at the majestic qi of Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock, but like Gu Lu Feng, he had also obtained great benefits. To them, this was the first time they had obtained the help of immortal qi, and they had absorbed so much of it at once. Naturally, the benefits were boundless. They had been baptized from the inside out. Haha! Master Dog is going to advance to 3rd grade Great Saint. De Huang Dog jumped excitedly. He had just advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint not long ago. It wouldn't be a matter of a day or two if he wanted to advance to 3rd grade Great Saint. Now that he had obtained so much immortal qi, his cultivation grade would advance to 3rd grade Great Saint. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely satisfied. In the secret chamber next door, although Gu Lu Feng didn't speak, he was also feeling very happy. He was working hard to advance to 2nd grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen had absorbed the most immortal qi. His body could accommodate hundreds of rivers. The benefits of absorbing immortal qi for the first time were unimaginable. Through the baptism of immortal qi, not only did Jiang Chen successfully condense 500 dragon marks, advancing to 2nd grade Great Saint, the number of dragon marks was still rising. According to Jiang Chen's attack, he could condense at least another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 83,000. His cultivation grade had completely stabilized at 2nd grade Great Saint. In the miniature spatial zone, the geniuses kept attacking the whirlpool, but they still couldn't penetrate it. They could only watch as all the immortal qi was absorbed by the whirlpool. In just a few minutes, there wasn't even a strand of hair left in the entire miniature spatial zone, let alone the immortal qi. Damn it! Who did this? How could he absorb all the immortal qi here? Even after a month, it won't be able to return to its previous state. Just now, the divine sense was connected to the 5th level. Let's go and have a look. Who is so bold to do such a thing? It's the 5th level. 3 of the divine senses came from the same secret chamber. I have already sensed the location of the secret chamber. Let's go. I would like to see who is so bold. For a moment, the entire refining tower was stirred. All the geniuses were infuriated. The lowest cultivation grade of the 7th, 8th and 9th floor was 4th grade Great Saint. There were also plenty of 5th grade and 6th grade Great Saints. Those who could reach this level were the top geniuses of their respective palaces. It wasn't the first or second time that they had come to the refining tower to cultivate, but they had never encountered such a thing. Today, someone had actually absorbed all the immortal qi, which was an eye-opener for them. It didn't take long for all the experts to arrive at the 5th floor. Even the geniuses from the other secret chambers on the 5th floor had come out. What happened today really made everyone furious. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person could do such a crazy thing. Stopping others from cultivating was equivalent to cutting off one's path to wealth. This was very shameful. It's here. This is the secret room. There's no mistake. I can sense it very clearly. Kick the door open and get the people inside out. This is outrageous. If such people continue to exist, we won't be able to cultivate in the future. All the experts were infuriated. Some of the more hot-tempered ones went to kick the stone door, but the stone door had been tempered by experts. Even a 6th grade Great Saint wouldn't be able to kick it open. Moreover, since the refining tower was built, no one had ever dared to destroy anything here. That was a serious crime, and they would be brought to the Law Enforcement Palace for questioning. Law Enforcement Palace didn't belong to any of the 8 palaces. It was an independent palace. If the Law Enforcement Palace was included, there should be 9 palaces in Saint Origin Palace. The members of Law Enforcement Palace were also made up of people from the 8 palaces. In order to maintain the stability of Saint Origin Palace and avoid chaos, some matters would be dealt with by Law Enforcement Palace. In other words, Law Enforcement Palace had a pivotal position in Saint Origin Palace. Get the people inside out. Someone shouted as he kicked the stone door. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog simply ignored this kind of behavior. They were now at the most critical moment. Unless the people outside broke the stone door and rushed in, they wouldn't care about it at all. Dong dong dong. The stone door was kicked so hard that the entire 5th floor of the refining tower started to shake. More and more people gathered outside, and their anger was getting bigger and bigger. However, the people inside the secret chamber were like tortoises hiding in their shells, completely ignoring their anger. Motherfucker! Who the hell is inside? A 6th grade Great Saint Genius of Desolate Palace couldn't help but curse. I know. It's Gu Chen and De Huang Dog inside. Someone said. Who is Gu Chen? And what is De Huang Dog? A genius of Desolate Palace asked. He is the new genius of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. He had a conflict with Desolate Palace before. 3 of your geniuses were killed by Gu Chen on the spot. All the geniuses of Desolate Palace were driven out by Gu Chen and a Huang dog. There is no one in the 5th level of Desolate Palace. All the secret chambers of Desolate Palace have been divided by the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. One of them said. He was here when he saw the commotion, so he knew who was inside the secret chamber. What? A few supreme geniuses of Desolate Palace exclaimed. They glanced around and found no one from Desolate Palace in the 5th floor. It seemed like what the other party said was true. A new disciple of Gu Palace had killed 3 of their disciples. This was too much for them to bear. Killing the geniuses of Desolate Palace is an act of courting death. Today, we must shred this Gu Chen into 1,000 pieces. The genius of Desolate Palace said ferociously. Haha, your geniuses have been killed. It can only mean that you are not strong enough. This kind of thing has never happened before. It seems like a new genius of Gu Palace has arrived. A supreme genius of Gu Palace burst into laughter. His name was Gu Shuangtan. 6th grade great saints like him were considered as supreme geniuses. They wouldn't show themselves during normal days as they would only focus on their cultivation. They wouldn't care about the new disciple of Gu Palace. The fact that the immortal Qi in the mini-spatial zone was forcibly taken away had infuriated Gu Shuangtan and the other supreme geniuses of Gu Palace. When they heard that the person inside the spatial zone was a disciple of Gu Palace, their anger vanished immediately. In the refining tower, the most important thing for the geniuses was unity. They would never help outsiders to bully their own people. Gu Shuangtan, it's easy for you to say that. Your geniuses have killed our geniuses for no reason. We won't let this matter go. Also, this man has absorbed all the immortal Qi. That means he is going against all of us. The genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Chongfeng, was infuriated. Initially, he was angry because the immortal Qi had been absorbed, but now, it was completely different. As an outstanding genius of Desolate Palace, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent when his own people were killed. It wasn't for no reason. At this time, Gu Yong stood up. He came to Gu Shuangtan, clasped his fists and said, Big brother Shuangtan, this is what happened. After listening to Gu Yong's explanation, the eyes of the supreme geniuses of Gu Palace sparkled, especially when they heard that Gu Chen was only a 1st grade great saint, but he had killed a 3rd grade great saint of Desolate Palace. What kind of monstrous genius was that? Even they couldn't do it. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had stood up for Gu Palace. This had given Gu Shuangtan a very good impression of Jiang Chen. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by others when his own people were bullied? Gu Yong and the others were still injured. Plus, many of them were present when Desolate Ichiro beat them up. So no one doubted Gu Yong's words. I heard it. Desolate Chongfeng. It was your Desolate Palace who started the trouble first. That's why Gu Chen fought back. Plus, Gu Chen is just a 1st grade great saint. Killing your 3rd grade great saint only shows that your Desolate Palace is incompetent. Gu Chen was just defending himself. Even if you bring him to the law enforcement palace, you won't be able to do anything about it. Gu Shuangtan said with a smile. There's no need to bring this matter to the law enforcement palace. I will kill that Gu Chen here today. Desolate Chongfeng was incomparably domineering. Then you can try. Gu Shuangtan said tit for tat. He, Desolate Chongfeng, wanted to avenge his own people. Gu Shuangtan wouldn't just stand by and watch his people being bullied. If that was the case, he would be despised and looked down upon by the people of Gu Palace. Desolate Palace has no right to do such a thing. His death will be in vain. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. At this time, another voice sounded. It was a genius of Demon Palace. The geniuses of Demon Palace had also figured out the ins and outs of the conversation. They already knew about De Huang Dog. He was a genius who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast and had the divine totem seal. Now, it seemed that there were 2 geniuses of Demon Palace in this secret chamber. That was to say, the people of Demon Palace had also obtained a lot of immortal Qi. In that case, there was nothing for them to be angry about. Hung Long. At this time, 2 extremely powerful Qi rushed out of the secret chamber. De Huang Dog and Kong Yang had advanced to the next realm. After their advancement, a strong wave was also sent out from the next chamber. It was Gu Lu Feng who had advanced to the next realm. Damn it! The person inside has obtained a huge amount of immortal qi. He has advanced to the next realm. Damn it! The immortal qi was supposed to belong to us. Drag out the bastard inside. Gu Shuangtan, Ing Yun Kong, the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace have destroyed the common interest of everyone. Both of you better not intervene. Today, we must teach the bastard a lesson. That's right. This kind of thing has never happened before. Kill the person inside. Chapter 960. The crowd was agitated. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had taken all the immortal qi by force, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Creak. 2 stone doors opened at the same time. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lu Feng walked out at the same time. Why are there so many people here? What's happening? Jiang Chen asked with a surprised face. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. This guy was really good at acting. How could he not know why so many people were gathered here? How could he not know when the door was almost smashed? You are Gu Chen? Many eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Desolate Chong Feng asked Lung Lung. The experts of Gu Palace also looked at Jiang Chen, confirming that they had never seen this person before. Sure enough, he was a newcomer. But this wasn't important. What was important was that this guy was a disciple of Gu Palace. They couldn't just stand by and watch. It was important for them to stay united. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. I'm Desolate Chong Feng of Desolate Palace. You have killed a disciple of Desolate Palace. That's a dead end for you. If you kneel down now, I may give you a quick and painless death. Desolate Chong Feng said while gritting his teeth. It seems like all of you from Desolate Palace are the same. You always like to ask others to kneel down, but in the end, you kneel down yourself. I killed them because they were the ones who started the fight first. It was because they were weak. If they want to kill me, should I just stand here and let them kill me? What a joke. Jiang Chen said indifferently, totally not putting Desolate Chong Feng in his eyes. Looking at his calm and composed look, the peerless geniuses of Gu Palace couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up secretly. His courage alone was admirable. One should know that although Jiang Chen had just advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint, Desolate Chong Feng was a mighty 6th grade Great Saint. The gap between them was unimaginable. Sure enough, you are arrogant. It seems like I don't need to be polite to people like you. In that case, I will kill you directly. Xiao Chongfeng's killing intent surged, and he was about to make a move. Xiao Chongfeng, do you think that I, Gu Shuangtan, do not exist? If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Gu Shuangtan stood in front of Jiang Chen, standing opposite Xiao Chongfeng. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had expected the experts of Gu Palace to take action, and they did not disappoint him. At the very least, Gu Palace appeared to be very united, and their unity today would be of great help in resolving the internal conflicts of Gu Palace. We'll talk about the conflict between the two of you later. Gu Chen, let me ask you, how did you manage to gather all the immortal qi? A genius of Hua Palace asked. This was a question that many people wanted to know, especially those powerful 6th grade Great Saint geniuses. They had been cultivating in the refining tower for an unknown period of time. They could only rely on their luck to absorb the immortal qi, but this guy in front of them was able to gather the immortal qi in such a large area. Apart from infuriating them, it also made them want to know how Jiang Chen did it. I didn't do anything. The immortal qi came to me on its own. The refining tower absorbs the immortal qi. Everyone relies on their luck. It seems like my luck is stronger than all of you. Could it be that having a strong luck is against the rules? Jiang Chen looked at the genius of the Hua family. For a moment, many of them didn't know what to say. No matter how angry they were, Jiang Chen's words didn't seem to be wrong. All along, those who cultivated in the refining tower had to rely on their luck. Whoever had a stronger luck would be able to absorb more immortal qi. Based on what happened today, it didn't seem wrong for Jiang Chen to say that he had a strong luck. Ha ha. You guys don't have good luck, yet you came here to behave atrociously. You really have no manners. Master Dog really looks down on you guys. Cultivating here, everyone depends on their own abilities. Experts like you can enter the 9th floor to cultivate, and every time you guys absorb the most immortal energy, the benefits you get are also the greatest. That's because of your abilities, and no one dares to cause trouble for you guys. Right now, our luck is better than yours, and that's also because of our abilities. Yet, you guys came here to cause trouble. Shameless. De Huang Dog's mouth was very sharp. He immediately turned on his mocking mode. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng grinned at the side. Yes, that makes sense. It seems that their luck is too strong, so they can absorb all the immortal qi. This doesn't seem to violate the rules. Ying Yun Kong nodded and said. At this time, they naturally had to stand together with the people of Demon Palace. There were a total of 4 people absorbing the immortal qi, and 2 of them were from Demon Palace. They couldn't stay out of this matter. That's right. Luck is something that no one can say for sure. Gu Shuangtan nodded. Unknowingly, Gu Palace and Demon Palace had already stood together. I don't think this is a problem of luck. Gu Chen did it on purpose. He used some kind of method to forcibly absorb all the immortal qi. You guys also know about that whirlpool. It was definitely done on purpose. The genius of Narang Palace said. That's right. This matter concerns everyone's welfare. We must get to the bottom of it. In my opinion, we should attack together and force Gu Chen to tell us. Yes, we must do this. Otherwise, every time we cultivate in the future, our immortal qi will be sucked away by him. How are we going to cultivate then? The people of the 6 palaces were determined to not give up. Haha, do you want to fight? We, Demon Palace, have never been afraid of you. But you have to think it through. With so many of us fighting in the refining tower, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. I'd like to see if you dare to make the first move. Ying Yun Kong burst into laughter. As a genius of Demon Palace, the thing he was least afraid of was fighting. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire refining tower became tense. There were too many experts here. If both sides didn't back down, it would become a big melee. Once the structure of the tower was damaged, no one could bear the responsibility of such a large-scale battle. However, the geniuses of the 6 palaces weren't willing to let Jiang Chen go just like that. One should know that Jiang Chen's method of absorbing the immortal qi was too terrifying. If they didn't pursue this matter today, they would never be able to absorb the immortal qi in the future. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng exchanged a glance and couldn't help but shake their heads. Jiang Chen was indeed a devil incarnate. No matter where he went, there would be countless troubles. No matter where he went, he would always be the focus of countless gazes. This was only the 2nd day of his arrival in Saint Origin Palace, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Adding De Huang Dog to the mix, it was simply a combination of 2 swords. No matter where they went, they wouldn't be able to stay calm. What are you all doing in the refining tower? Just when both sides were in a stalemate, a loud shout was heard from afar. 3 tyrannical silhouettes appeared on the 5th floor. They were 3 elders. Their casual movements were exuding a tyrannical qi, causing a certain amount of pressure to be felt in the entire 5th floor. They were 3 unparalleled 7th-grade Great Saint experts. They are the people of Law Enforcement Palace. It seems like the incident here has alarmed Law Enforcement Palace. It must be because of the immortal qi. One should know that this has never happened in the refining tower for so long. It's normal for Law Enforcement Palace to be alarmed. Law Enforcement Palace is superior to the 8 major palaces. They have the right to settle everything in Saint Origin Palace. The refining tower is the most important place in Saint Origin Palace. Now that an accident has happened, they must investigate it thoroughly. Seeing the arrival of the people of Law Enforcement Palace, a trace of fear was revealed in the eyes of many of them. Even though they were all geniuses, they wouldn't dare to go against Law Enforcement Palace. The immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone has been taken away. Who did it? The leading elder asked. Elder, it's Gu Chen. Desolate Changfeng pointed his finger at Gu Chen. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. The elder who spoke just now was a member of Desolate Palace. He had a certain status in Law Enforcement Palace. What's the situation of Law Enforcement Palace? Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Gu Shuangtan. Law Enforcement Palace is an independent palace of Saint Origin Palace. It has the right to control everything in Saint Origin Palace. In other words, Law Enforcement Palace has a unique power in Saint Origin Palace. Every 3 years, Law Enforcement Palace will elect one of the 8 Palace Masters to be the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace. However, Law Enforcement Palace has been in the hands of Desolate Palace for many years. The allocation of public resources in St. Origin Palace is also decided by Law Enforcement Palace. The old man who spoke just now is a member of Desolate Palace. Gu Shuangtan transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. It seemed like the strength of the 8 major palaces had begun to tilt. This could be seen from the fact that Desolate Palace had always been in control of Law Enforcement Palace. Although Law Enforcement Palace had gathered the people of the 8 major palaces, the real power was in the hands of Desolate Palace. Not only Gu Chen, the 4 of them have also absorbed a large amount of immortal qi. Each of them has advanced a level. Someone said, pointing the spearhead at De Huang Dog and the others. The 4 of you, follow us to Law Enforcement Palace. The elder Lang Lang said. Elder, Gu Chen was able to absorb the immortal qi because of his exuberant luck. Cultivating in the refining tower is all about luck. Law Enforcement Palace shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. Gu Shuangtan clasped his fists and said, if Gu Chen and the others were taken away by Law Enforcement Palace, it would be a serious matter. Kid, you don't have the right to interfere in the affairs of Law Enforcement Palace. Gu Chen, the 4 of you, follow us to Law Enforcement Palace and explain the matter. The elder's tone was unquestionable. All right, I'll go with you. But this matter is my doing alone. It has nothing to do with the 3 of them. Jiang Chen said. No, take them all away. The elder made a grabbing motion, wrapping Jiang Chen and the other 3 with a wave of qi, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Brother Shuangtan, Gu Chen and the others have been taken away by Law Enforcement Palace. What should we do now? Will they be in danger? Gu Yong asked worriedly. We don't have time to worry about that. I'm going to report this matter to Palace Master. A place like Law Enforcement Palace isn't a good place. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.